Monster Cult. The United Nations Pacific Rim Wormhole Task Force announced today that they have secretly destroyed a wormhole in the Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean. On the TV screen,
the host was reporting the latest news with joy and rapid-fire remarks. The screen switched. Then came the interview with the U.S. representative, confirming the news. Then came various recaps. It begins with the first monster to land the axe head,
and continues with the recent attacks on Hong Kong Island by the Ratus and the Rubicon. It ends with the moment of the Eureka Raiders leap into the wormhole. After nearly 12 years of war, humanity finally emerged victorious.
The host was in high spirits. The announcement continued. According to Marshal Hercules Hansen, the new commander of the Pacific Joint Defense Force, there's still one last monster that's traveled through the wormhole, lurking somewhere on the ocean floor.
It could come ashore at any moment. However, the Marshal vowed to remain vigilant. He also said that the destruction of the wormhole does not mean that humanity is completely safe. The wormhole may open again one day in the future.
Humanity must not take it lightly. Marshal Heck stated that they would spare no effort to continue supporting the upgrade of synesthesia technology and the Monster Science Department's research program on reverse engineering of monster biotechnology.
These scientific projects are based at the Broken Dome base on Hong Kong Island. If the monsters return one day in the future, humans will surely strike back with even greater strength. The scene shifted again, switching to Heck's interview.
It was largely similar to what the host had said before. Then came a series of commendations. The UN representatives fulfilled Heck's promises one by one. Every member of the PPDC, whether they had died or were still alive, was a hero to humanity.
At this moment, television stations around the world were broadcasting similar content. The entire world began to cheer and people took to the streets to celebrate this great moment. But in contrast to the celebrating humans,
there is another group of people in the world who are uneasy and terrified by this sudden good news. These people are members of various monster cults. Monsters burst forth from wormholes, destroying civilization.
They still have no shortage of fanatical admirers. These worshippers formed monster organizations of all sizes across the globe. They declared the monsters king, saying they were the rulers of the world on the other side of the wormhole.
Monster cults believe in the doomsday prophecies of the Book of Revelation. They believe that monsters are messengers sent by gods or the universe, expressing dissatisfaction with humanity's severe damage to the earth.
They believe that humans no longer deserve to live on Earth. These groups establish themselves in areas previously attacked by monsters. They use the remains of monsters as sacred grounds, perform rituals, and pray to the monsters.
The more heavily attacked by monsters, the more members of the monster cult there are. Furthermore, the more frequent the monster attacks, the more humans will join the monster cult. But at this moment,
the sudden tragic news dealt a heavy blow to the monster cults everywhere. The wormhole was destroyed. Doesn't that mean the monsters can't get through? Many people felt lost, as if they had lost their faith.
The PPDC has always been concerned about the various kaiju cults. However, it doesn't take them seriously. There's no reason to crack down on them. After all, everyone has the right to freedom of religious belief.
There are even many government officials among the members of these monster cults. As long as there is no major chaos, no one will interfere. Shattered Base, Command Center, Heck, Raleigh, Morimako, and the others gathered together,
looking through the glass at the only remaining Danger Ranger mech in the hangar outside. At this time, countless workers were busy around the Wanderer, repairing, modifying, and upgrading it.
Returning to the United Nations Pacific Rim Wormhole Task Force was not without its benefits. At least they now had sufficient funding and resources to relaunch the Hunter project. According to Chuck Hansen's report, he and Pentecost entered the wormhole.
During this time, he witnessed the legendary Otherworld with his own eyes. It was a city of flesh, bones, and organs. And it looked as if it were millions of years old. The entire planet is desolate. All available resources have been exhausted.
Perhaps only the last city remains, lingering. The wormhole to another world lies in the heart of the city. Beneath it lies a magnetic field. Surrounding it are biomechanical devices that emit pulses at opportune moments, causing the wormhole to vibrate.
The nerves of the mechanical organs extended from the underground through this dying metropolis to various different places. It was in these places that the pioneers completed the process of making monsters classification, breeding, mixing, and assembly.
The bomb was supposed to explode right in the center of the city. Chuck was ejected before the explosion. He wasn't sure if the final nuclear blast would kill all the pioneers who could create monsters and wormholes. What an irony!
Rory looked at the dangerous Wanderer, who had transformed so drastically in just one day. He sneered. They stopped the Hunter project when the monster invasion was at its peak. Now that the wormhole has been destroyed,
they're starting to strongly support it again. You'll get used to it. Heck patted Rowley on the shoulder and sighed. That's how they do things. He glanced at everyone and continued. But this is a good thing for us.
If there are still so-called pioneers surviving in that world, then it's conceivable that they will return one day, and they will undoubtedly be even more difficult to deal with. We are running out of time, now that we have money and resources.
We must seize the moment, upgrade our mechas, mass-produce them, and train more outstanding hunters to prepare for the disaster that may come at any moment. Everyone looked on in agreement. They weren't the kind of people who didn't care about the bigger picture.
They were just more or less angry about having been abandoned before. Sir, Kai Tiantong walked over and reported, all functions of the dangerous wanderer have been restored. Some modifications and upgrades have been made. Testing is now ready to begin.
Very good, Heck let out a long sigh. His biggest worry was that during this time, the remaining monsters, hidden somewhere, would appear and attack a city, although the Hunter project has been relaunched.
The construction of a new mecha won't be completed overnight. Furthermore, a suitable pilot must be found. Currently, only one Danger Ranger remains in the base. Until the new mecha is ready,
all subsequent defense missions will have to be carried out by the Ranger. Heck's gaze shifted to Roly and Morimako, finally stopping at the dejected Morimako. He spoke gravely. Miss Morimako.
I know Commander Stark's sacrifice saddens you more than anyone else, but right now, we have no time to grieve. So I beg you to prioritize the greater good. Synesthesia requires the elimination of distractions, otherwise one will be lost.
Morimako's current condition makes him very worried. Morimako came back to her senses. She felt the warmth of Raleig's hand tightly gripping hers. A wave of warmth washed over her. She straightened her chest and said, "Don't worry, I'll do my best."
That's the best. Heck nodded. Now, go test the mecha. Chapter 152, Calling the King of Monsters. Night falls. The stars sparkle like diamonds, embedded in the black night sky. Sen USA, this is where the first monster landed.
In order to destroy the monster, the United States had no choice but to use tactical nuclear bombs within its own territory for the first time, and it used 3 at a time. Many areas of the San Francisco Bay Area today have been uninhabitable for centuries.
And they are known as the Forgotten Cemeteries. For some religious purpose, the fallen monster skeletons were moved to a location near the coastline. Unexpectedly, the Forgotten Cemetery didn't frighten some people. Instead,
humans quickly returned and established new cities there. Then, just like the Kowloon Skeleton District in Hong Kong Island, this place became a gathering place for a certain monster cult. The massive, arched skeleton of a monster reaches into the sky,
weaving in and out of tall buildings. It attracts countless visitors. Although the US government has no intention of developing this place into a tourist attraction, it does nothing to deter its fervent admirers.
The skull of the monster has been used by its worshippers to build a temple. As the first place attacked by kaiju, San Francisco is undoubtedly the place where kaiju worshippers feel most at home. The kaiju cult here, known as the Wormhole Society,
is also the world's largest kaiju organization. At this moment, thousands of candles burned silently inside and outside the temple. The flickering candlelight shone brightly on the faces of pilgrims.
Countless devout people were constantly performing certain rituals as they entered and exited the temple. They chanted the prayer over and over again. Finally, their voices merged together, echoing in the silent night sky.
We are brothers and sisters of the monsters. We open our arms to welcome the angels from the ocean, a divine and mysterious being that saves suffering humanity and drives away the demons within us. You are messengers of mercy.
Your mission is to forgive humanity and liberate us from our defiled homeland. You possess a mighty power, capable of stirring up surging waves and obscuring the vast sky. Oh, King of Monsters, please guide us to that underwater paradise.
Make all who oppose your supreme rule bow down. Subdue the false prophets and cruel monarchs of mankind, who fear what they cannot understand. You are not the source of suffering, but the true savior. We kneel in deep gratitude for your boundless protection.
Raising our hands in sincere admiration and praise, let the Archangel's blue blood wash away humanity's sins. We will return to our former world and begin a new life, far outside the temple, beyond the restricted area.
A large group of people with cameras were filming. There were even journalists from major media outlets and television stations around the world. They broadcast this grand prayer ceremony live and expressed various opinions. Hello everyone.
MCNC reporter Kelly. This is the border of the San Francisco quarantine zone. This is where the first monster, Axehead, fell. The camera panned to the massive monster's skeleton, though it was dark.
The axe-headed skeleton was still faintly visible under the countless candlelight and lamplight. The camera then shifted back to Kelly. The tall, beautiful reporter smiled sweetly at the camera and continued.
Ever since the United Nations Pacific Rim Wormhole Working Group announced the shocking news, tens of thousands of Wormhole organization members from around the world have been gathering here. I'm sure you've all seen it.
They held the grandest religious ceremony ever. They firmly believed that monsters were the saviors of the world. They declared that monsters would come again and destroy human civilization. The prayers were clearly heard.
Those watching on TV at home could hear them clearly and see the entire spectacular scene. Such a grand scene is not often seen. Kelly's expression was shimmering with excitement. This live broadcast was being broadcast to the entire world.
It was a rare opportunity. She continued, I've previously attempted to interview several Wormhole Society leaders. Although none of them were willing to appear on camera, they all revealed the purpose of this ceremony.
They said this ritual was held to call upon the King of Monsters, hidden somewhere beneath the sea. The King of Monsters would surely hear their call and eventually appear here. They say this is a cycle of reincarnation. Axehead fell here.
But the King of Monsters definitely won't do that. Most non-Wormhole Society members present, myself included, were extremely skeptical. During the daytime interview, Heck mentioned the level 5 monster as the most powerful monster ever to appear.
The victor of the battle, whether it was the dragon or the three-tailed beast, was considered unprecedentedly powerful. So, in just one day, the monster, which hadn't even appeared yet, was crowned the King of Monsters by monster cults around the world.
But the title of King of Monsters is currently only accepted by members of the major churches. Ordinary people have little faith in it. They believe that no matter how powerful a monster is, it will ultimately fall to human attacks.
Even the wormhole was destroyed. Is it still impossible to kill a level 5 monster? After Kelly finished speaking, the camera shifted back to the scene, continuously showing this religious spectacle. Meanwhile,
several commentators invited by the TV station began to express their opinions. I think these monster cults are just a bunch of rebels and disaffected people. King of the Monsters. How ridiculous that's all.
I heard that even the PPDC keeps a close eye on any religious ceremonies of the church. They say the activities of the Wormhole Society might provide them with some clues to the target of this last remaining monster. Oh, where did you hear that rumor?
I really wonder if you've also been brainwashed by those religious fanatics. On the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, in a dark and hidden valley, Xu Jing opened his enormous eyes. A faint green light flickered within them. He sensed the changes in his body.
This evolution had lasted a long time. He estimated that it was probably already night. Furthermore, his body had undergone even greater changes, completely beyond his expectations. Xu Jing was puzzled. The evolution should have ended around noon. But then,
the gradually dissipating primordial energy within him suddenly seemed to be replenished. A large amount of primordial energy emerged out of nowhere. These original energies were forcibly integrated into his body, causing him to further transform.
Xu Jing didn't understand what was happening. At this moment, he felt as if he had completely surpassed the strength of a level 6 monster. As for whether it is level 7 or level 8, it is not clear, system.
After turning around and taking a quick look at himself, he simply summoned the system, hoping to learn the reason from it. Chapter 153. Landing. The system interface appeared. The first thing Xu Jing saw was his current level, level 8. His eyes widened.
He was stood still like a statue. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. He looked at the other information in disbelief. Identity: tailed rat, level 8, height 232 meters, body length 296 meters, weight 36,000 tons.
Acidic breath, heat radiation, strong electromagnetic field. Xu Jing was incredibly shocked. He had only felt that he had become very strong, but he had never imagined he would be this strong.
He glanced at the return to the transformable origin point, but it was only 15,900. He remembered that he had spent a total of 26,000 points on physical enhancement, after deducting the 40% cost of the return transformation.
Plus the 300 points he had spent when he first obtained the body. This number seemed normal. This proved to be the case. Unexplained. Unexpected strengthening. Unable to transform into the origin point upon return. What is going on?
Xu Jing opened his eyes wide and searched the system interface carefully, hoping to find a prompt or something. After searching through it, he fixed his sights on Task 3. At this point, Task 3 wasn't yet complete, but it had a new completion status of 6%.
At the end, there was a very small yellow question mark. Xu Jing's eyes lit up. He focused his attention on the question mark. Suddenly, a comment appeared. After reading it, he finally understood some of the reasons. It turned out to be the power of faith.
He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The system prompted him to gain the faith of intelligent life, and these designated targets were his power of faith, which could be received by the system.
The power of faith would not be directly converted into the origin point. As he strengthened, the system would transform all the received power of faith into origin energy and integrate it into his body. Furthermore, each world only has one such opportunity.
Upon returning, no additional origin points will be gained beyond the original enhancement. The system also gave him a prompt to complete Task 3. As long as more than half of the world's population recognized his status as the King of Monsters,
he would complete the task. The system also provided a progress bar. At this moment, Xu Jing was a little surprised and helpless. Surprisingly, he hadn't expected that even with the world being invaded by monsters, there were still humans who believed in them.
Unfortunately, he wanted to complete Mission 3 this time. It was impossible to do so without wanton destruction and slaughter, thereby demonstrating the power of force. But after experiencing so many worlds,
he figured it all out as early as the rise of the Planet of the Apes. After all, his roots were in the main world, and it was his family in the main world who needed his protection. Raced.
The system had clearly indicated that he was going to land on land. Clearly, he was going to be an enemy of the world. But even so, he still had plenty of options. As a Chinese in his previous life, even though this was a parallel world,
he still had some sense of identity with the Chinese of this world. Naturally, he would not choose to go there. So where should we go first? He thought for a moment and quickly made a decision. He immediately began to swim,
preparing to head to the island nation. But at this moment the system suddenly flashed, and a prompt popped up. It is recommended that the host go to San Francisco first. San Francisco? Xu Jing was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why.
But since the system had given him this hint, it definitely wasn't aimless. It would definitely be of great help in completing the mission. Without much hesitation, he turned around and quickly headed towards the United States. Hong Kong Island.
Shattered Doom Base. Please report to Bay 01 immediately. Monster appears. Target San Francisco. Codename Dragon level. Beep, beep. Rayleigh, who was in the dormitory, heard the alarm. He immediately perked up, put on his coat,
and rushed out. When he opened the door, Morimako, who was standing opposite him, also walked out just as quickly. The two nodded to each other and rushed to the maintenance area together. On the way, Morimako's brows suddenly furrowed.
Something occurred to her. She said, "Oh, right, did you hear what level the monsters were?" Huh, Rory was stunned. He shook his head. "No, I didn't expect it to be a dragon either. Normally, in a battle between two monsters,
the winner should be the three-tailed beast. Yeah, something seems amiss." While they were talking, the two of them arrived at the maintenance area. Hake and Kai Tiantong had already arrived. Their expressions were extremely solemn.
After seeing Lu Li and the others, Hake said, "This time our mission is to delay the monsters. The rest will be left to the army." What happened? Luli's heart skipped a beat. Kai Tiantong trembled as he spoke. "It's evolved. Its level is beyond imagination."
"It's definitely more than level 6. Is it level 7, 8, or 9? I can't tell. And there's a powerful magnetic field surrounding it for at least several miles. I didn't notice it until just now, but it's already about to land." Hiss.
Rayleigh and Morimako opened their mouths wide, too shocked to speak. "You absolutely cannot defeat it." Heck swallowed hard and said, "But there is no other choice now. We must do everything we can to stop it."
"So your mission after arriving is to interfere with it, slow down its progress." Rayleigh and Morimako nodded blankly. They entered the control cabin. Dazed and lost in thought, a group of staff helped them put on their combat uniforms. Soon after,
the Danger Ranger was hoisted by a team of Sikorsky helicopters and quickly rushed towards San Francisco. San Francisco, Coast Temple. The Wormhole Society's rituals continued within the quarantine zone. For these monster worshippers,
the news from the day was the worst possible news. Their only hope now lay in their newly proclaimed Monster King. It's conceivable that if the Monster King doesn't live up to his title, all monster churches will quickly lose their cohesion.
A large number of believers will then lose their faith, and the decline of all major churches will become inevitable. Reporters and tourists outside the area didn't leave either. They took photos and videos, sending them back to TV stations or directly online.
Then they quickly spread around the world. Humans are strange. When monsters are no longer a threat, their attitude changes. They see monsters as entertainment, not fear. At this moment,
countless people around the world are glued to their computers or televisions, happily watching this grand event and enthusiastically discussing everything related to monsters. And today wasn't just the wormhole cult. Other monster cults also held ceremonies,
large and small, to highlight their teachings. However, all the churches were united in their advocacy of the Monster King. From dusk until the early hours of the morning, the night grew darker. People who had had enough of the excitement began to leave. Even the reporters began to pack up and prepare to return. Most of the Wormhole Society members felt lost, and their prayers gradually became muffled and weak. CNC reporter Kelly said to the camera, "The facts have proven that this so-called religious ceremony is a joke. The claim of the King of Monsters is a lie of these rebels. That monster hiding in the ocean, even if it dares to appear, hold head high." Before she could finish her words, a deafening roar suddenly came from the depths of the sea across the coastal defense wall. The roar seemed far away, yet it made the air vibrate. Then, throughout San Francisco, the highest-level sirens blared. At that moment, whether at the scene or watching on TV or in front of their computers, was stunned. Their faces showed expressions of disbelief. Chapter 154, Synesthesia. After the alarm sounded, the entire San Francisco fell into panic.
The people still remembered the destruction and casualties caused by the first monster's attack. At this moment they began to flee in fear. The entire new city fell into chaos, however.
The area near the coastline where the ceremony was held quickly returned to normal after the commotion. King of the Monsters! King of the Monsters! All the members of the Wormhole Society present were filled with enthusiasm.
They cheered loudly and began to pray loudly with even greater piety. They prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Some of the onlookers screamed and ran for their lives, while others,
knowing they wouldn't have enough time to escape to the city shelters, simply mustered up the courage to stay. As for the sturdy monster defense wall that the government had promoted, people were not optimistic about it at all. In the recent Sydney attack,
a level 4 monster codenamed Virus was able to easily break through the city walls and enter the city. And now, according to the news from the PPDC, a level 5 monster has arrived. The seemingly solid monster defense wall will only collapse faster.
CNC reporter Kelly was one of the people who stayed behind. Her face was pale. She trembled as she held the microphone. For a moment she was speechless. Bang, bang. In just a moment, the ground began to tremble slightly, accompanied by deafening roars.
In the distance, an immense shadow gradually rose from the other side of the coastal defense wall. Oh my God! A collective gasp echoed throughout the ceremony. In the still, bright moonlight, everyone saw a terrifying, ferocious monster.
Its 2 claws rested on the top of the 100-meter-high city wall, revealing half its body. Boom! The monster swung its forelimbs and struck down with a single blow. A large section of the steel wall collapsed, leaving a massive gap.
The TV station's camera trembled as it focused on the monster in the distance, broadcasting the scene to all parts of the world. Instantly, the entire world was speechless. Such a majestic and powerful monster was truly unprecedented.
But is this really a level 5 monster? Whether it was people who saw this scene in person or on TV or on computers, they all had deep doubts in their hearts. King of Monsters? The members of the Wormhole Society shouted frantically.
The voices of thousands of people soared into the sky and spread far and wide. After Xuanhuan broke through the city wall, he stood up and looked around. He didn't initially understand why the system had sent him to San Francisco.
But when he saw the countless people gathered several miles away, kneeling before him, he began to understand. He could clearly hear people shouting for the King of Monsters. The progress data in the taskbar began to blur. Then the system interface hummed.
The 6% displayed suddenly turned into 7%. Xuanhuan was surprised. But when he saw many people holding cell phones or cameras, he figured out the reason. A thought struck him. He restrained the strong electromagnetic field he had released slightly earlier. Then,
wagging his tail, he moved towards the ceremony site. Roar! As he advanced, he simply opened his mouth and subconsciously let out a mighty roar. As a result, the windshields and other items of nearby cars shattered. Xuanhuan quickly shut his mouth.
There was a live TV broadcast going on there. In just a moment, his mission completion rate had dropped to 9%. He didn't want to damage the equipment and ruin this rare opportunity. Boom, boom, boom! The rumbling footsteps grew closer.
The people at the ceremony site were in a commotion. Even the members of the Wormhole Society were filled with fear. After all, worshipping the monster was just wishful thinking on their part.
No one could guarantee that the monster heading straight towards them would not eventually kill or eat them. Very likely, right? This thought suddenly popped up in most people's minds. Most people continued to pray. But some began to scream, others, frightened.
A variety of sounds could be heard. It's coming! Towards! Here! Coming! Kelly swallowed hard. Finally, she managed to utter a few words. Her entire body was trembling. She couldn't keep her composure.
The footsteps were getting closer and closer, echoing in people's ears. Slowly, the surroundings became quiet. Everyone held their breath. Even the fanatical believers were now filled with anxiety. An inexplicable fear spread.
Some people regained consciousness and began to regret their actions. But they dared not move or escape. They stood there in a daze, looking up at the giant monster so close. Xuanhuan stopped, leaned forward, lowered his head, and reached the edge of the crowd.
Observing the humans present, people stood trembling. They could clearly see every scale on the monster's head, and the parasites as big as beagles living between them. It was as if the monster's entire body contained a self-contained ecosystem.
We are brothers and sisters of the monsters. We open our arms to welcome the angels from the sea. Someone in the front row finally mustered up the courage and recited the monster prayer. Then a second one followed. More and more people joined in.
And the voices gradually grew louder. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. He took a step back and opened his bloody mouth. From it extended a tendril emitting a blue fluorescent light. This tendril snaked down and locked onto the human who had first spoken the prayer.
The prayer suddenly stopped. Everyone erupted in an uproar. They retreated in fear, backing away from the humans locked in the tendrils, leaving a large area of space. Dallin stood there, Dumbfounded, he was the leader and founder of the Wormhole Society.
In the beginning, he established the church not to worship the monster, but to achieve some ulterior motives. But some people often get too caught up in the role, telling too many lies.
They become so absorbed in it that they end up believing even their own lies. And Dylan is that kind of person. 12 years had passed. While brainwashing others, he had already developed a firm belief in monsters. But now the monster had really come.
He was excited, but also felt a deep fear, especially at this moment. All those who had originally rallied around him had fled to the side, almost causing him to collapse. At that moment, Dylan wanted to escape, but he couldn't move his feet. In the end,
he could only watch, trembling like a sieve, as the monster's beautiful and mysterious tendrils enveloped him. But in the next second, a double image suddenly appeared before his eyes. The monster's illusion overlapped with his own.
He actually saw himself at this moment through the monster's eyes. Chapter 155, Mobile Scourge. The tendrils that Xujing extended were unique organs created by the pioneers specifically for the tail-standing rat.
Newton first connected with the monster's brains. He learned many of their secrets. However, the pioneers also learned many of humanity's secrets. The mission of the tail-standing rat is not only to kill Newton, but also to reconnect with him through this organ,
thereby exploring more of humanity's secrets. The residual synesthesia between the two is enough to ensure the connection is completed. After Xujing's multiple evolutions, the tendrils' function had become even more sophisticated,
allowing for direct synesthesia between different species. Furthermore, under his control, Dylan could only hear and see what he wanted him to know. This was similar to his telepathic connection in the Avatar world. In just a moment,
he read all the memories from the other person's mind and knew the purpose of these people's gathering. Wormholes do. Xujing pondered for a moment. Something in his heart stirred. A cold voice echoed directly into Dylan's mind. I came into the world as light.
Whoever believes in me shall no longer dwell in darkness. Dylan was stunned. Then a look of incomparable enthusiasm flashed in his eyes. His panicked and frightened heart finally calmed down. Then, without hesitation, he knelt on the ground. My lord!
Xujing's extended tendrils separated from Dylan's. He retracted them into his mouth. Then he turned, bypassing the gathered humans and heading inland. He didn't need to say much. His actions spoke for themselves. Boom, boom, boom. As Xujing walked away,
everyone present breathed a sigh of relief, remembering the moment when their lives had hung by a thread and they had faced death face to face. Everyone was still terrified. Then everyone gathered around Dylan and started asking questions noisily.
What exactly happened just now? Dylan's face lit up with a holy expression. He declared loudly, my lord, the king of monsters, all who believe in him will be protected by him. Boom. As he finished speaking, a skyscraper in the distance collapsed.
The monster rushed into the new San Francisco city, destroying everything. Oh my god. The live camera faithfully recorded everything that happened here. People in front of the TV let out exclamations of disbelief.
No one had expected the monster to actually spare the humans present during the ceremony. At that moment, countless people's minds suddenly became active. Xujing swung his long, jagged tail behind him,
charging through the city and heading deep into the heart of San Francisco. With every step he took, a huge dent appeared in the hard ground. With a deep roar, tall buildings collapsed under his impact. Rubble flew and clouds of dust rose up.
Most of the cities around the Pacific Rim had built underground shelters, and the newly built San Francisco was no exception. Xujing was well aware of the humans who had taken refuge in the shelter. Furthermore,
signs for monster shelters were posted along the streets, along with direction arrows. But he didn't have the time to find and kill these humans. What he needed was destruction, to create panic, to make humans recognize his status as the king of monsters.
Of course, he could only apologize to those humans who didn't have time to escape. After a period of devastation, the entire new city was reduced to ruins. Whoosh! As he left the city, the American army finally began to move.
He saw flashes of light piercing the air in the sky, accompanied by sharp whistles, and they sped towards him, trailing flames. At the same time, a formation of fighter planes appeared as far as the eye could see, roaring towards him. Xujing wasn't surprised,
but rather delighted. Since he wanted to prove his strength, he had to establish his authority. The US actions were exactly what he wanted. His mind stirred. The originally concentrated strong magnetic field instantly released and spread out,
directly covering the area within 10 miles around him. The missiles that had locked onto him suddenly lost their guidance. Before they could reach their target, they plummeted to the ground and exploded with a loud bang.
Xujing then stretched out his forelimbs and leaped into the air, charging straight at the incoming fighter jets. Before he even got close, all the equipment inside the fighters malfunctioned, instantly throwing the formation into chaos.
Switch to manual driving. Shoot! The commander barely had time to utter these words before a shadowy mass swept over them, covering the entire sky. The fighter planes had no time to dodge before they were struck and exploded in mid-air.
Utterly annihilated in the blink of an eye, Su Jing didn't stop, spreading his wings and flying straight inland. Command center, what's the situation now? Rayleigh and Morimako were inside the cockpit of the Danger Ranger, asking Qiantong for information.
At this moment, the homeless person was still being carried by a helicopter over the Pacific Ocean. It was expected to take several hours to reach San Francisco. Qiantong was silent for a moment after a long pause.
He spoke again. New San Francisco has been destroyed again. The United States just dispatched a fighter wing to coordinate a missile attack, but just a few minutes ago, the entire wing was wiped out. How could it be so fast? Rayleigh was extremely surprised.
Qiantong was shocked. It's flying too fast, and it seems to be releasing some kind of magnetic field. It's causing equipment to malfunction. This is really troublesome. From the moment the dragon helped them destroy the wormhole,
Qiantong suspected that the monster possessed a high level of intelligence. The events at the wormhole ceremony further confirmed this. Ordinary monsters, no matter how cunning, could be dealt with, but this one made him feel extremely terrified.
It no longer mattered. At this point, it looked like the human army was simply unable to stop the enemy. Events quickly proved Qiantong's suspicions. The dragon advanced deep into the east coast, attacking cities along the way.
US fighter jets and tanks were deployed frequently, but failed to even touch the enemy. Instead, they were completely destroyed. During this process, the United States even set traps and used tactical nuclear bombs,
but still did not cause any damage to the monster. So powerful, the shattered Sky Command Center was completely silent. Everyone couldn't help but tremble inwardly. The dragon didn't need any schemes or tricks.
It relied solely on its own strength to defeat humans, leaving them helpless. Never before had such a formidable monster appeared. Its various qualities far surpassed those of any previous monster by a factor of several. Furthermore,
it could fly at incredible speeds and possessed the ability to release a powerful electromagnetic field over a wide area. Heck had held several meetings with representatives from various countries, but still couldn't come up with a suitable solution.
When the dangerous wanderer arrived in San Francisco at dawn, the evil dragon had already entered the heart of the United States. In the space of a single night, the entire United States was in chaos, wherever the evil dragon went.
Human civilization was ruthlessly trampled. Countless people died and were injured, leaving behind ruins of cities. Chapter 156. Target Europe. Heck felt his hair turning gray with worry. Having destroyed the wormhole,
he thought he had solved humanity's greatest crisis, but in the blink of an eye, he discovered the greatest crisis had only just begun. A monster dragon, it's suspected to be a creature born from a rat-tailed rat entering Earth.
It possesses the ability to evolve at an extremely fast rate. Only 2 days have passed since its birth. It's already reached level 8. Heck could imagine how powerful the monsters would become if no solution was found. It would be the end of humanity. No.
It's already the end. Throughout the United States, countless cities were destroyed in the middle of the night. Conventional weapons, not to mention mechas, were useless against the monsters. Even containing them was difficult.
The main reason for this is intelligence. The dragon's intelligence is undeniable. It is even smarter than humans. Unlike other monsters, it will not become a target. It knows how to avoid danger. Tactical traps are basically useless.
Heck stood before a bank of monitors. Representatives from various countries appeared one after another. Looking at the gloomy faces of the representatives, he found himself inexplicably amused. As soon as the wormhole was destroyed,
these people rushed over to grab the biggest credit, but now, all the pressure has to be borne by these people. And this time, no one can escape. After all, the dragon won't just attack cities around the Pacific Rim. Inland areas are no longer safe.
The United States is a prime example. The dragon is almost reaching Washington, D.C. Has anyone come up with any solutions? The speaker was the U.S. representative, more anxious than anyone else present. Unfortunately, in response to his question,
the others either shook their heads or remained silent. After a long moment, the Eagle Country representative suddenly spoke up. Perhaps we could try to completely nuke the entire Washington, D.C. If we could destroy the evil dragon there,
it would be relatively worthwhile. Representatives from various countries nodded one after another. Even Heck was a little tempted. No, I don't agree. The U.S. representative snorted coldly and immediately objected.
The meeting reached a stalemate. Seeing no one speaking, the U.S. representative adjusted his tone and said, experts have already begun researching the dragon. Perhaps we can find a weakness and exploit it. The situation isn't the worst yet.
After all, with monsters wreaking havoc in the U.S., they weren't the most anxious. The Australian representative asked Heck, where are the wanderers now? Just arrived in San Francisco.
Heck shook his head and said even if the Rangers caught up, it would be useless. Facing the dragon, Mecha is no longer the most reliable means of defense. What other options are there? Someone asked.
The Indian representative's eyes flickered as he spoke. I'm sure everyone knows about the wormhole ritual. The dragon accepts its followers. Perhaps we can give it a try, the Russian representative said coldly. Those people are traitors to humanity.
Do you really want to believe in a monster? No one agreed. No one disagreed. Clearly, each of them had their own agenda. Let's stop here for now, someone suggested. Then the screens went black. Xu Jing was at an altitude of 10,000 meters.
Overnight, the completion rate of Task 3 skyrocketed, reaching 57%. This wasn't just about his destruction of multiple cities. More importantly,
the live broadcast of last night's events had caused the number of people joining the world's major monster cults to soar, and everyone who joined was bound to acknowledge his status as the Monster King. Xu Jing was already fully confident in completing Task 3.
As time goes by, his great achievements will surely become widely known and exaggerated by the various monster cults. By then, more and more people will believe in him. Even those who don't believe in him will no longer deny his strength as the king of monsters.
He didn't even need to destroy anything anymore. He just had to stay alive, hide somewhere, and wait quietly to complete the mission. However, Xu Jing still planned to speed up and complete the task as soon as possible and leave.
He flew all the way and soon arrived over Washington, but after arriving there he did not stop. Instead he continued flying directly over the Atlantic Ocean.
Then he quickly descended into the sea and disappeared from satellite surveillance in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the entire United States breathed a sigh of relief. However, no one let down their guard after all.
No one knew if the monster would strike back. As for Xu Jing, it wasn't that he didn't want to attack Washington, but he couldn't guarantee that the angry Americans wouldn't fight him desperately. Furthermore,
his devastation in the United States has already had a significant impact. Now, he needs to further expand the impact around the world. Therefore, his next target is Europe. The previous monster attacks were all directed at the Pacific Rim.
Europe was completely unaffected. Aside from providing some manpower and material support, Europe was simply watching the action unfold. Furthermore, over the past 12 years,
countless wealthy and powerful people have immigrated to various European countries, making enormous contributions to their development. Europeans' fear of monsters is much lower than that of people elsewhere.
Even monster cults don't have much of a foothold in Europe, and their followers are few and far between. After Xu Jing realized this, he certainly wouldn't let it go. Strictly speaking, that was the key point that affected his speed in completing the mission.
The Atlantic Ocean didn't have as many sensors as the Pacific Ocean. When he entered the depths of the ocean, the entire world immediately lost track of him. At the same time, various countries began to feel threatened,
fearing that monsters would appear in their own lands. Before Xu Jing arrived, riots began to break out in European countries, especially those along the east coast of the Atlantic Ocean. Half a day later, a gigantic beast suddenly leaped out of the Irish Sea.
Its long tail dragged along. It climbed onto the shores of Liverpool. Then it stood up, opened its bloody mouth, and let out a deafening roar. In an instant, his roar could be heard throughout the entire city, no matter how far or near.
Countless people rushed out of their houses, gazing towards the coastline. Although most people couldn't see what was happening on the coast, they all knew the dragon was coming.
This codename given to Xu Jing by Kai Tiantong had long been widely circulated in the media. At this moment, the whole of Liverpool was plunged into panic. The streets were filled with people fleeing in panic.
But unlike the refugees in the cities surrounding Taiping, the people here had never imagined such a day would come, so they were all like headless flies, running wildly, escaping in panic. Xu Jing, on the other hand, walked at a leisurely pace,
crushing the ground into gravel as he headed inland. Chapter 157, wreaking havoc around the world, Eagle Country, Valve Country, and D Country. In just one day, Xu Jing rampaged from west to east, wreaking havoc across Europe.
He unleashed a monster storm that terrified the entire world. Then, with lightning speed, he turned and headed for India. He swept across with unstoppable force, finally entering the Indian Ocean and disappearing from sight once again.
The entire world was in an uproar. Television, the internet and print media were flooded with news about the dragon. People were terrified and worried, and they began to seek shelter wherever they could. When the evil dragon attacked the Asen kingdom,
a group of people in a certain city who had no way to escape knelt down and prayed under the leadership of a member of the Wormhole Society. As a result, the evil dragon actually spared those people and bypassed them to go elsewhere. This news quickly spread,
causing a huge sensation. People no longer doubted the Wormhole's claim that those who believed in the King of Monsters could be protected. In a short period of time, countless people around the world chose to join the monster cult.
The various monster cults took advantage of this opportunity to expand, recruiting followers and holding ceremonies one after another, the scale of which grew larger and larger. Only 10% left. Xu Jing swam quickly on the seabed.
He had not forgotten his original goal. 2 hours later, the island nation suddenly sounded the alarm for a monster attack. With a rumbling sound like an earthquake, Su Jing emerged from the seabed. He roared to the sky and rushed into the heart of the city.
The monster is coming. This wasn't the first time the island nation had experienced an attack. But at this moment, everyone who saw Xu Jing was deeply shocked. The monsters you see on TV and the internet are nothing like what you see with your own eyes.
Compared to the evil dragon before him, the demon witch who nearly destroyed Tokyo seemed as small and harmless as a toy. The dragon's limbs were like giant pillars, and the entire earth groaned in pain as it walked, unable to bear the heavy burden.
Its long tail was like a great sword, splitting the world apart. With a gentle swing, buildings collapsed one after another. Dust rose in an instant, obscuring the sky and the sun. In an instant, it felt like the end of the world.
Everyone screamed and began to run for their lives. Xu Jing landed in Hokkaido. He then madly advanced southward, tearing everything in his path to pieces. An hour later, he arrived in Tokyo and trampled on the rebuilt city without mercy.
Just as he destroyed Tokyo and was about to move on, he heard the sound of helicopter wings turning in the sky. Then he saw a group of Sikorsky helicopters carrying danger rangers flying towards him, before the dangerous wanderer even got close.
The plasma cannon on its left arm had already activated and was aimed at Xu Jing. A thick smell of ozone wafted through the air. The cannon then spun rapidly. The barrel flashed a sky blue light. The weapon began to charge, with a powerful surge of energy.
Thick pillars of blue light flashed across the sky, swiftly striking his head. Caught death. Xu Jing tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the dangerous wanderer's attack.
Then he opened his mouth wide and suddenly spewed out a scorching ray that flashed with electric light. Boom! The ray was as fast as lightning. It instantly reached the dangerous wanderer and exploded him into a ball of fire. Shatterdome Base. Command Center.
The scene fell into complete silence. Everyone was stunned. No one had imagined that the dragon had hidden the ability to release radiation. Heck clenched his fists. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. He closed his eyes in pain. Sir!
Kai Tiantong's eyes flushed. He fought back tears. The plan has failed, he said. Heck opened his eyes and looked at the representatives of various countries on a nearby screen. He said, "Did you see this? Make a decision quickly."
Their original plan was to have the dangerous wanderers delay the dragon for a while, buying time for the tactical nuclear bomb to strike accurately. But now the plan has failed, so the best solution is a nuclear strike. Agree.
The US representative spoke first. Agree. Then representatives from other countries nodded in agreement. Of course. The island nation representatives immediately expressed strong opposition. The US representative, with a heavy expression on his face,
addressed the island nation's representative with righteous word. This critical moment for humanity's survival, for the highest good of all mankind, please prioritize the greater good. The island nation's representative cursed internally, in anger.
He ultimately closed the video link and walked out of the meeting. However, this didn't change the decision of the other representatives. Tokyo. After Xu Jing destroyed the dangerous wanderer, he did not pursue the fleeing helicopters. Instead,
he continued to head towards the southern part of the island nation. But after only a few minutes, he suddenly stopped and looked around. Just now, he suddenly felt a shudder of fear, as if something bad was about to happen to him, as his soul grew stronger.
His ability to sense danger also gradually grew stronger. Nuclear bomb. Xu Jing's mind raced. He finally figured out the reason. Back in the United States, he'd had a similar sudden impulse. That time the reaction wasn't nearly as strong as this one. System.
He summoned the system. Seeing that Mission 3 had reached 96% progress, he immediately spread his wings and soared rapidly into the sky. Monsters don't stand under dangerous walls, even if they were sure they could withstand a nuclear attack.
They wouldn't stay and seek trouble. In just a moment, Xu Jing climbed to a height of several thousand meters. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! At this moment, a series of sonic booms ripped through the air from several directions.
They passed close to him in the blink of an eye, and almost simultaneously landed in various parts of Tokyo. Boom! Giant fireballs, each the size of a sun, exploded. Then huge mushroom clouds rose.
Terrifying radiation and shockwaves spread in all directions, enveloping almost all of Tokyo, including areas within miles of the city. Watching the terrifying attack below, Xu Jing felt a wave of fear. If he had been even a few seconds later,
he would have been affected. Whether he could have survived was uncertain, but he was sure to suffer heavy damage. And now he has already flown to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Everything is safe and sound.
The goal of attacking the island nation had been achieved. He simply stopped lingering. With flapping wings, he flew to the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Then, he dived to the bottom of the ocean. He found a hidden spot and waited quietly. A few hours later,
The progress bar for System Task 3 jumped slightly, reached 100%. Finally, it showed completion. Xu Jing felt completely relieved now. He didn't rush back. Instead, he turned around, circled around the island nation, and swam towards another country.
Return. An hour later, just as the world was speculating about the dragon's next target, a monster suddenly appeared on the coastline of Incheon, South Korea. Xu Jing roared, shaking the earth, and rushed into the heart of the city.
From Incheon to Seoul, and then to other major cities, he wreaked havoc back and forth again and again, almost completely destroying the entire Korean civilization. We can't let this go on. We have to destroy it. On the conference screen at Shattered Dome Base,
representatives from several countries that had suffered similar treatment were furious. Other countries that hadn't been attacked by the dragon were also terrified. Soon, a second round of nuclear attacks covering a larger area locked onto the dragon's location.
Xu Jing sensed the approaching danger. This time he didn't try to evade it. Instead, he flew above the ruins of the city, roaring and screaming. He made no move to leave. It's dead. Most people who saw this scene via satellite were surprised.
But reality soon made them realize that it was all delusion. Return. As he watched the sky light up, Xu Jing's mind shifted. He clicked on the return option. Instantly, an invisible force enveloped him. Then a flash of white light passed,
and his body dissipated like a bubble. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Seeing the dragon transform into light and disappear, everyone was on the verge of collapse. They almost lost the confidence to fight. The entire world was plunged into fear.
The monster cult took advantage of this opportunity to grow stronger. But as time passed, the evil dragon seemed to disappear completely. It never appeared again. Finally back, Xu Jing opened his eyes. He felt a little excited.
It was as if he had done something bad and then ran away. But soon, the excitement in his heart disappeared and his brows furrowed. When he became a level 8 tail standing rat, he was enormous. His strength was also immense. With a simple flick of his claws,
he could destroy steel buildings and trample on civilization with impunity. In his eyes, humans appear to be extremely humble and insignificant. It's like looking at ants. Perhaps a casual kick could kill a whole nest of them, and they wouldn't feel sad at all.
At the time, driven by a primal desire for bloodshed and destruction, he felt more excited than anything. But now, as he recalled the images of the cities he had destroyed, littered with corpses, he suddenly felt that he had been too cruel.
Xu Jing stared blankly at the beams above him. Although he had long anticipated this day and had mentally prepared himself countless times, he still felt a mixture of emotions when he finally faced it. After a long while,
he finally cleared all distracting thoughts. His eyes slowly regained clarity. He then summoned the system and reviewed the rewards of this mission. My origin points were now 16,650, a bit less than the previous 2 times. But I'd completed mission 3.
Not a big loss. After all, Xu Jing was satisfied and chose to receive the soul-enhancing reward. A familiar coolness flooded his brain. His spirit intensified again. It seemed as if he was about to reach a critical point. He closed his eyes.
A vague image of a 1-meter radius around him suddenly appeared in his mind, but the image was extremely blurry. He could make it out clearly. His face lit up with joy. If he could project and scan a specific image,
then his soul would have reached the second stage. And at the moment, it seemed like he only needed 2 more journeys to reach that realm. A second-level soul not only meant his strength had increased, but also meant he could enter a world with 10,000
origin points. The rewards from killing alone could reach the upper limit of 100,000 origin points. This large amount of origin points would surely allow his strength in the main world to rise rapidly. The moon hangs high outside the window.
A cold wind blows. The shadows of the trees in the yard are reflected on the window paper, swaying gently in the wind. Xu Jing got up from his chair, walked to the table and lit the oil lamp. Then he stood inside the room,
stretched his arms and legs and continued to look at the system. After a moment's thought, he clicked on the plus sign behind the first level. Third level Wanhegong. The 4th, 5th, and 6th floors consume 2,500 essence points each.
His body repeatedly expanded and contracted, but after the strengthening ended, it remained the same. After reaching the 6th level, the Wanhegong showed that it could still be improved. However, Xu Jing did not continue.
He turned his gaze and looked at the Xuanhuan Xuandian. That should be about right. Feeling the strength and firmness of his body, he pointed to the upgrade plus sign after Xuandian without hesitation. Boom!
The liquid demonic energy within his danshin suddenly erupted, like a trigger. After being absorbed by the source energy, it transformed into more. And this demonic energy uncontrollably began to circulate according to the path of the technique. Once, twice.
After each cycle, a portion of his demonic power dissipated and dispersed into every cell in his body. This was the transformation of his body by demonic power.
Xu Jing had anticipated this long ago and believed that his body would gradually evolve in the future, eventually forming a state similar to some kind of bloodline. This transformation was intense.
It was as if a battle had broken out between the demonic energy and the cells within the body. The stronger one devoured the other, completing the evolution. If an ordinary person were to come here, they would most likely be unable to withstand it.
Every cell in their body would be devoured by the demonic energy. They would then either turn into a monster or explode. However, Xu Jing didn't feel too much discomfort. His powerful body, every cell had an absolute advantage in this battle.
They devoured the opponent and then evolved. But at this moment he suddenly felt a sense of surprise. He discovered that this transformation gave him a very familiar feeling. It felt like he had experienced this before, not once or twice.
He thought about it carefully and soon he figured out the key, the medicine of Lishan sect. Xu Jing's expression changed slightly. Just a few days ago, he had drunk that glazed liquid medicine that improved his physical condition. Now, after comparing them,
he found that the transformation of the body by the decoction and the demonic power cultivated by the Xuanhuan Xuandian were almost identical, except that the effect was weakened many times. Is it a coincidence? Xu Jing's expression was serious.
He felt that it wasn't that simple. After joining the Black Evil Guard, he had lost interest in the Lishan sect. He didn't really feel a sense of belonging to the sect.
He even considered finding a reason to leave the sect as soon as possible to avoid being discovered. After all, he was only a formal disciple, so it was acceptable for him to withdraw. But now, Xu Jing changed his mind.
The secret hidden by Lishan sect had aroused his curiosity. He wanted to get a glimpse of it. When this body transformation was complete, the Xuanhuan Xuandian Gongfa on the system interface suddenly flickered, becoming a low-level C-grade skill.
The 9th level also became a first-level Xuanhuan low-level C-grade. Chapter 159. Another use for the Jade Identity Token. The dawn was breaking, the sky was getting brighter, the Shu residence was gradually filled with noise.
Xu Jing changed his clothes and walked out of the room. After this strengthening, he only had 450 origin points left. However, there were no more plus signs after the Gongfa and Flame. Clearly, he no longer had enough origin points to continue strengthening.
He simply went straight to his parents' residence and told them that he was going back to the sect. After having breakfast with his parents, Xu Jing packed up Xuanhuan's belongings and left the house, heading straight back to Lishan sect. At this moment,
the sect was bustling with activity. Groups of registered disciples were shouting and yelling in the martial arts training grounds. The hustle and bustle of people was abuzz. When Xu Jing reached the library, he was slightly startled.
He saw that it was under construction. It looked like the sect wanted to build another library on the same site. He stopped and watched for a moment, then went to Xu Maozong's residence without stopping.
Having mastered the fiery blade technique to the 2nd level already made him an elite disciple within the sect. As an elite disciple, Xu Maozong could already have his own small courtyard.
The courtyard Xu Maozong had chosen was adjacent to his senior brother Lin Wanqing. Xu Jing hurried along and soon arrived at the gate of the courtyard. Boom, boom, boom. He knocked on the door, neither loudly nor softly, but after a while,
there was no sign of Xu Maozong. Just as he was wondering, the door next door creaked open. Lin Wanqing walked out and said, "Your uncle went out on a sect mission 3 days ago. He won't be back for another 2 or 3 days at the earliest. Mission."
Xu Jing frowned slightly. The mission was to escort a caravan to Yuanshui City. If all went well, the round trip would take several days, even at full speed. Lin Yuanqing smiled and said, "He had guessed you'd be looking for him.
He specifically asked me to let you know after I saw you." Xu Jing's heart tightened. Ever since he knew the dangers of this world, he had become particularly insecure. And this wasn't just directed at himself, it was also directed at his family.
The main reason why he decided to rob the sect's library a few days ago was also due to this. The sect's medicine for improving physical fitness is not free, but requires contribution points to redeem. Xu Jing couldn't tell his uncle about the system.
So Xu Maozong would definitely continue accepting missions to help him exchange for potions. While the missions were quite ordinary, who could guarantee they wouldn't encounter any problems? A few years of waiting is too long, and in such a long time,
there are too many variables. Xu Jing didn't dare gamble. For him, if he had to choose between the sect and the safety of his family, the answer was obvious. Besides, he had only just joined the sect. How could he have much of a sense of belonging?
Hearing the news that Xu Maozong had been gone for 2 days, he felt somewhat anxious, worried about something unexpected happening. "Don't worry." Lin Wanqing saw Xu Jing's worry and comforted him. "We're taking the official road. There won't be any problems."
This is the Central Plains. Xu Jing had read the Black Evil Guard's records. The appearance of demons and monsters in the Central Plains was rare. The official roads represented safe routes, cleared by the Black Evil Guard.
Regular patrols were dispatched on a regular basis, ensuring safety. After thinking about it for a while, he asked a few more questions about the details of Mao Zong's mission. Only then did he feel relieved. He said to Lin Wanqing, "Thank you, Uncle Master."
Lin Yuanqing nodded and began to ask about Xu Jing's health. Xu Jing responded calmly, then said goodbye and left. He did not return to his own residence, but went all the way to the place where he received the mission. This is a large, 4-story loft.
The downstairs lobby is the most spacious and has the most traffic. Each of the 4 floors had missions for different disciples to take. From bottom to top, there were 4 levels: registered official elite and core disciples. As Xu Jing's official disciple,
he could only go to the 2nd floor. There were about 10 people on the 2nd floor at this time, all of them staring at a white wall. The wall was smooth and flat, covered with dense charcoal writing. Each line represented a task.
Most of these missions were mercenary in nature. For fledgling disciples, they could not only own their skills but also familiarize themselves with the martial arts world. Of course, they could also help the sect earn profits. After all,
the development of a sect depended on financial support. Xu Jing read 10 lines at a glance. He continued to read. Finally, his eyes stopped at the lower right corner of the wall. Message: mission destination Xuanhuan City. Time limit 3 days.
Completion earns 200 contribution points. The Lishan sect didn't have advanced internal networks like the Black Demon Guards. Most letters were delivered by messenger birds.
But sometimes they would post them in missions and assign them to lower-level disciples. Although the rewards for this type of mission are not high, it is safer than other missions. Xu Jing instantly decided and accepted the mission.
He was worried about Xu Maozong and wanted to go to Yuanshui City to take a look. Since he had decided to stay in Lishan sect and slowly explore the truth behind the medicinal liquid, he naturally had to behave like a normal disciple.
It was also a good opportunity to take on a mission along the way. After making his decision, he walked to the counter at the entrance to the hall, reported his mission number and identity information, and registered.
After receiving the mission details in letter 1, he quickly descended the stairs and left Lishan sect. Half a day later, Xu Jing, carrying a cloth bag and a long sword,
rode out of Anhe City on a tall horse and headed along the official road towards Yuanshui City. He galloped all the way, reaching the only post station between the 2 cities before nightfall. After confirming that Xu Maozong was not behind him,
he left his horse at the post station. He found a deserted spot and summoned his zombie armor. To reach Yuanshui City as quickly as possible, Xu Jing unhesitatingly expended 700 origin points to strengthen his outer armor to the strength of a purple zombie.
He then left the official road, maintaining a distance, and began his journey. This distance would not allow him to be discovered by people walking on the official road at night, but would also ensure that he could detect the presence of strangers.
By the middle of the night, he had arrived outside Yuanshui City. Xu Jing collected the zombie armor and waited patiently until dawn for the city gates to open. So early, a group of tall, fully armed city gate guards,
clad in armor and holding spears, looked at Xu Jing warily. The leading city gate officer asked, "Where are you from?" "Anhe City." Xu Jing replied calmly. The gate officer nodded. He didn't ask any more questions.
But warned a daunt caused trouble after entering the city. The Dalian kingdom didn't ban the Jianghu. However, the imperial court still had strong control over those who lived there.
Those who spent time in the Jianghu often knew a little about the existence of demons and monsters, and knew the limits. Xu Jing responded. He flipped his palm, took out a piece of silver, and handed it over discreetly. He asked,
"Have there been any caravans arriving from Anhe City in the past 2 days?" The gate officer deftly took the silver and hid it. A smile spread across his face as he said, "There's one. It just arrived yesterday afternoon. I heard it staying at the Leifu Inn."
"Just walk straight after entering the city. You'll see it after crossing 2 blocks. Xu Jing breathed a sigh of relief. He thanked him and headed straight for Leifu Inn after passing through the city gate. It was still early, and the streets were not crowded.
It only took him a dozen minutes to find the Leifu Inn, located at the corner of the street. The inn had just opened. The boy sweeping the floor immediately put down his work and came out to greet him. "Come in. Do you want to eat or stay overnight?"
Xu Jing walked into the store just as he was about to ask something. He looked up and saw Xu Maozong coming down from upstairs. He immediately waved and shouted happily, "Uncle, Jinga!" Xu Maozong was surprised. He walked down the stairs quickly.
He grabbed him and asked, "Why are you here?" Xu Jing was now completely relieved. He pulled Xu Maozong aside and sat them down. After asking the waiter to order some food, he said to Xu Maozong, "I've returned to the sect.
I heard from my uncle that you were in Yuanshui City, so I took on a mission here. I came to take a look, you kid." Xu Maozong thought for a moment and realized that Xu Jing was worried about him. He was touched.
He patted Xu Jing on the shoulder and said, "Your uncle has traveled all over the country for so many years. He is very cautious." Xu Jing smiled awkwardly and said, "I am just too concerned." Xu Maozong was filled with relief. He asked, "By the way,
what mission did you accept?" Xu Jing explained the mission. He had already arrived in Yuanshui City. All he had to do was deliver the letter and receive a reply. and it would be complete. It wouldn't be difficult at all.
Su Maozong was relieved after hearing this. The two of them ate and started chatting. But at this moment, a panicked cry suddenly came from the second floor of the inn. "Oh no! Someone come quickly! My dart!"
The crying and shouting immediately alarmed the entire inn. People rushed out of their rooms, causing a commotion. They seemed to be the family of one of the caravans him escorting. Shu Maozong's expression changed. He said, "Let's go up and take a look."
Su Jing followed Shu Maozong silently upstairs. At this moment, the doorway of one of the guest rooms was already filled with a crowd of onlookers. Most of these people were businessmen in the same field, along with several sturdy guards.
Standing in the room were a man and a woman. The man was dressed elegantly and was tall and thin, looking about 40 or 50 years old. The woman, dressed like a maid, was weeping softly. In another room, a young girl lay on the bed.
She was tall and beautiful. Sadly, she was already dead. Not only was she dead, but she must have been raped before she died. Although she was covered with a thin blanket, it was impossible to see the details, but a strange smell lingered in the room.
After seeing the situation inside, Shu Maozong was certain that the person in trouble was indeed one of the members of the caravan he was escorting. However, he had sent these people to Gushue City yesterday.
He had completed the mission and obtained the certificate. Less trouble is worse than more. After taking a few glances, he tugged at Xu Jing and whispered, "Let's go." Xu Jing nodded. After taking another deep look at the dead girl,
he turned and left without hesitation. The palm of his right hand, tucked into his sleeve, grew hot. Then, the black evil guard's identity jade token actually began to tremble slightly, although the girl looked like she was killed by a flower thief.
Xu Jing knew in his heart that this matter was not that simple. But he wouldn't meddle in other people's business. He and Shu Maozong immediately squeezed out of the crowd and prepared to leave the inn. Shu Maozong went back to the house to pack his luggage.
He left the inn first and waited outside the door. A number of people were gathered outside the inn. They were talking quietly, and Xu Jing could hear everything clearly. "Which one is this? The sixth one? I don't know which flower-stealing thief did this."
Not only did he harm the girl, but he also took her life. "Sigh, Mr. Zhao from the government office is investigating this matter. I heard that he has found a clue. I hope the murderer can be caught soon." Xing stood aside, listening silently. Not long after,
Su Maozong walked out of the inn carrying a cloth bag. The two of them went to the place where the letter was to be delivered. After completing the task without much trouble, they left the city gate directly. Su Jing's horse was still at the post station.
So they simply bought a carriage when they returned. Shu Maozong was not surprised that Xu Jing had learned to drive and ride so quickly. He sat in the carriage with peace of mind, letting Xu Jing drive back to Anhe City. Xu Jing was driving the carriage,
but his attention was focused on the identity jade token in his hand. He had entered the Black Evil Guard's internal network. He ignored everything else and sent a message directly to Julie Brother Zhu. "I was just at a murder scene."
But the identity jade token has become hot and vibrates. What's going on? July seemed to be online all the time. Just seconds after Xu Jing sent the message, he replied, "Are you sure?" Although the identity jade token was silent now,
Su Jing was extremely certain of what had happened before. Julie quickly replied, "I forgot to tell you, our identity jade tokens can also detect the aura and approximate strength of demons and monsters. Open your message. There should be a prompt now."
Su Jing immediately clicked on his personal information. Sure enough, a message appeared below: ghostly aura detected, level C strength. Under this prompt, there are two options: report status and resolve report.
Su Jing logged out of his personal information and told Julie about the prompt. Julie quickly replied, "If this ghost has already harmed someone, you can choose to report your findings in detail. Then,
someone specializing in dealing with ghosts will be dispatched. After the problem is solved, you'll receive a share of the merit. Of course, if you're confident, you can also solve the problem yourself and then report back in detail. This way,
you'll earn more merit." Harming people? Xu Jing asked. "What if the ghosts detected by the jade token don't harm people? Does that mean we can't deal with them?" "You can deal with it, but I advise you not to. You won't gain any merit by doing so.
It will only increase hatred and cause trouble." July said patiently. "Brother, remember my words. There are so many demons and monsters in the world. Not all of them are harmful. People have good and bad sides naturally."
Demons and monsters have good and bad sides too. Our Dalian kingdom, and indeed all of humanity, has been able to survive because of this reason. This wasn't the first time Xu Jing had heard Julie talk about this. Humanity was so weak.
And yet the Dalian kingdom had been able to survive and grow so strong. It couldn't have been without the protection of powerful aliens. He wasn't an extremist. Of course, he wouldn't do anything rash, so he immediately agreed with Julie's statement.
Chapter 160. A spring rises from a dry well. Xu Jing also recalled the incident of the ghosts at Feiyuan Temple devouring the incense. Now it seemed that those ghosts had most likely obtained the permission of the black evil guards, as for not harming other.
He didn't believe it. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a ghost targeting him in the first place. He thought it was probably because the other party had done things cleanly in the past.
July then sent another message. Have you made any progress in cultivating your demonic power? No, Jing didn't want to expose his strength. Furthermore, his progress was too rapid. Keeping a low profile was the best option. Julie had no doubts. He said.
Then just report what you found. It's difficult to deal with ghosts without magical powers. Xu Jing replied, I left the scene a long time ago. That's good.
July sent another message a moment later. I reported your detailed strength information separately when I brought you in. So, until you're able to deal with ghosts, don't worry about encountering ghosts on the missions you accept. Also,
if you still can't recover your demonic power, you can exchange your merits for some special items to protect yourself against ghosts. After thanking him, Xu Jing clicked on his personal information again and began to report the situation.
He reported in detail what he saw and heard, as well as the specific time and place where it happened. After completion, the reported information becomes available for review. Xu Jing stopped looking, after withdrawing from the induction.
He focused on driving the carriage and occasionally chatted with Xu Maozong. The journey was boring and seemed to pass very slowly. From morning to afternoon, they stopped to rest once and arrived at the post station just before dark.
This post station was also built near the village. It was said that the entire village had been relocated more than 10 miles away due to the drying up of the water source. Today, aside from the post station,
which still looks relatively tidy thanks to years of renovations, the entire village has become utterly dilapidated. Broken walls and rubble litter the roadsides. Houses have long been vacant, overgrown with vines. It looks incredibly desolate. Quack.
A flock of crows with scarlet eyes flew in from afar, landed on the roofs of the village houses, and looked towards them. Rest here for one night and leave tomorrow. Xu Maozong got out of the car and stretched his arms and legs. Xu Jing had.
He had stayed here briefly when he came here. Moreover, traveling caravans often chose to stay the night here. The postmaster here is an elderly man named Zhang. He has been here for over 10 years.
Xu Jing walked outside the post station and prepared to knock on the door. However, he found that the door was only ajar. It was not closed. Squeak! He pushed the door open and shouted, Uncle Zhang, but no one responded. Old man.
Xu Jing called out again and walked into the house, searching around. Where have the people gone? He looked around but couldn't find anyone. Xu Maozong walked in at this time. He took a look and said, maybe he went back to the village.
Zhang Yiqing was originally a resident of this village. After the entire village was relocated, he also had a house in the new village. Xu Jing carefully sensed it. He found nothing unusual, so he nodded and said, I'll go stop the horse.
He said this as he walked out the door, unhooked the horse from the carriage, and led it to the stable behind the post station. The stable was empty, and his mount, which he had kept there, was nowhere to be found. Xu Jing felt somewhat helpless.
He guessed that Zhang Yiqing had ridden it back to the village. He would have no choice but to send someone to retrieve it. After adding some feed to the trough, he left the stable and looked out at the deserted village behind him. To be honest,
he didn't like this environment at all. He felt a little uncomfortable. Before the sun sets, Xu Jing walks into the village, ready to conduct a thorough inspection. The roadsides were overgrown with weeds. The houses were empty, the doors, windows,
and floors were moldy. The interiors were covered in vines and moss. It looked eerie and cold. Xu Jing walked quickly. He pushed open the door of each house and looked inside. He used his soul and identity jade token to sense everything.
He walked from one end of the village to the other. Fortunately, everything was fine. He felt relieved and returned along the road. When he reached the center of the village,
he suddenly heard the sound of water rushing from the abandoned dry well in the open space. Xu Jing turned abruptly. He remained alert as he slowly approached. At the same time, he was puzzled. After all,
the village had been relocated because the water source had dried up, and the sound of water was really strange. The sound of water flowing in the well was continuous, as if someone was stirring it. Xu Jing drew his long knife. After approaching,
he stretched his head and slowly looked down from the edge into the well. When he looked, he discovered that the dry well had begun to bubble up again. Bubbles rose from the bottom of the well, surging continuously. Cool, Xu Jing exhaled.
He sensed it for a moment. After confirming everything was fine, he turned around and left. Gurgle. Shortly after he left, the clear water bubbling from the well instantly turned blood red, but returned to normal in the blink of an eye.
When Xu Jing returned to the post station, Xu Maozong had already prepared food in the kitchen. After the two of them had a quick meal, they found two empty rooms next to each other on the second floor to rest. The sky gradually darkened. It soon became dark.
Xu Jing lay on the hard wooden bed with his clothes on. but he couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. He simply stood up and prepared to go next door to chat with Su Maozong. He gently opened the door. Outside was a winding corridor.
The corridor was lined with guest rooms. Xu Maozong lived in the room to his right. Faint moonlight streamed down from the skylight, dimly illuminating the view. Xu Jing went out and turned right.
He just happened to see a figure disappear at the end of the corridor. He felt that the figure of the disappeared person was very familiar. So he walked a few steps to the outside of Xu Maozong's room and knocked on the door. "Uncle, are you there?"
The house was silent. Xu Jing concentrated his attention and found that there was no sign of anyone inside. It was obvious that Xu Maozong was not there. Was that my uncle just now? Where was he going so late at night? He was confused and a little anxious.
Without thinking too much, he hurried after him. Soon, Xu Jing reached the end of the corridor. He turned and entered the adjacent hall. The hall was empty, but he could clearly hear the sound of footsteps going downstairs. "Uncle!"
Xu Jing yelled and quickly ran to the hall staircase. He looked down, but saw no one. No one answered him. Squeak! At this moment, the sound of a door opening was heard from the downstairs door. Then footsteps were heard again.
And they quickly walked out the door. That's not right. Xu Jing didn't think Xu Maozong couldn't hear his shouts. And he finally realized that something was wrong. After a brief thought, he didn't chase downstairs.
He turned around and quickly ran back to Xu Maozong's room. Bang! After reaching the gate, he fiercely kicked it open. Then holding a knife in one hand and a talisman in the other, he rushed in. Chapter 161. Come on! The room was completely dark.
And a human figure could be vaguely seen lying motionless on a wooden bed. Xu Jing looked intently. Suddenly, the darkness couldn't block his sight. The human figure became clear. The human figure is indeed Xu Maozong. However, his heart skipped a beat.
"Uncle!" Xu Jing called out. But Xu Maozong remained lying in bed. No reaction. Not a single reaction. Boom boom boom. His heartbeat suddenly quickened. Even his breathing became rapid. At this moment, he suddenly felt extremely frightened.
This fear made his entire body tremble uncontrollably. "Uncle!" Xu Jing's voice was hoarse. He rushed to the bed and looked over carefully. Xu Maozong's face was pale, bloodless. He looked like a corpse that had been soaked in water for a long time.
His skin was swollen. No, Xu Jing's mind exploded. The long sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Then, he stretched out his hand tremblingly and probed for Xu Maozong's breath. But at this moment, Xu Maozong, who was lying on the bed,
he raised his hands and attacked Xu Jing's eyes and heart from two directions. "Uncle!" Xu Jing subconsciously reached out and grabbed Xu Maozong's wrists. Roar! Xu Maozong seemed to have lost his self-awareness.
The black in his eyes was gone, leaving only a pale white. His strength had also increased considerably. He roared and roared like a wild beast. He struggled hard, trying to break free from Xu Jing's grip.
But the huge power disparity between them meant that no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Finally, he opened his mouth, straightened his body, and bit Xu Jing's neck fiercely. At this moment,
the identity jade token in Xu Jing's palm grew faintly hot. How could he not see that Xu Maozong was possessed by a ghost, and a large amount of his essence had been devoured? Time was running out.
Thinking that the ghost who had tried to lure him out earlier might return at any moment, he instantly cast aside his worries. He pushed Xu Maozong forward with all his strength, silently chanting a spell in his mind. He bit the tip of his tongue, and then,
with a hiss, a stream of blood spurted out. Sizzle! The blood arrow struck Xu Maozong's forehead. Suddenly, a large puff of white smoke rose. Within the smoke, a ghostly figure, the size of a 3 or 4-year-old child, could be seen struggling to rise.
Xu Maozong roared in pain, his struggle growing weaker. "Go to hell!" The volcano that was simmering within Xu Jing erupted. He released Xu Maozong's grip with both hands. He quickly formed a hand seal and then pointed his sword towards the emerging ghost. Boom!
A long flame shot out from each of his index, middle and ring fingers, shooting directly at the ghost. Puff! The ghostly figure, touched by the flames, instantly shrank into a ball like a burning plastic bag. With a scream,
it vanished into a wisp of smoke. "Uncle!" Xu Jing supported the collapsed Xu Maozong. After sensing his weak heartbeat and breathing, he breathed a sigh of relief, but he couldn't completely relax. He had no idea what was happening outside.
Xu Maozong hadn't woken up yet, and he wasn't sure he could get him away. So, after laying Xu Maozong flat on the bed, he simply picked up the long knife from the ground and stood guard by the bed. Whoosh, whoosh.
There was a sound of strong wind blowing outside. Xu Jing looked out into the corridor through the kicked-down door. Time passes by little by little. The wind outside was getting stronger and stronger. The whole inn seemed to be about to be blown away.
There was a creaking sound. Swish! Suddenly, a pale woman's face appeared outside the tattered door. Her eyes were fixed on Xu Jing. Come on! Xu Jing flicked his wrist. With a bang, flames erupted from his longsword. He exuded a fierce aura.
Like a ferocious beast choosing its prey, he stared fearlessly at the woman outside the door. The woman wore a long, dark red dress that trailed to the ground. Her body swayed lightly, like a piece of paper, but her head remained motionless.
She didn't say anything, she didn't move for a while. She just stared at Xu Jing with her eyes wide open, not blinking. The jade identity token in Xu Jing's hand grew hotter and hotter. He focused a little of his attention and sensed the token's network.
Detected the presence of a ghost. Strength D level. Detected the presence of a ghost. High strength. The two detection messages represented the one he had killed and the one before him.
Seeing that the female ghost's strength had reached high C, Xu Jing's heart trembled slightly, but then he calmed down. His face showed no fear at all. Although my strength is only low C, but the black flame is inherently restrained against ghosts.
I may not be unable to defeat the opponent. He was annoyed that he hadn't brought his backpack, which was filled with a lot of talismans, with him when he left earlier. Otherwise, he would have had a much better chance. But right now,
he only had a few 5 thunder talismans on him. Just as he was thinking, the light in the room suddenly dimmed. Then Xu Jing suddenly felt dizzy. It was like someone standing up after squatting for a long time. His head was dizzy and his vision was black.
And he felt like he was about to faint. Not good. Xu Jing was filled with shock and anger. He bit his tongue hard. The sharp pain instantly brought him back to consciousness. He saw a red figure approaching, almost pouncing on him. Get out of here!
He mobilized all his demonic power. He exerted all his strength. A flash of fire appeared. The long sword slashed out. Boom! The temperature in the air suddenly rose. A huge flame exploded, forming a wall of blazing flames that blocked Xu Jing's path.
Her body suddenly stopped. A look of fear and dread finally appeared on her face. Then she turned around and flew back out the door. Xu Jing snorted coldly. With a flick of his left hand, he grabbed 3 talismans. Then,
with a flick of his wrist, he injected a trace of demonic energy into them. Suddenly, thunder roared in the room. 3 blue lightning bolts, each as thick as a chopstick, locked onto the female ghost. In a flash, they caught up and struck her. Ah!
The ghost girl couldn't avoid the lightning and was struck hard by it. She screamed and fell to the ground. She suddenly disappeared. Xu Jing glanced around, knife in hand. His entire mind was tense. He didn't dare let his guard down even for a moment.
At this moment a weak groan came from behind him. Then Xu Maozong's weak voice sounded Jinga. Xu Jing was delighted. He turned slightly and glanced at Xu Maozong. He said, "Uncle, I'm here." Xu Maozong opened his eyes. The light in them dimmed. He spoke faint.
Never way, it's okay. Xu Jing's eyes showed determination. He looked around cautiously. He said calmly, "Uncle, don't worry. We'll both be fine." As he spoke, he subsided the flames on his sword.
Then he took a step back and firmly grasped Xu Maozong's hand with his left hand. Chapter 162. Xu Maozong's shock. Xu Maozong looked at Xu Jing and shook his head vigorously. His face was full of anxiety at this moment.
He clearly didn't understand what he had encountered. And even before that, he had deeply experienced the horror of that thing. He couldn't speak. He couldn't move. It was as if all his internal energy had vanished. He couldn't mobilize it at all. In the end,
he watched helplessly as his energy and spirit were devoured bit by bit, yet he had no power to resist. Xu Maozong didn't know how Xu Jing had saved him, but he thought that no matter how powerful one's internal energy cultivation was,
it would still be powerless against such a terrifying and strange thing. Since Xu Jing is able to protect himself in the current situation, the best option is to escape from here quickly and alone. Don't worry about him anymore. Xu Jing shook his head.
His eyes were filled with determination. He had no intention of abandoning Xu Maozong. "Uncle, I'll take care of everything." Before he finished speaking, the demonic energy within him rapidly circulated, pouring into his long sword.
The flames on the sword erupted with a bang, emitting an intense heat. A rolling heat wave, originating from him, fanned out towards the gate. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared about 10 feet in front of him.
But the heat wave blasted it like oil boiling on a raging fire, sending it flying backwards with a scream. This female ghost was much weaker than the one that had targeted Xu Jing the previous time, although she could influence him.
She couldn't completely suppress his spirit and soul, leaving him powerless to resist. This was also Xu Jing's confidence. His soul was already not far from the 2nd level, far surpassing his cultivation level.
While the female ghost's soul was stronger than his, it was still limited. It was difficult to deceive his perception. Through his knowledge of Mr. Zombie's world and the Black Demon Guard incident archives, he knew clearly that Class C ghosts, like Sa,
had many limitations. They could hold out until dawn. He and Xu Maozong would be completely safe. Jinger, are you born with this? Xu Maozong's face was filled with shock. He had, of course, witnessed the powerful attack Xu Jing had unleashed.
The force was no less powerful than the one he had witnessed the 2 elders unleash against the demonic monkeys that had seized the library. It was even more powerful. However, after sensing the fiery aura in the air, he frowned again.
He realized that although Xu Jing's technique was very similar to the fiery blade technique. It seemed different. It even seemed more powerful than the fiery blade technique. What on earth has Jinger been through these past few days?
Now questions kept popping up in Xu Maozong's mind. If the timing wasn't wrong, he wouldn't be able to resist asking for clarification. Oh, give me back my child. He's dead. I'm going to kill you.
Before Xu Jing could answer Xu Maozong's question, a burst of shrill sobbing suddenly emanated from the corridor outside the door. The sound was intermittent, as if it were far away, yet it also seemed to be ringing right next to his ears,
giving him an extremely ethereal feeling. After hearing this voice, Xu Jing's mind was slightly dazed, but he returned to normal in an instant. He sneered and calmed his mind, no longer affected, but Xu Maozong couldn't resist.
His expression froze in a moment of daze. Then, like a puppet, he struggled to his feet and staggered toward the gate. Xu Jing reacted and, without hesitation, struck Xu Maozong's carotid artery with the palm.
But Xu Maozong only swayed slightly and continued forward as if nothing had happened. Xu Jing was startled, but he remained calm. He grabbed Xu Maozong, took a deep breath, and let out a long howl with his mouth wide open. The roar was majestic and grand.
It echoed in Xu Maozong's ears. It was like 1,000 troops galloping away, fiercely suppressing the ghost girl's cries. Xu Maozong shuddered and woke up. Xu Jing's first howl hadn't yet ended. He let out a second howl. The sounds overlapped and resonated,
giving the female ghost no chance. When he realized Xu Maozong was awake, he simply reached out with his left hand and lifted him up. Then he turned around and rushed towards the left wall of the room. Before the person arrived, he struck out with his sword.
Boom! He actually smashed a big hole in the solid wall made of rammed earth with one blow. Then Xu Jing rushed in with Xu Maozong and returned to the room he had lived in before. As soon as he entered, he went straight to the bed. After putting Xu Maozong down,
he picked up the cloth bag on the bedside. Under Xu Maozong's surprised and confused gaze, Xu Jing quickly opened the cloth bag and grabbed a bundle of drawn talismans. He then transformed into a shadow and began to spin around the room, aggressive.
Each talisman cast out with his demonic power flew around the house. In a blink of an eye, they were plastered everywhere in the house: the door, the windows, the walls, even the ground. Swish! The ghost chased after him. Her long hair,
which had been draped over her shoulders, began to flutter, obscuring her face. Her feet left the ground, ready to float through the broken wall into the house. Xu Jing snorted coldly. He grabbed a handful of 5 thunder talismans and threw them out at once.
Rumble! There was a burst of lightning and thunder. Countless lightning bolts like small snakes gathered and struck the female ghost densely. Ah! The ghost girl couldn't dodge. She screamed in agony, her body shaking as if she'd taken drugs.
Puffs of green smoke rose, and her entire figure became blurred. Xu Jing was in a strong position and did not show mercy to the devil. He threw out another 5 thunder talisman. The ghost girl was so frightened that she waved her arms. Suddenly,
dark red cloth walls appeared out of thin air, blocking her way. Crackle! After a burst of thunder, the cloth walls were torn into pieces one by one. But the female ghost had disappeared. No one knew where she had gone. Xu Jing wasted no time.
He violently lifted the bedboard and rushed to the broken wall. He used the bedboard to block the gaping hole. Then, he plastered the intersection of the bedboard and the wall with talismans like they were free. Then, like a monster,
he picked up the wooden cabinet in the corner and pressed it against the bedboard. After doing all this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Mashan Sect's 5 Thunder Talisman was quite famous, but its power was only average.
While it could damage a Class C female ghost, it couldn't kill her. But it's understandable if you think about it. Mr. Zombie's world itself isn't a high-level world. It might have been glorious in the past, but in modern times,
only the Mashan Sects still have some strength. Xu Jing didn't relax. He kept walking around the room until he had used up all the talismans in the bag. Xu Maozong stood there in a daze, his mouth hanging open. His face was filled with shock.
He stared blankly at Xu Jing, unable to believe that this was his nephew. He was filled with questions. He hesitated several times. He wanted to ask something but couldn't. Xu Jing returned to Xu Maozong's side. He looked at him and said, "Uncle,
I'll talk to you slowly after we leave here." Of course, he wouldn't tell Xu Maozong about the system, but he could tell him about the Black Evil Guards. This saved him from having to find other excuses. Chapter 63, Direct Attack on the Vitals.
Xu Maozong came back to his senses. He looked at Xu Jing with a complicated expression. After a long pause, he let out a long sigh and nodded slightly. Xu Jing lit the oil lamp in the room. Then he extinguished the flame of his long sword.
Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to regulate his breathing. Bang! Suddenly, a crash was heard outside the room. Then the female ghost screamed. Meanwhile, the talismans taped to the windows began to emit bursts of light.
Xu Jing closed his eyes, looking as if he hadn't heard anything. He quickly entered a state of cultivation. But Xu Maozong couldn't calm down at all. In the light of the oil lamp, he could clearly see a figure outside the window.
Her feet were floating off the ground. Her hair was twisting like countless snakes. Bang, bang, bang. The figure would occasionally dash around the room, only to be repeatedly blocked by the light emitted by the talismans plastered all over it.
It would even scream and fly backwards. After seeing the ghost return empty-handed time and again, Xuanhuan finally calmed down. His face was filled with surprise. He leaned over to examine the talisman taped to the wall. After looking for a while,
he turned back to look at Su Jing. A thoughtful look appeared on his face. He was vaguely thinking of something. Time passed slowly, and the night outside grew darker and darker. Perhaps tired from her struggle, the ghost finally stopped. But she didn't leave.
Instead, she faced the room and stood motionless outside the door. The oil lamp in the room was crackling. It was about to burn out. Xuanhuan didn't hear any more noise outside the house.
He shifted his gaze from the talisman on the wall and turned to look at the door. The sight of it gave him a chilling feeling, and a thick layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Although there was a door between them,
he seemed to see a pair of eyes filled with hatred staring at him intently. Sob sob, my poor child. The female ghost sensed Xuanhuan's gaze and immediately started crying. Her cry was faint and mournful, as if she were in great pain.
The talismans in the room connected together, emitting faint circles of light. Although they blocked most of the confusing power, Xuanhuan was still affected. He couldn't help but feel a surge of sympathy. His steps moved forward involuntarily,
wanting to open the door and let the other person in. Uncle, Xu Jing opened his eyes at this moment and shouted. Xuanhuan came to his senses instantly. A wave of fear washed over him. He stepped back to where he was. He took a deep breath,
turned around and didn't dare look outside again. Xu Jing stood up. Knife in hand, he looked around and said, "I'll go out and deal with her." The light from the talisman had already dimmed. If this continued, I wouldn't be able to make it to dawn.
Rather than waiting any longer, he should seize the opportunity and eliminate the threat immediately. Otherwise, when the talisman's power is exhausted, he will not only have to deal with the female ghost's attack, but also protect Xuanhuan.
Situation. After hearing Xu Jing's words, Xuanhuan panicked and said worriedly, "Jinger. You uncle." Xu Jing waved his hand and said, "We won't last till dawn like this, but don't worry, even if I can't deal with her,
I'm sure I can get away with it." Xuanhuan looked at Xu Jing's confident expression. His previous suspicions became more and more certain. However, he stopped trying to stop him. He simply said solemnly, "Be careful." Xu Jing nodded. Then, his voice
reached Xuanhuan's ears. "Ghosts are very good at deceiving people. After I leave, I'll either come back at dawn or break down the door and won't let you open it. I understand."
Xuanhuan had traveled extensively and served as a county lieutenant for many years. This wasn't his first encounter with demons and monsters. He had also witnessed the power of this female ghost today. How could he not take it seriously? While he was talking,
he tore off 2 strips of cloth from his clothes and stuffed them into his ears. Xu Jing was still worried. He put down his sword, formed a seal with his hands, and tapped on both sides of Xuanhuan's ears. Xuanhuan suddenly stopped hearing anything.
He understood Xu Jing's intention and nodded slightly. Xu Jing checked the room again. After confirming everything was all right, he slowly walked towards the door, knife in hand. At this time, the female ghost outside the door had disappeared.
The corridor was also silent. Xu Jing used his full power to sense the other person through his soul. After confirming that the other person was not outside, he signaled to Xuanhuan behind him. Then he slipped through the door and rushed out. Bang!
Xuanhuan reacted quickly. He closed the door and replaced the talisman on it. Then he returned to the house, sat cross-legged on the floor with his back to the door, closed his eyes, and began to practice and recover without distraction.
He looked around. A wisp of demonic energy flowed into his sword. In an instant, the long knife in his hand was like a red-hot iron. Dispelling the darkness, a stream of scorching air spread out,
sweeping towards the surroundings. Xu Jing knew the female ghost was hiding nearby, but he didn't have time to play hide and seek with her. He pondered over what had happened tonight. He had probably found the key to breaking the deadlock.
This female ghost couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. He had already checked the entire village. What made him most suspicious now was the dry well that suddenly began to ooze water. He had originally thought it was due to some external factor,
such as the movement of the Earth's crust, but now thinking about it, he felt that it was unlikely to be a coincidence. Counting the little ghost he killed, and the female ghost, it's very likely that they are related to the dry well that changed.
Xu Jing's mind raced. He wasn't sure if his guess was correct, but regardless he was ready to investigate. The Black Evil Guard's internal records briefly describe these ghosts, whose strength hasn't reached level B. They all have a place to reside.
And most of them are corpses or some special objects from the past. They can't leave too far. If the dry well was the source, Xu Jing believed that once he went there,
The female ghost would find out and would return to deal with him regardless of the consequences. After making the decision, he immediately left the post station and ran towards the village. Shortly after Xujing left,
A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. It was the female ghost who had just vanished. But her entire form began to quietly change. Eventually, it transformed from a shadowy form into a solid form, unexpectedly taking on the appearance of Xujing.
boom boom boom, she walked outside the room, knocked on the door and said, "Uncle, it's me. Open the door quickly." Her lips didn't move, but she made the same sound as Xujing. The voice contained no trace of resentment.
The talismans in the room did not react at all. Unfortunately, her actions were like playing the lute to a cow. Xu Maozong had his back to the door, his hearing blocked. He was lost in his meditation and didn't react at all. The ghost refused to give up.
After a long while, she finally gave up. In anger, she returned to her original form and began to charge madly and violently. Bang bang bang. The light of the talisman in the room became dimmer and dimmer.
Although Xu Maozong couldn't hear anything, he could still sense the energy fluctuations of the talisman. His originally tranquil mind was suddenly disturbed. It could no longer remain calm. His eyelids trembled slightly. He wanted to open them.
But he held them back. He could feel the energy fluctuations from the talisman growing weaker. The pressure in his heart grew heavier. He didn't know how much time had passed, just as he began to sweat and became extremely anxious.
The talismans around him suddenly stopped vibrating. Xu Maozong was terrified and quickly opened his eyes. But when he saw that the talisman was intact, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around.
And the female ghost had disappeared from the outside. Was it Jinger who led her away? Xu Maozong clenched his fists and began to worry. Chapter 164. Returning home. Traveling through time. It was very dark outside the post station.
The faint moonlight shone through the clouds, making it look hazy. The deserted village was silent. It was so quiet that not even the sound of flying insects or running animals could be heard. Xujing held a long sword, like a large red, glowing staff.
Illuminating the path ahead, he rustled along the mossy, muddy road. Soon, he arrived at the well in the village. Wow! The clear sound of flowing water in the well is particularly clear in the empty and silent night. Boom! Xujing's hand trembled.
Flames blazed from the long sword. The surging heat radiated in all directions. He took a deep breath, walked to the well, and reached into it with his long knife. Laugh! There was a sudden, violent reaction in the air.
Like a red-hot iron rod plunged into cold water, puffs of smoke rose from the well. The jade token of his identity in Xujing's palm began to heat up. There was no doubt about it anymore. This was the place he was looking for. He leaned forward.
Peering into the well, it was pitch black below, as if shrouded in layer upon layer of mist, blocking out the light of the flames. Large clouds of smoke rose up, and a foul smell gradually appeared in the air. Xujing frowned. He had looked inside before dark.
The well was at least dozens of meters deep. Furthermore, the opening was extremely narrow. With his size, even turning around would be difficult, let alone fighting. Now the well was shrouded in layers of gloomy and resentful air.
And it was impossible to see what was happening below. System. Time was running out. After a moment's thought, he pointed directly at the diamond armor. In an instant, a King Kong over 100 meters tall appeared in the center of the village.
Growling and thrusting his hands into the ground. Snap! The bluestone floor of the central open space suddenly shattered. Xujing's hands effortlessly plunged into it. Grabbing and digging, he dug out 2 huge holes. Dig! Dig!
He was unwilling to take the risk and decided to dig up the entire well. Xujing squatted on the ground. His hands kept working. In an instant, he had turned the entire open space into a huge pit. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters.
The original well was dug up piece by piece. Clouds of gray, black mist rose up, filling the pit. Gurgle. When he dug more than 50 meters, Xujing finally saw the bottom of the well. He dug deeper, and a large amount of water emerged from the ground.
But the water was not clear at all. It was blood red. Xujing plunged his finger underwater without a second's hesitation. He twirled it around and began to explore. After a moment, his expression shifted. He twitched his finger and pulled it out. Wow!
Accompanied by a strong and extremely foul smell, he hooked out a corpse wrapped in a dark red dress. Although it was hooked, the corpse actually took the initiative to grab his finger and followed. The corpse was rotting and crawling with maggots.
A pair of scarlet eyes stared intently at Xujing. A low roar emanated from its mouth. A piercing coldness emanated from its body, freezing the air wherever it passed. Bang! Xujing swung his hand, knocking the corpse to the ground nearby.
Then he clenched his fist and hammered it down hard. Bang! A large amount of black, foul-smelling gas emanated from the corpse, forming a barrier. However, this barrier only lasted for a few breaths before shattering. Xujing's fist, with its residual force,
struck the corpse. The body instantly exploded like a watermelon, transforming into a blur. but it wasn't completely dead yet. The rotten flesh and blood kept wriggling. Under the infusion of the surrounding grey-black gas, it was gradually recovering.
Su Jing snorted coldly and continued to completely destroy the opponent. But at this moment, a sharp, piercing cry rang out from behind him. The female ghost from before, her face filled with fear and resentment, lunged straight at him. Go to hell!
The sound rumbled and shook the earth, like thunder. At the same time, he thought and retracted his diamond armor, leaving the female ghost empty-handed. As soon as his human form appeared, the demonic energy within him erupted violently.
A fireball the size of a basketball flew out, directly impacting the corpse which had yet to recover. Boom! Accompanied by terrifying heat, a fireball exploded on the corpse, and the blazing flames madly rushed in all directions. Ah!
A shrill howl echoed from the flames. Countless grey-black gases filled the pit, transforming into plumes of smoke that shot straight into the sky. Su Jing didn't stop, his lips moved rapidly. Then, 2 more firebombs flew out and exploded with a loud bang.
In the blink of the entire shanking he had dug was filled with blazing flames. In the flames, the female ghost writhes in agony, howling miserably. Her body melts away bit by bit, like ice and snow. Finally it transforms into wisps of black smoke,
completely dissipating between heaven and earth. Finally died. Su Jing felt the resentful aura surrounding him dissipate, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. He didn't rush to leave, but instead busied himself around the huge pit. He worked until dawn.
He finally cleaned up the scene. After making sure there wasn't much information left, he headed back to the post station. Inside the inn room, Su Maozong had long since lost the desire to cultivate and recover. He couldn't calm down.
He kept glancing out the door, waiting for Su Jing to appear. As the sky gradually brightened, he felt a growing complex mix of anticipation, nervousness and anxiety, just as he was considering whether to go out and look for her.
A figure appeared outside the room, reflected on the window paper, approaching the door. Is it Jinger? Su Maozong thought about it, but he didn't say anything. He always remembered Su Jing's reminder and didn't dare to be careless. Bang! The door
could block the female ghost, but it couldn't withstand Su Jing's powerful strength. With just a little effort, he tore the entire door down. Jinga! Su Maozong was overjoyed and stood up immediately. Su Jing smiled broadly.
He nodded and approached. With a pinch of his hand, he lifted the seal on Su Maozong's hearing. Then he said, Uncle. Su Maozong laughed heartily. His brows were filled with uncontrollable joy. Good, he was still very weak.
He only smiled for a moment before he became breathless. Adding to the lack of rest all night, his face looked extremely tired. Su Jing looked at the sky outside, supported Su Maozong and said, Let's go home.
He didn't care at all whether Zhang Yiqing disappeared because he knew the secret and fled for refuge, or whether he was killed by a female ghost last night. He didn't want to investigate the reason.
What he wanted most was to take Su Maozong away from this place as soon as possible and return to Annie City. Su Maozong didn't object. Su Jing immediately sprang into action, collecting the talisman paper stuck in the house. After cleaning up some traces,
he set off with Su Maozong. Fortunately for him, the horse in the stable remained safe and sound throughout the night. Su Jing drove the car while Su Maozong rested inside. After a full day of traveling, the two finally arrived outside An City before sunset.
Cool. After passing the gate officer's inspection and entering the city, Su Jing let out a long breath. All the gloom in his heart instantly dissipated, and his mood became cheerful.
He drove the carriage steadily and unhurriedly all the way back to the Shu residence. Only then did he wake up Su Maozong, who had fallen into a deep sleep. Finally back, Su Maozong's mental state remained poor after waking up. With Su Jing's help,
he left the carriage. He was overwhelmed with emotion. It felt as if he were in another world. Su Jing helped him into the mansion. The servants and guards along the way were all instantly alarmed. Before returning to his residence,
Su Maoji received a report and hurried over. Brother, what's wrong with you? Su Maoji's face was filled with worry. He rushed over and supported Su Maozong from the other end. Su Maozong shook his head and said, Don't be nervous. It's just a minor injury.
It will be fine after some rest. He looked at the crowd around him and said, Let's go. Everyone obeyed the order and dispersed. Su Maozong knew what was going on. He suppressed the urge to ask immediately, together with Su Jing.
He took Su Maozong back to his residence before asking what happened. Damn it, Su Jing said from the side. What? Su Maoji didn't react for a moment. Su Maozong sat down and said, Jinger and I encountered that kind of thing. Ah!
Su Maozong was completely stunned. Only then did he understand what Su Jing had just said. Then he said with a dry mouth, then you guys, although he had not experienced this before.
He still felt a palpitation in his heart when he suddenly heard about it. It concerned his two most important relatives. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. Fortunately, Jinger is here. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble this time.
Su Maozong smiled bitterly. Then he looked at Jing and said, Can you tell me now? He felt a little groggy on the way back. He didn't rush to ask questions. Now that Xu Maoji was present, he knew he should ask some questions.
Xuanhuan was a man of great intelligence. He could tell from what he had just said that his son seemed to be hiding a secret that they didn't know about. He also looked over. Su Jing was well prepared. He took his time, pulled a chair,
and sat down before beginning to discuss the current situation in Daliang and the existence of the Black Evil Guards. He did not hide anything and told Julie what he had told him, that the blood of humans was mixed with that of demons. So,
after listening to this, Xu Maozong was silent for a moment and said, "You awakened your bloodline. Then you were found and joined the Black Evil Guard." He had guessed it before, but he was still shocked. Xu Jing said calmly, "That's right.
The person who brought me and said that our Xu family has the blood of some unknown demon monkey." He stared at Xu Maozong and the other man while he spoke. Feeling somewhat nervous, Xu Maozong and Xu Maoji exchanged a glance and shook their heads.
They knew nothing about their ancestors. After all, the Xu family was originally an ordinary family. It was only after Xu Maozong joined the Lishan sect that their fate was gradually changed through the hard work of the two brothers.
Why did his bloodline suddenly awaken? Xu Maozong thought more. Could it be related to the bloodstone? The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Maybe, Xing mumbled. Then he changed his tone and asked tentatively, "Dad, Uncle, I'm like this now.
Will you still accept me? Don't let your imagination run wild." Xu Maozong saw through Xu Jing's concerns. He glared at him and said, "As long as you have the blood of my Xu family flowing in your veins, you will always be a member of Mike's family."
Su Jing immediately felt relieved and felt relaxed and happy. Xu Maoji sighed at this time and said, "Dad is worried about your safety when you carry out missions in the future." No matter how powerful Xu Jing became,
he could never calm down when he thought about dealing with demons and monsters. His heart was filled with worry. "Once you join, you can't quit." Xu Jing said this, then changed the subject, "But it's not without benefits. Our family can move to Langdu.
Under the protection of the Black Evil Guards, it's the safest place in the world." He paused and continued, "And I can obtain a lot of resources through the Black Evil Guards. As long as I'm alive, our Xu family will only get better and better in the future.
Maybe when my strength reaches a certain level, I can get out of this." Xu Maozhi remained silent. He knew full well how slim this hope was. Xu Maozong's face was filled with helplessness. Blessings and misfortunes go hand in hand.
He knew better than Xu Maozhi that to get what you want, you always have to pay more. Jinga. Uncle won't say much, he'll just remind you no matter what, you must be cautious and careful. Don't be arrogant or underestimate the enemy.
Our Xu family simply can't afford to lose you. I'll remember that. Xu Jing agreed solemnly. Then he asked, "Dad, Uncle, should we move to Liangdu? Let's talk about this later." Su Maozong and both shook their heads. They also had their own considerations.
They wouldn't rush into making a decision. Xu Jing wasn't in a hurry. He glanced outside, stood up and said, "It's getting late. I haven't slept all day and all night. I'm going back to rest, okay?"
Su Maji also stood up and said to Xu Maozong, "I'll leave for a while. I'll go get you something nourishing." Just now, when Xu Jing was talking about the Black Evil Guards, he also mentioned their experiences.
He also mentioned that Xu Maozong's health was depleted and he needed to replenish his energy. The two of them went out together, each going his own way. Xu Jing went straight to the kitchen, filled his stomach, and then returned to his residence.
After closing the door, he lay down on the bed with his clothes on and turned on the system. He originally thought that encountering two ghosts in a row yesterday was a coincidence, but on the way back,
he saw no less than 20 incidents of demons and monsters causing trouble in the system's event files. So many events happened in one day. Many of them happened right here in the Central Plains. It seemed like a premeditated plan.
And these are only the incidents that have been resolved and reported. The exact number is even less clear. He asked Julie about this. But Julie didn't know the reason. Perhaps it was because they were not at a high enough level to obtain more information.
But no matter what, Xu Jing couldn't wait any longer. He needed to continue improving his strength so that no matter what happened in the future, he would have enough strength to deal with it. The system interface opened, only 350 Ori.
After hesitating for a few seconds, he decisively chose the world of 1,000 points. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and lost consciousness. Budapest. This is a very historical place. As the capital of Hungary, it experienced a long and bloody period of centuries,
during which it experienced a series of wars of conquest. Finally, in the last decade of the 20th century, the city regained its independence, but compared to the wars between the other two races, the war between humans seemed so short. In this ancient city,
the eternal war rages on. It persists in the moonlit streets and alleyways. Over 600 years have passed, and it remains unbroken. Or maybe, it's time for this war to end. Xu Jing suddenly opened his eyes. Countless images flashed through his mind.
The memory of these images seemed to be forever engraved in every cell of his body, even if he had forgotten, as long as he wanted to know. The strange blood gene would automatically transmit these memories to his mind. Chapter 165. System. What do you mean?
Werewolf. Xu Jing's mind went blank. Scenes flashed through his mind like a fast-forwarded movie. He saw numerous battles between vampires and werewolves, but he hadn't expected to travel through time to become a werewolf. In his understanding,
the ability to extract memories through blood should be possessed by vampires. What's going on? He climbed up from the cold bed and walked to a large floor-length mirror, examining the body he had traveled through. Bald black, tall and muscular.
Weighing over 200 pounds, bursting with muscle, full of explosive power. At first glance, he gives off an impression of immense formidability. Rise. Xu Jing saw everything his current body had experienced from his blood memory 600 years ago.
He was a slave of a Western noble. At that time, werewolves were rampant. To combat them, the nobles flocked to Victor's territory seeking help. He was one of the tributes offered to Victor, as one of the 3 great elders of the vampire clan.
Victor needed slaves, so he used werewolves to infect ordinary people, creating more werewolves. He then enslaved the werewolves to guard the castle for the vampires during the day. Rise couldn't escape his fate of becoming a werewolf, but later,
seeking freedom, he joined Lucian in rebelling against the vampires' rule and enslavement. They stormed the castle, forcing the vampires to flee in defeat. But their good times didn't last long. They were soon retaliated by more vampires.
And their retreat lasted for almost 6 centuries. Today, all werewolves can only hide in the city sewers, while vampires still live like aristocrats. They invest in industry, are rich and powerful,
and have formed an elite team dedicated to hunting werewolves, the Death Walkers. Xu Jing reviewed all of Rise's experiences and stood motionless in front of the mirror. 600 years ago, he had been the second in command of the werewolf tribe.
Second only to their leader, Lucian. He was also a powerful werewolf warrior, the werewolf's enforcer. In other words, he was the sharp knife in Lucian's hand. He was fiercely loyal to Lucian. He led the werewolf warriors in hunting humans.
He fought against the Death Walkers. He dealt with all sorts of trouble. For 600 years, however, according to the vampire intelligence, Rise is the supreme leader of the werewolf tribe. As for Lucian, he faked his own death and escape.
He hid in the shadows and led the werewolves. He was always looking for a way to completely end the vampire race and put an end to the war between the 2 races, and the solution is almost found.
The origins of vampires and werewolves can be traced back to the early 5th century AD. At that time, a plague struck. Many people died, but under this plague, some people eventually survived and caused a genetic mutation,
becoming the first undead in human history. This man's name was Alexander Corvinus. After the plague, in the middle of the 5th century, Alexander had 3 sons. All 3 inherited his immortal gene. One of his sons, Marcus, was bitten by a bat.
The undead gene was activated, turning him into the first vampire. Another son, William, was bitten by a wolf and turned into a werewolf. A werewolf is completely different from a werewolf. William has lost his mind.
He can no longer transform back into a human. He is savage, murderous and wreaking havoc everywhere. Those he bites or kills become like him. Alexander had a 3rd son, however. The immortality gene he inherited was not activated, therefore
he did not become a monster. He reproduced normally and even died, leaving behind a line of pure, blooded descendants with the inactivated immortality gene. Lucian's target was Alexander, the pureblood carrying the immortal gene. After years of investigation,
he knew Alexander was not dead. He had even discovered his location, but he didn't dare go. Marcus and William, who activated the 2nd generation immortal gene, could mutate into vampires and werewolves. Then how could Alexander, who had lived for over
500 years and whose immortal gene was always activated, be an ordinary human without power? As a second best option, Lucian shifted his target to the direct descendants of Alexander's 3rd son. As long as he obtained the pure blood of the undead,
he could use it to perfectly combine the bloodlines of werewolves and vampires, evolving into a new race that was half wolf, half vampire, and gaining even greater strength. Then
it would be time for him to take revenge on Victor and finally put an end to the never-ending war between the 2 tribes. Xu Jing saw Rui's recent memories. They had eliminated one target after another. They would soon find Alexander's pure-blooded descendant.
He had been in charge of this matter. Besides him and Lucian, the only person who knew the truth was another werewolf scientist who had been researching blood fusion system. After reading Rise's memories,
Xu Jing opened the system and looked at the lower right corner of the interface. Movie Underworld. You can choose to return at any time. Currently convert 200 origin points. Identity Rise primary werewolf. Abilities level 3 strength less. Level
Fuzz Mission 15 Capture a Vampire. Gender not limited. 5,000 origin points. Mission Xuanhuan Become a true werewolf leader. 5,000 origin points. Mission 13 End the war between the 2 tribes. Soul enhancement.
Note all abilities are increased by 50% while transformed. Mission 1 requires the vampire's complete submission. Even the willingness to betray their race and sacrifice their life for you. So weak, Xu stretched his body.
He felt as though his body couldn't keep up with his thoughts. This was also the reason why his spirit was so much stronger than his body. But he soon adjusted himself, perfectly coordinating his mind and body.
He was also somewhat speechless about the 3 tasks issued by the system. After looking at them, he felt that the second task was the easiest to complete. Although Mission 1 only required taming a vampire, after reading the system notes, he felt helped.
Given the mortal-enemy relationship between werewolves and vampires, how could it be so easy to complete? This kind of submission requires the other party to be willing to betray their race and even sacrifice their life for you. It is simply an impossible task.
Unless Xu eyes moved, he thought of Lucian, he thought of Michael, the pure-blooded descendant of Alexander's 3rd son, and also of Marius, the werewolf leader from the 5th film.
These 3 guys all have one thing in common: they've captured the heart of a female vampire, making her willing to sacrifice everything for love, even betraying her race. Damn, what do you mean? System. Xu face turned grim. In the memory he saw,
Rise had been hiding a deepest secret in his heart. The secret is the incredibly strong Rise. My favorite is Lucian, and it has remained the same for 600 years. Originally, after Xu traveled through time, he didn't care much about Rise's secret.
After all, he wasn't the real Rise and he didn't like homosexuality. But when I saw the superfluous words "no gender restrictions" after System Task 1, I suddenly felt furious. Chapter 166. The next target.
Xu felt as if a flame was burning fiercely within him. His face was twisted with anger, and even white smoke was rising from his bald head. He cursed in his heart, but he had no way to deal with the system. I don't know which mastermind created this system.
Sometimes, the missions always have a strong sense of evil humor. Note in this chapter, he cursed for a long time, but the system didn't respond at all. Finally, he sighed, his face full of helplessness. Are you asking me to cheat on a vampire?
Xu mouth twitched. He was quite good at talking about fists, but when it came to relationships he was completely clueless. The only experience he had had wasn't an active one. As for task 1, he wasn't sure he could complete it this time.
After thinking it over for a while, he decided to just take it one step at a time. If it didn't work out, he wouldn't force it. As for mission 2, Xu was quite confident, as long as Lucian died and he was still alive.
With the prestige he had accumulated over 600 years, becoming the werewolf leader would be no problem. Of course it would be best if he didn't kill Lucian. Even if he wanted to kill him, he could let any werewolves know, otherwise.
It would be hard to say. Lucian didn't evolve into a werewolf after being bitten by William. He was born and raised normally. While pregnant, his mother was bitten by William and transformed into a mad werewolf. Victor then captured her and imprisoned her.
Lucian's werewolf mother gave birth to him. He was born as a human baby. He only transforms into a wolf when the moon is full, and he never loses his mind. Victor discovered the advantages of this special variant.
Not only did it possess rationality and intelligence, but it also possessed the power of a werewolf. In order to cultivate similar werewolves as slaves, he did not kill Lucian. Instead,
he continued to let Lucian infect humans to create more rational werewolves. So strictly speaking, Lucian is the true ancestor of the werewolves. He has broken through William's original genetic limitations and evolved.
He can even make those insane werewolves obey his orders. He led the werewolves in their rebellion against the oppression and enslavement of vampires. He won true freedom, and he has been leading the werewolves in their battles against vampires ever since.
All werewolves respect him, trust him and regard him as their leader, although over the past 600 years, few werewolves remain who fought for freedom alongside Lucian. However,
every werewolf who is infected and joins the group inherits some of the infected's memories, and can see past events as if they were actually there. Rise, as an elder who had been through everything with Lucian, was also tasked with bringing in the newcomers.
He would pass on this memory, helping the newcomers understand the past, identify with Lucian, and continue the hatred against vampires. If Xu killed Lucian and the other werewolves knew about it,
he would definitely be regarded as the most hateful traitor. No one would believe him. By then, he wanted to complete mission 3. It was incredibly difficult to do it alone. Rise, rise! Just as Xu was thinking,
a burst of urgent shouting came from outside the door. The door was slammed. Xu grabbed the frayed leather jacket from the bedside table and put it on without any underwear. Then he slowly opened the door. In an instant,
a boiling and noisy sound came from all directions, ringing in his ears. This wasn't a castle. It wasn't a neat, tidy apartment. It was a filthy sewer. It was located in a subway station, and it was under an abandoned tunnel.
The roar of passing trains perfectly masked the noise within the sewers. It was hidden and safe. It was the werewolf's current lair. The main members of the werewolf clan all lived here. They had survived here for a long time,
quietly accumulating strength and growing stronger. They waited for the day when they could invade the vampire's lair and crush those self-righteous enemies. Rise. Lucian wants to see you. As in Singer's lab, standing outside the door was a Caucasian man.
Significantly shorter than Xu Jing. His name was Trix, a reliable member of Rise's team who had recently been recruited. Trix had a rat-like appearance and extremely messy reddish-brown hair. He stood uncomfortably in front of Jing.
Appearing extremely nervous, relax. Xu Jing patted the other person's shoulder and then said, "Come with me." He pushed Trix aside and took the lead. They turned left and right in the sewers, finally arriving at a large, shattered open space.
He passed a sewage pond that emitted a faint stench. He came to the end of the open space, climbed the stairs, and entered the laboratory. Trix tactfully stayed at the outermost edge and did not follow in. The lab looked a bit messy.
The large space was divided into 3 areas with curtains. The outer perimeter was a long corridor. On either side of the corridor were some spare experimental equipment. After passing through the corridor,
The first thing that caught my eye was 2 humans suspended by ropes. Although the 2 humans had no injuries, they were already dying. Not far in front of them were some simple laboratory instruments for blood tests.
the innermost area contained a number of instruments and equipment, and the walls were covered with densely packed photos and information. However, the names beneath most of the photos had been crossed out with a thick pen.
Although this place is called a laboratory, it looks like an underground black clinic for organ harvesting. Lucian and Singer were both in the lab. When Xu Jing came in, Singer was drawing blood from one of the humans with a syringe. He walked over to Lucian.
Lucian nodded slightly at Xu Jing's arrival. He didn't rush to speak either. Instead, he waited quietly. After Singer drew the blood, he poured it into a nearby container filled with a light red liquid and began to stir it.
This isn't it either. After just a few glances at the fusion results, he was certain that this human was not the pure-blooded descendant of Alexander the Immortal that they were looking for. Lucian sighed and said, "We don't have much time."
How many targets are left? Singer put down his tools and walked into the back room with a thick marker. He crossed out a name on the wall. He glanced around again and said, "There are 3 more targets. The person we're looking for must be one of these 3.
He then turned to look at Xu Jing, pointing at a picture of someone on the wall. He said, "Rise, your next target is him." Singer looked frail. He wasn't a fighter. He was a rare scientist.
He had recently developed ultraviolet bullets specifically for werewolves to fight vampires. His status among the werewolves was equally high, on par with Xu Jing. Together. Handmen, Chapter 167. Come with me.
Xu Jing walked over and looked at the information below the person in the photo on the wall that Singer was pointing to. The information includes name, age, address, workplace and other details. Michael Cowan.
He knew from just one glance that Singer had chosen the right target. This person was the undead, pure-blooded descendant of Alexander they had been searching for. Has the storyline begun? Jing's thoughts raced.
He considered a plan of action that would benefit him. He also carefully wrote down all the information about Michael. Lucian came over and said, "Let's go quickly. He'll be waiting for your good news." Xu Jing nodded. Rise was a man of few words.
He didn't say anything either. He turned and left the lab. Trix was waiting anxiously outside the lab. As a new member, he felt uneasy about the stares from his fellow occupants, who were sitting around him. He felt very pressured.
It wasn't until Xu Jing came out that he felt reassured. He breathed a sigh of relief. He followed Xu Jing silently and left quickly. The 2 of them went to the weapons room first. Times had changed.
Even werewolves and vampires couldn't ignore human-made firearms. Ordinary bullets certainly couldn't cause serious damage to them. But if the bullets were slightly modified, then the firearms could definitely deliver a fatal blow to them.
Werewolves are afraid of silver. Therefore, the bullets used by vampires are either coated with silver powder or made directly of silver. Once such a bullet enters a werewolf,
the pain is so intense that it can leave the person completely paralyzed and powerless, leaving them vulnerable to slaughter. In Rise's memory, he had been hurt by the Death Walker's silver weapon more than once.
Even though Xu Jing had never experienced this painful memory personally, just looking at it gave him a chilling feeling. He took out 2 stare TMPs and hid them on either side of his leather jacket.
Then he took out a handful of purple, glowing magazines and stuffed them into his pockets. The bullets in these magazines were specially modified by Singer. They contained ultraviolet light. To a vampire, sunlight is the deadliest poison.
After everything was ready, Xu Jing looked at Trix. Seeing that he was timid and only took 2 pistols, he immediately said dissatisfiedly, "Use this."
He took out 2 submachine guns and handed them to the other party with a cold expression that would not tolerate refusal. Trix was stunned. He didn't dare object. He followed his instructions and stuffed the submachine gun into his arms. "Come with me."
Xu Jing called out and walked out. Following Rise's memory, he circled left and right. Soon, he was far away from the base area and came to a secluded corner. He lifted the manhole cover above his head and climbed up easily.
They emerged from the edge of an abandoned tunnel devoid of cameras. They covered their tracks with expert ease. Then, they moved forward, exiting the tunnel and blending naturally into the crowds on the street. Rumble! A muffled sound echoed from the dark sky.
Silver lightning flashed like giant swords, splitting the dark clouds and illuminating the sky above the city. It was only 5 in the afternoon, but due to the bad weather, the sky was dark, as if it had already been night.
Torrential rain fell with thunder and lightning. The howling autumn wind, with a biting chill, carried raindrops with it, fiercely attacking. Most of the pedestrians were holding umbrellas and seemed to be in a hurry.
Su Jing tightened his leather jacket and walked directly into the rain with Trix, weaving quickly through the crowd. He frowned as he thought about Mission 1. Although this world wasn't exactly the same as the Earth of his previous life,
it was still a world where looks mattered. Furthermore, vampires consider themselves superior to humans. They have no shortage of material possessions and are very powerful. Therefore, they place even greater importance on appearance.
Wanting to conquer a female vampire but without a handsome image, it's not easy to do. Look at Lucian Michael Marius. Who else is like him? Su Jing touched his face and sighed helplessly. To sum it up, dark, ugly, and fierce.
He gave the impression of being all brawn, even his brains. Although he was physically strong and wealthy, his appearance was not attractive at all to the aristocratic vampires. Instead, it made them feel disgusted.
Even if there really are male vampires who like the same sex, they probably wouldn't look down on me like I am now. Su Jing laughed at himself, but he wouldn't give up on the mission outright. No matter what, he had to try, even if he failed.
He could at least give himself an explanation. As for his target, he also had a choice. That was Serena. As the heroine in the movie, although she seemed the most difficult to deal with, she was the one Su Jing knew the most about. Thinking carefully,
there was still a slight chance of success, but before that, he planned to deal with the male protagonist Michael first. Otherwise, according to the nature of the movie world,
the male and female protagonists would remember each other and leave an impression, even if they didn't fall in love at first sight when they met for the first time. Michael's residence wasn't far from the station.
He was a doctor at the hospital and had been working night shifts lately. According to intelligence, he was likely still at home at this time. Su Jing and Trix quickened their pace and ran wildly in the rain.
It took them about 10 minutes to reach the apartment where Michael lived. You stay downstairs. I'll go upstairs. If you see anyone running out in a panic, catch him. Su Jing gave an order and entered the corridor. He rushed up to the 5th floor in one breath,
then scanned the house numbers along the corridor. A moment later, he was standing outside the door of room 510. He felt relieved when he sensed someone was inside. Bang! Su Jing kicked the door open. He glanced around and strode towards Michael,
who was standing in front of the window. Michael is an American. He has a ruggedly handsome face, with sharp features and a charismatic charm. He also has light brown hair and a pair of deep. When he saw Su Jing, a burly man, approaching,
however, he forced himself to remain calm and asked, "Who are you?" "Hello, Michael." Su Jing paused, smiling. He pulled out a submachine gun from his pocket and pointed it at him. Gurgle. Michael swallowed. He was just an ordinary man.
He had never experienced anything like this before. He immediately raised his hands and said, "Dude, don't be impulsive." Su Jing gestured towards the door and said, "Come with me. If you want money, I can give it all to you." Michael didn't dare to follow him.
God knows what the other party does. Stop talking nonsense. Su Jing took a step forward. His free hand grabbed Michael's shoulder, pushing him forward, causing him to stumble. Go. He pointed the muzzle of his gun at Michael's waist.
When he passed by the clothes rack at the door, he took a piece of clothing and covered the submachine gun with it. The two of them left the room one after the other and headed towards the elevator. Michael walked slowly. He kept glancing to the sides,
hoping someone would come out. Even if they couldn't save him, at least they could help call the police. But unfortunately, there was no movement on the entire 5th floor. His heart sank to the bottom. He was shaking with fear.
He couldn't help but ask, "Where are you taking me?" "We'll know when we get there," Su Jing said, pushing the other person into the elevator. Downstairs, Trix noticed the elevator light on. He reached into his clothes, but when he saw it was Su Jing, he relaxed.
Then the two men held Michael on both sides and walked out of the apartment and onto the street. Chapter 168, Moon Goddess. Outside, the sky darkened completely. The city lights flickered, flickering in the storm. Su Jing walked alone in front.
Trix extended his left hand, linking it with Michael's shoulder. His right hand, hidden in his leather jacket, held a pistol, hidden from view, at Michael's waist. Michael saw the people coming and going around him. He wanted to shout for help,
but when he felt something hard pressing against his waist, he wisely kept his mouth shut. After walking for a while as they neared the station, Su Jing suddenly looked up. Through the blurry rain,
He gazed at the top of the neo-Gothic office building in the distance. Then his pupils shrank, and a strange look flashed across his face. It came so quickly. His spirit was far superior to that of an ordinary person. He had just clearly felt something unusual.
And at the top of that building, there was indeed a dark figure, holding a digital camera. He was like a photographer, capturing the people and scenery on the street below. Xujing slowed down his pace. Naturally, he waited until Trix approached. Then,
lowering his head, he said gravely, "The Death Walker is coming. Take him back around and hand him over to Singer. It'll distract them." Trix was a little flustered, but he was no ordinary man. He quickly regained his composure. After responding,
he hugged Michael and turned to walk down another street. Xujing took a deep breath and continued walking towards the station at a leisurely pace. System. As he walked, he summoned the system in his mind and looked at the abilities that could be enhanced.
After lingering on level 3 strength and level 2 agility for a few seconds, he looked at level 1 self-healing. With a thought, he clicked on the plus sign. Before he crossed over, he had 1. Now, he only had 350.
This amount of essence was only enough for him to strengthen once or twice at most. Even if his strength and agility increased by 1 level, it would not help him as much as his self-healing ability. In an instant,
streams of original energy spread into every cell in his body. Xujing continued to advance normally, prepared to endure the pain. But to his surprise, this time the strengthening didn't hurt at all. Instead, it felt like soaking in a bathtub,
relaxing him completely and leaving him feeling incredibly comfortable. A chilly wind blew along with a torrential downpour, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. It poured down from the horizon, shrouding the world in mist.
100 meters away from Xujing, atop the balcony of an apartment building adorned with Baroque stonework, a distinctive figure crouched, almost motionless and silent. She was a beautiful and charming woman. She wore a long, slim-fitting, shiny trench coat.
Underneath it were tight black leather jackets and pants. A belt cinched her waist, but it couldn't hide her slender, athletic figure. Her skin was smooth, white and seemed to gleam with a fluorescent glow. Her features were exquisite and timeless.
Her aura was both noble and cool. She gave off an air of inviolability. Her dark brown hair fluttered in the wind, and her melancholy chestnut eyes gazed coldly at the bustling street below. Her name is Serena. She's a vampire who's lived for over 6 centuries.
She's the adopted daughter of Victor, one of the 3 great elders of the vampire clan. She is elegant and beautiful. Her kind calls her the moon goddess, but she prefers to be a death walker, bringing endless death to the savage, ruthless,
and cruel werewolves. At this moment she was thinking about the centuries-long war between vampires and werewolves. And this war, in Selena's opinion, is almost coming to an end, since the tragic defeat 600 years ago.
The vampires have sought revenge against the werewolves. A brave commando team has infiltrated a hidden enemy stronghold in Moldavia. Lucian, the most fearsome and cruel leader of the werewolves, was eventually killed.
And the werewolf tribe was almost torn apart. After 6 centuries of continuous hunting by the Deathwalkers, werewolves became increasingly rare, almost extinct. However, even though there are not many werewolves left, the next war will become more dangerous.
Because the moon no longer affects werewolves, those ancient and powerful werewolves that have lingered for centuries can now change their bodies at will, even becoming even larger than before. Today's weapons have evolved and improved.
But the Deathwalkers' goal remains the same: to hunt werewolves, to kill them, one by one, until they are completely wiped out. Serena leaned forward. The tail of her sleek black trench coat swayed in the wind. Icy rain pelted her face and body.
Her tongue traced the smooth contours of her fangs. Her eyes scanned the street below. The surveillance team had clear intelligence that a werewolf was active in this area. But she hadn't found a single target after observing for quite some time.
Serena's gaze would sometimes linger on some handsome human men. Her current age, for a vampire, was barely teenage. She always had expectations for the future. But she also felt worried. If the war ended,
she could imagine that the Deathwalkers would also become obsolete with the times, just like the weapons used before, and would be discarded. What happens then? She felt lost. But soon, she had no time to think about it. Her eyes narrowed,
locking onto a target that she found extremely unpleasant at first glance. It was a tall, strong bald man, weaving through the flowing crowd, gradually approaching their position. Images flashed through Serena's mind. She recognized the man below. Rise.
A werewolf second only to Lucian in ferocity. His hands are stained with the blood of both humans and their vampires. He is now the leader of the Central European wolf pack. Caught a big fish! Serena's heart was filled with excitement.
This was a formidable and powerful opponent. But she wasn't afraid at all. She looked forward to filling him with all her silver. She turned to look at the rooftops of 2 other buildings not far away. Like her, there were 2 other Deathwalkers present.
Regil was in charge of capturing snapshots of the suspicious individuals with his digital camera. Nathaniel was in charge of verifying them, At this moment, the three of them exchanged glances. Then, after their target had passed by,
they leaped vertically from the rooftop, a full 5 stories high. Without hesitation, Selena was as swift and graceful as a jaguar. She ignored the height that would have killed an ordinary person and landed smoothly on the ground. The next second,
her black leather boots were out. Swiftly catching up, Xu walked swiftly through the crowd, aggressively pushing aside those who blocked his path. Seeing his gloomy, fierce gaze and his enormous size, everyone bowed their heads and retreated soon.
He entered the station square and got off the escalator. He could sense 3 ghosts, more powerful and deadly than any human assassin, scattered among the crowd, slowly following him. Xu Jing remained unfazed after entering the station.
He didn't fire in such a public place. Instead, he continued to head towards the secluded corner where he had come from. He quickly and unnoticed slipped sideways through the narrow corridor marked with a no traffic warning sign.
Then he jumped onto the train tracks and broke into a run. Chase, Selena, trailing at the back, pulled out the modified Beretta pistol hidden under her windbreaker. At a command, she was determined to kill this abominable werewolf leader today, no matter what.
The goddess chases the bald man. Xu Jing ran with big strides, faster and faster. The nearby scenery quickly passed by, but before transforming, his speed was still inferior to that of a vampire. Sensing approaching footsteps behind him,
he suddenly stopped and turned around. He pulled 2 modified submachine guns from under his jacket and quickly fired at the nearest male vampire. Da-da-da. The sound of gunfire erupted from the muzzle of Xu Jing's submachine gun.
Echoing throughout the empty tunnel, the male vampire caught off guard was filled with panic and fear. Before he could react, bullets blazing with bright purple light arrived before him, piercing his body. Squeak! Wisps of white smoke rose from the vampire.
The spot where the bullet had struck him began to melt and burn like ice. In an instant, all life force was gone, reduced to a pile of charcoal. Rigel! Serena couldn't believe her eyes.
The savage and ignorant werewolves had actually started using high-tech bullets to hunt down vampires. The bright flashes of the bullets in series caused even her eyes to ache. Another painful scream came from not far to the front left. Nathaniel.
In a split second, Rigel collapsed. Nathaniel followed suit. An angry hiss escaped her pale pink lips. Her teeth sharpened. Her delicate body, tightly wrapped in leather, trembled uncontrollably. Go to hell!
Her figure vanished into a shadow, quickly moving towards Xu Jing. The 2 modified Beretta pistols in her hands roared like machine gun fire. Countless silver, white bullets gushed out from the muzzle.
Forming was every part of Xu Jing's body. Roar! Xu Jing roared, dropped his gun, and ripped off his jacket. His body rapidly grew in size, a dense blanket of long fur sprouting from his body. Sharp fangs and claws soon followed.
In the blink of an eye, he turned into a terrifying wolf over 2 meters tall, walking as fast as a man. After seeing Xu Jing's transformation, Serena didn't feel worried at all. She even felt relieved. Over the past 600 years,
she has hunted countless werewolves and is the most powerful death walker. In her experience, werewolves are at their most vulnerable when in wolf form. In wolf form, werewolves cannot use weapons.
Their minds become more primitive and driven by a desire to kill. In short, my IQ plummeted. Seeing Xu Jing discard the high-tech weapon that threatened her, Selena couldn't help but sneer inwardly. She paused as she approached,
preparing to distance herself and finish him off with her firearm from a distance. But at this moment, something unexpected happened to her. Xu Jing leaped, dodging most of the incoming bullets. Then he lunged forward,
grabbing the digital camera that had fallen to the ground after Rujaya's death. Then he turned and ran off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the dark tunnel. Serena was stunned.
This was the first time he had seen such a situation. Strictly speaking, the transformed Rise was very powerful. She wasn't really sure how to deal with him, but she hadn't expected him to take advantage of his enhanced abilities and escape.
This was completely different from the werewolf she knew. It even reminded her of Lucian, who had once been a nightmare for vampires, and she felt a strong threat. Chase! Even if it takes everything, he must kill the other party.
Serena May immediately chased after him like a nimble cheetah. She also picked up the gun Xu Jing had discarded and took it with her. Swish, swish, swish. Xu Jing was completely like a wild wolf,
running through the tunnel on all fours at an extremely fast speed. White smoke billowed from his back. It was the burning state of the pure silver bullet that had penetrated his body. Drops of blood flowed from the bullet holes in his body,
falling to the ground as he ran quickly. Roar! Xu Jing let out a low, painful roar, the muscles in his back constantly contracting and squeezing. The bullets were forced out of the body one by one, dropping to the ground with a clang.
His amplified self-healing ability after his transformation quickly took effect. In the blink of an eye, all the bullet holes on his body closed automatically, and he was back to normal. Not long after, he came to a hidden manhole cover.
He opened it and jumped down. Then he headed straight for the werewolf's lair. A few minutes later, Serena, gun in hand, chased him to the manhole cover. After a few seconds of hesitation, she continued, the subway's sewer system is like another set of tunnels.
It's intricate and vast. Selena quickly lost track of Xujing. On the road ahead, she also saw the silver bullet drop to the ground. Her assessment of the werewolf's threat instantly increased, but she didn't want to give up, drawing on her experience.
She diligently searched for clues, hoping to catch a bang. At this moment, a crisp sound of metal clashing suddenly came from the other end. Serena's expression changed, and she rushed forward without hesitation soon.
She came to an area separated by iron fences. Wow, when she arrived, Rise was still nowhere to be seen. But she could hear a boiling noise. The sound came from an area inside the fence. It seemed like a large crowd was gathering there,
giving her the feeling of being near a bustling bar. Selena's expression turned serious. She heard the werewolf's howl. There is actually a werewolf's lair here. Furthermore, the number of werewolves in the lair was terrifying.
No less than that of their vampire house. How so? Serena felt her mouth dry and her heart filled with inexplicable fear. All along, all vampires believed that werewolves were about to be wiped out and the war was about to end.
But who could have imagined that this was not the case? The werewolves hid in the filthy sewers, quietly growing and expanding, reaching such a large scale. Thinking back to the high-tech bullets Rise had used specifically to target vampires,
Serena's fair face turned even paler, completely draining of its color. She gasped for breath, her hands tightly gripping her weapon. She could calm down. Rise. Serena chewed on the name, thinking back on everything that had happened tonight.
It didn't seem that simple. It was as if the other party had deliberately led her here. There were also 2 unfired werewolf-modified guns she had picked up. It seemed like they had been thrown to her on purpose. But she also found the idea ridiculous.
Her brows furrowed tightly. After a moment's thought, she suppressed the urge to enter the fenced area to investigate. She quickly turned and left the spot. She wanted to inform others of this information as soon as possible. Chapter 107. The Truth of History.
After Selena left, Xujing walked out from a dark corner not far away. He had a smile on his face and felt relieved. According to his original plan, even if it weren't for Selena,
he still had to reveal the secrets of the werewolf's lair and weapons to the other party. Otherwise, if Lucian's plans succeeded, it would be more difficult for him to complete Mission 2. After Xujing confirmed it, he returned to his nest.
He ignored the scene of the previous battle with the vampire. As the longest living immortal on Earth, Alexander Corvinus possessed immense power. He remained hidden behind the scenes,
silently cleaning up the cause by the racial war between his 2 sons' bloodlines. This is also the main reason why vampires and werewolves have not been exposed in modern society. Xujing quickly returned to Singer's laboratory. Inside the laboratory,
Lucian and Singer were both present. Besides that, Michael was hanging unconscious beside them. At this moment, the 2 of them were gathered around a glass container, their faces filled with excitement. It worked. Michael is the man we were looking for.
Lucian saw Xujing coming back. Appreciation showed on his face and he said, Rise. Well done. He looked excited as if he saw the hope of revenge. Xujing knew Lucian's past.
The real reason for the war between vampires and werewolves was not for the so-called freedom. Lucian was born a slave, but he did not hate vampires. He helped Victor infect ordinary people, created werewolf slaves, forged weapons for the vampires,
and led the werewolves to guard the castle during the day. He was willing to do all this, just for a female vampire. Sonia was Victor's only daughter. For Victor, the union of vampires and werewolves was simply unacceptable. Furthermore,
he had no faith in the werewolves, who were his slaves. Instead, he was wary of them. Love between a werewolf and a vampire is taboo. Lucian secretly crafted a key to unlock the neck cuffs.
He had originally intended to wait for Sonia's decision and then escape with her. But when Sonia was in danger, he had no choice but to disobey orders, rush out of the castle to rescue her, and unlock the shackles.
He transformed into a giant wolf and drove off the attacking werewolves. Although he saved Sonia, Victor also discovered Lucian's betrayal and prepared to execute him. Lucian, in order to save his life,
used freedom as an excuse to call on the rest of the werewolves to betray and flee. Sonia helps him in this process, but this also leads to their forbidden love being completely discovered by Victor. Originally,
Victor wanted to keep it a secret to protect Sonia, but Sonia revealed her pregnancy, hoping her father, Victor, would change for the sake of the child. But the result was quite the opposite. Victor, far from being happy, was terrified of the mixing of blood.
He was terrified to make an example of others. He told the truth in Parliament and voted to execute Sonia. In the end, the decision passed unanimously. The vampire used Sonia as a threat, forcing Lucian to venture back to the castle alone.
He captured him and then, right in front of Lucian, burned Sonia to death with sunlight. This is the real reason why the vampires and werewolves started the eternal war. The night Sonia died was a full moon, just as Victor was about to kill Lucian.
The rising moon transformed him into a giant wolf. He broke free from his shackles, fled to the city walls, and issued a call. The werewolves and werewolves outside the castle heard the call and attacked the castle together,
killing the vampire and forcing him to flee. Lucian, enraged, unleashed a powerful force, piercing Victor's throat and head. But he was careless. Victor's powerful resilience allowed him to survive, leading to the vampire's subsequent counterattack and revenge.
In that era, most vampires were lords. They had money and weapons. However, werewolves were infected by slaves. After the war erupted, the werewolves suffered a steady defeat. That was until Lucian teamed up with the vampire Craven.
Both sides gained what they needed. Lucian faked his own death and hid behind the scenes. Only then did the vampires relax their offensive against the werewolves, giving them time to catch their breath. Over 600 years have passed.
Lucian has quietly grown his tribe, relentlessly pursuing the undead pureblood. He seeks even greater power and personal revenge against Victor, and now, his goal is about to be achieved. As soon as he gained power,
he would immediately lead all the werewolves to attack Victor's vampire castle and make the other side pay for their blood debt with blood rise. 2 days left. Amelia is coming soon. Lucian looked at Xu Jing seriously. He said sincerely, "My brother, please."
He wanted to use Michael's undead pure blood to evolve into a half-wolf, half-vampire being which required a full body of vampire blood. Amelia, one of the 3 great elders of the vampire clan, was his target. In the vampire race, blood purity is paid.
The more direct the lineage and the older the person, the purer their blood and the greater their power. As for Amelia, her bloodline originated from the vampire ancestor Marcus, and she was a contemporary of Victor. For Lucian,
if he could fuse the blood of a vampire with the purest bloodline and the strongest strength, the boost to his strength during his evolution would be enormous. Currently, the 3 elders of the blood clan, Victor and Marcus, were asleep in the castle.
Therefore Amelia became his most persistent target. Of the other 3 elders, Amelia was also the easiest to deal with. Xu Jing glanced at the unconscious Michael. He then looked at Lucian. As affectionate as Rise ever was, he said with equal seriousness,
"I'll take care of it." Craven had worked with them for centuries and had already passed on complete intelligence about Amelia's whereabouts. Furthermore, the warriors sent by the vampires to protect Amelia would be replaced by Craven's own men.
They would never come to Amelia's aid. Although Amelia's strength was not much worse than Victor's, she never expected to be ambushed. Moreover, this is no longer the era of cold weapons.
Improved firearms equipped with ultraviolet bullets specifically designed to combat vampires are now in place. Amelia, unarmed and surrounded, is doomed to die. Lucian, Xu Jing, and Craven had already rehearsed and simulated this action plan many times.
And they were confident that it would be foolproof. Lucian had no doubts about Xu Jing's loyalty. After all these years together, he was no idiot. How could he not notice Rise's deep, hidden feelings for him? But he willed accept anything.
Keeping it like this is the best outcome for both him and Rise. Chapter 171. Serena is isolated. Budapest northern suburbs. A speeding car is moving forward on the empty road. Serena, driving, had a stern expression on her face.
She ignored the stormy weather and stepped on the accelerator. The lush trees on both sides of the road receded rapidly. Soon, a vast castle building, reminiscent of a medieval European castle, appeared at the end of the road.
Several men in black armed with submachine guns were patrolling the castle square. Upon seeing Selina's car, they made no attempt to intercept it. Selina slowed down slightly, pressed the remote control button to open the iron gate, and drove into the castle.
After parking the car, she quickly walked towards the castle, roughly pushing open the exquisite solid wooden door. Carrying the werewolf gun she had found, she walked into the hall with a menacing look. Soft, soothing music drifted through the hall.
People were coming and going. It looked like a cocktail party was taking place. All present were young men, all dressed in formal attire. The men were handsome and well-dressed, while the women were sexy and beautiful, although their attire was revealing.
It still retained an aristocratic air. They gathered in 2s and 3s, laughing and chatting. Their goblets were filled with scarlet liquid, emitting a faint aroma of blood and wine. Serena didn't even glance at them. She seemed completely out of place.
She walked through the crowd with a cold gaze. At the end, she pushed open a door with all her might. She quickly disappeared beneath everyone's inexplicable gazes. After passing through several houses and several long corridors,
she finally arrived at an empty room. In the corner of the room stood a small, modern-looking cabin. Inside, a bald black man in a leather jacket sat at a table, fiddling with a gun. The walls of the cabin were also covered with a variety of modern weapons.
Bang! Selena threw the submachine gun in her hand onto the table and said seriously, "We are facing a very serious problem now." The bald black man stopped what he was doing. His name was Khan. He was the commander of the Death Walkers and a master weaponist.
The advanced silver-plated weapons that vampires used against werewolves were his creations. Any questions? Khan put down his gun. He then picked up the gun Selena had thrown on the table and examined it carefully. After a while,
he picked up a bullet that was gleaming purple with tweezers. His face was filled with solemnity. I need to do some experiments. It must be some kind of photon jet weapon. Selena was a little impatient and told him directly, it's an ultraviolet weapon.
Using sunlight as a weapon, Khan was a little incredulous. But when he focused on the bullet, the stinging sensation in his eyes proved Selena's words were true. At this moment, a gentle, aristocratic-looking man with a group of people rushed in.
His face was somewhat gloomy. Upon seeing Selena, he immediately began to question her. He was Craven. He had led a raid on the werewolf castle and brought back a tattoo on Lucian's arm. He was the only one left alive in the group.
He claimed that Lucian had been killed in the fire, and thus became a hero. Victor trusted Craven for this and gave him extraordinary power to rule over the vampires under his command during his dormant period. Craven got what he wanted.
He was addicted to the beauty of power. But there was one thing his power could not give him: Selena's unattainable love. Although Amelia wasn't due for another 2 days, her delegation was almost there.
Craven was hosting a social gathering and wanted Serena to attend. However, Serena was only interested in hunting werewolves and treated him coldly. Facing Craven's questioning, Selena remained calm and told him what happened tonight.
You want me to believe that a disgusting monster would use high-tech bullets to hunt vampires? A sinister glint flashed in Craven's eyes, and his tone was filled with anger. Rigel is dead. Nathaniel is dead too. They're right here in front of me.
Burned to ash by that werewolf's bullet, Serena was agitated. We must gather all the Deathwalkers now. We must get out of here. Retreat now. This was just a one-time incident. Craven refused, saying the awakening is only a few days away.
And Amelia is coming soon. We can't retreat. The vampires possess a political and advisory committee. This committee is led by 3 elders who rotate in power for 100 years. When one elder takes power, the other 2 enter a dormant state. To date,
when Amelia arrived, she would follow the procedure and awaken Marcus, who would rule for the next century, while she herself would fall into a deep sleep. Although Amelia was one of the great elders, her castle was in the east, on the other side of the sea.
During her reign, she had no interest in ruling Craven and would not interfere at all. But if it were Victor and Marcus, things would be different. So Craven fully cooperated with Lucian's plan to kill Amelia.
This would leave the awakening ceremony without a presiding officer. He could continue to enjoy power and even find an opportunity to kill the sleeping Victor and Marcus later to completely eliminate the problem. With only 2 days left to go,
he certainly wouldn't agree with Serena's suggestion to retreat. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Accidental. Serena was furious. I heard it clearly in that tunnel. There was a whole pack of werewolves there.
Hundreds, maybe thousands. You only heard them. You didn't see them. You must have heard them wrong. Craven said coldly. After hundreds of years of hunting by us, they are almost extinct. Selena snorted coldly. She was so angry she couldn't speak.
But Craven was the one who had the final say in this castle. He could control the other vampires. Khan also advised Hez right. Serena, there hasn't been a werewolf nest this big in a long time, not since Lucian's death. Never, I know that, Serena.
But I want you to send someone to check it out before you tell me it's not true. Although she was an elite among the Death Walkers, she had no command authority and felt helpless. Craven saw Khan coming and stopped him, saying, "Have your men stand by.
I'll have Soren organize a search party." Soren was his assistant, and he had a group of people who did all those dirty things for him. Craven did this to appease Khan and remove his suspicions, while also leaving Selena helpless after she discovered the truth.
Let me lead the team, Serena pleaded innocently. Absolutely not. Let Soren be responsible. Craven would never let Serena ruin his plan. He sneered. Hundreds. Really that many? Serena away.
She had a growing feeling that things were getting worse. Since she couldn't get any support, she decided to go find the evidence herself. Chapter 172, Intermediate Werewolf. Xu Jing held a wad of alcohol in his hand. He wiped Michael's arm vein.
Then he grabbed a nearby needle and drew a full tube of blood. What exactly are you going to do? Michael was strapped to an upright flapped. An IV tube was inserted into one of his arms, continuously pumping nutrients into his body. However,
his face was extremely pale. He looked extremely weak. His other arm was covered in dozens of needle marks. A full day and night had passed since last night, and blood had been drawn almost every once in a while. All this blood was given to Lucian
and then injected into his own body. The undead pure blood was very tolerant. After the injection, there was no rejection. Instead, it merged into Lucian's original werewolf bloodline. But Xu Jing knew that Michael's immortal gene was inactive.
Unlike Marcus and William, he was not able to absorb the virus and mutate. An activated undead pure blood has only one function: neutralization. It can fuse vampire blood and werewolf blood together.
So even though Lucian injected several hundred milliliters of Michael's blood, his own strength did not change at all. Let me go. Michael was filled with fear. Seeing Xu Jing remain silent, he couldn't help but beg. Xu Jing shook his head and said,
"Sorry, you can't leave." He ignored Michael's pleas, took the blood he had just drawn, put it in his pocket, and turned to leave. This tube was not what Lucian wanted, but he kept it for himself. After so many puffs, one more, one less.
Singer would ask Lucian for confirmation. Arriving at the laboratory door, Xu Jing ran into Sing, who had returned to the lab. His face remained calm, without a trace of panic. Don't smoke him for now. Let him recover. His survival will help us all evolve.
Singer stopped him and said something. Okay, Xu Jing nodded and quickly left the lab. Singer's thoughts were correct, but if Selena discovered the truth about what was happening here, Lucian would never let Michael leave alive. For him,
the undead pureblood must never fall into the hands of a vampire. As for whether Serena would come, Xu Jing thought of the other arrangements he had made during the day. He was very sure that she would come tonight. He went straight back to his room,
locked the door, took out some blood, and injected it into his own vein system. A familiar interface appeared. With the infusion of undead, pure blood, a blurry plus sign appeared behind his junior werewolf identity. It gradually became clear and stable.
It really works. Xu Jing was delighted. Logically, he could have used origin points to increase his bloodline level. However, since no plus sign appeared when he traveled through time, he suspected it might be because he didn't have enough origin points.
He had previously used up 200 of his essence points to strengthen his first level self-healing ability, but after killing 2 vampires, his essence points were restored to 450. However, 450 points still wasn't enough to strengthen his bloodline.
He had originally planned to wait until he had hunted down Amelia and the other vampires before strengthening it. But when he was helping Lucian draw Michael's blood that day, it suddenly occurred to him, since undead pure blood could help bloodline evolution,
perhaps he could also use it as a source of energy. After trying it now, it was indeed true. Even if Michael's blood was not activated, once it reached the system, everything would be fine. Xu Jing's mind moved. He clicked on the plus sign.
The tube of pure immortal blood injected into his body was like a trigger. With the infusion of the original aura, more pure immortal blood was quickly transformed, and some subtle changes began to occur. Roar! Xu Jing couldn't help but roar.
His body began to deform uncontrollably. Sizzle, his clothes instantly ripped into pieces and fell to the ground. Click, click, the room was filled with the sound of bones rubbing against each other violently.
It felt as if countless long worms were burrowing into Xu Jing's body. His skin bulged, his muscles rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, countless tumors crawled and emerged from his body. Roar! His face became hideous, he roared in agony.
Yet he tried hard to suppress his voice, keeping it as low as possible. Soon, his transformed body size exceeded his original size, and part of the grey hair on his head turned white. Gradually, the original energy in the body finally dissipated.
Xu Jing looked down at himself. His body had grown to about 2.5 meters tall. An explosive force filled his entire body. He looked at the system interface. His bloodline level had become that of an intermediate werewolf.
His strength had reached level 4, his agility had reached level 3. And his self-healing had also reached level 3. This is just the surface data without considering the transformation enhancement. Xu Jing looked at the last thing he was looking at.
There had been a change there as well. The system indicated that after the transformation, all abilities had increased from 50% to 70%. He waved his hands vigorously, without retracting his transformation.
He slowly adjusted to the surroundings of the house, Vampire Castle, inside the library, taking advantage of Creven's reception for Amelia's already arrived delegation.
Selena quietly arrived and violently broke open the door to the long-sealed forbidden document storage room. She quickly searched and soon found an old, dusty book. She began to examine it. After Craven refused to lead a search last night,
she returned to the subway tunnel alone and came to the gate leading to the werewolf's lair. Selena originally wanted to venture inside to investigate, but when she got there, she unexpectedly saw a familiar object hanging on the fence.
She recognized it as Ragel's digital camera and clearly remembered it being taken away by Riz. Serena suddenly realized that this must have been left here by Riz. Perhaps he wanted to tell her something.
So she didn't take any more risks and returned to the castle with her camera. After checking the memory card inside, she found several photos she had never seen before. The photos seemed to have been taken secretly from an inconspicuous angle.
It was a little blurry, but it was clear that he was a well-defined, muscular man. This man seemed to be in a very high position, as there were several photos of him being the center of attention. Selena studied the photos one by one,
and her attention was quickly drawn to a blurry, looking round metal plate hanging on the man's chest. Although the metal plate was not clear, she recognized it at first sight. That thing was made by her father. She had seen it before.
She had even held it in her hands and played with it. And it happened a long time ago, back when she was only 4 years old as a human. But for vampires, can be regained through their blood. Chapter 173. Kill her!
Selena flipped through the pages of the book in her hand. The one who recorded this book was Andres Terrace, once the official historian of all vampire races. Tyrus had lived through the darkest times.
He had always enjoyed the council's trust and knew countless secrets. However, 200 years ago, because many of the historical materials he collected were denounced by Victor as lies, he lost the trust of the elders eventually.
Serena escorted him to exile in a deserted monastery. Serena was sure Rise wouldn't have taken a few photos for her for no reason. There had to be some meaning behind it. Given Rui's identity, her first guess was that the man in the photo was a werewolf. Then,
the angle from which the photo was taken hinted at a higher status. Otherwise, the angle wouldn't be so subtle. The last thing she focused on was the metal plate. It was something she had touched 600 years ago. For a werewolf to wear it so cherished.
It was definitely not an ordinary item. Perhaps the data recorded by Tales can tell me something. With this in mind, Serena carefully flipped through the book. Besides the written records, the book also contained a series of hand-drawn illustrations.
Her gaze suddenly froze on an illustration. The man's face is unclear, but the metal plate is clearly visible on his chest. There's also a V-shaped pattern on his arm. The man in this illustration is Lucian,
the demon who brought bloody disasters and memories to the vampire clan. Of all the warriors who attacked Lucian's fortress, only one vampire survived. He was Craven. He was richly rewarded, not only for starting the fire,
but also for bringing back proof of the werewolf leader's death, a piece of branded skin from Lucian's arm. Selena read the notes and turned a page. There was no illustration on that page. Instead, a piece of dry, patterned leather was bound to it.
This is the piece of skin on Lucian's arm. An idea struck her. She tore off the piece of skin and flipped back to the illustrated page of Lucian's portrait. She compared it with the pattern on his arm, exactly the same. This was definitely Lucian's skin.
But the metal plate hanging around his neck was exactly the same as the one worn by the man in the photo Rise had taken. Serena began to have doubts in her heart. Regardless of the stories recorded in the books she read or the stories spread among vampires,
Lucian had already been killed by Craven. But think about it, this story is just Craven's one-sided account. There's no other evidence besides this piece of skin. But is Lucian really dead? What if he didn't die?
Serena couldn't help but think of the werewolf lair she had discovered earlier. She thought of the hundreds or even thousands of werewolves that might be inside. She couldn't help but gasp. Is Rise trying to tell me that Lucian is still alive?
She hurriedly threw down her books and returned to her room, once again carefully looking through the photos in her camera. The more she looked, the more suspicious she became. After hesitating for a moment, Serena took her weapon and jumped out of the window.
Soon, she drove out of the castle and headed towards the city's subway station, subway sewer. As the night deepened, the noise in the werewolf's lair gradually quieted down, unless there is a mission or something unexpected happens.
The werewolves living here have developed the habit of resting at night and going out during the day. After all, vampires would hide inside the castle during the day, but at night, the Death Walkers would roam everywhere.
It would be particularly dangerous outside. After Xu Jing adapted to the changes in his body, he cancelled the transformation. Although his werewolf form has changed a lot, his human form remains the same as before. He found new clothes and put them on.
He didn't sleep or go out. He just waited patiently in the room. Late in the night, Xu Jing, who was sitting on a chair resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Da-da-da. At this moment,
was heard from far away outside the house. Damn it! The vampires are coming! Then came the terrified roar of Pierce, another werewolf who had lived for over 600 years. Get your weapons, following Pierce's call.
Xu Jing clearly sensed the werewolves in the rooms around him running out one after another, passing through the door and rushing towards the battle site. But soon, he heard another series of screams. It seemed that the enemy was very powerful.
Xu Jing then stood up slowly, strode out of the room, and headed towards the battlefield with his weapon. When they reached a corner, they saw 2 naked men lying on the ground, already lifeless. These were the 2 guards patrolling the lair.
Their condition was such that they had apparently been shot dead just as they had time to transform. They had returned to their original forms after death. Xu Jing turned their bodies over and examined them for a moment. He couldn't help but marvel. Khan,
the vampire weapon master, lived up to his reputation. In just one day, he replicated the werewolf's ultraviolet bullet and created a silver nitrate bullet. He was wary. If he had deliberately thrown the gun away,
the vampire wouldn't have been able to create such a bullet. But he didn't want to experience the power of such a bullet. Just like vampires are helpless against ultraviolet bullets, these silver nitrate bullets are also invincible to werewolves.
once injected into a werewolf and exploded. The silver nitrate inside flowed directly into the bloodstream and could not be dug out. Unless you are immune to silver, there is only one way to go: death.
The reason Xu Jing deliberately revealed the secret to Serena was mainly to leave a deep impression on her. At least, she would start a fight the moment they met. He also wanted to bring the altered plot back to its original path.
And have Lucian be killed by the plot instead of having him do it himself. Otherwise, without silver nitrate bullets, Craven would have been able to easily assassinate Lucian. Don't let any more accidents happen, he quickened his pace.
Following the sound of gunfire, he arrived near Singer's laboratory, but he didn't rush out. Instead, he hid around a corner, silently watching the battlefield. Serena's heroic fighting style caught Xu Jing's eyes.
Her face was filled with unconcealed shock. Facing a group of werewolves chasing her, she dodged and evaded them. Her simple counterattacks were deadly. In the blink of an eye, she cleared a bloody path and then ran towards Xu Jing without looking back.
Kill her. Lucian appeared outside the second-floor laboratory. His face was filled with anger. At a command, the werewolves who had arrived later chose to transform and gave chase frantically. Selena ran for her life. She had sneaked in first.
Dodging or assassinating the patrolling werewolves, she made her way to the lab. After discovering that there were werewolves guarding the laboratory, she took the risk of distracting and defeating the guards before quietly approaching.
Lucian happened to be in the lab, discussing Michael with Singer. Their conversation was overheard clearly by Selena outside. Chapter 174. Life is a play. It all depends on your acting skills. Serena ran as fast as she could,
her mind still recollecting what she had heard. She was filled with shock. Lucian is really still alive. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he actually found a way to merge the blood of vampires and werewolves.
And that ordinary human being in the laboratory is the key to success. If it were somewhere else, Serena might have tried to save the human in the lab. But in the werewolf's lair, she had no confidence in escaping with him. No matter what, Lucian cannot.
This was Serena's truest thought at the time. So she acted without hesitation. Not Lucian, but Michael. After confirming that all the bullets had penetrated the opponent's body, she immediately began to run for her life. Xu Jing quietly hid in the corner.
Sensing Selena getting closer and closer, he suddenly shouted softly, attracting the attention of Selena, who was passing by. Serena was startled and stopped dead in her tracks. She was about to attack, but when she realized it was Xu Jing,
she turned and rushed over. It's you. How could she not recognize Xu Jing now? If it were any other werewolf, she would have attacked without mercy. Come with me. Xu Jing turned around and ran quickly. The werewolf chasing Serena was almost there.
Serena hesitated for a few seconds, then gritted her teeth and followed. Xu Jing hadn't transformed, but now that he was in human form, with level 3 agility, his speed was already quite fast. Soon,
he brought Serena back to his own residence before the other werewolves caught up. He quickly opened the door and said, "Come in quickly." Serena had no confidence in escaping the werewolf's pursuit. At this moment, she had no other choice.
She gave Xu Jing a deep look, then slipped into the room, closed the door and hide. Wait for me to come back. After Xu Jing said this, he immediately turned around and headed towards another unguarded exit. Not long after,
he encountered a large group of werewolves chasing him. She ran that way. "Follow me!" Xu Jing shouted loudly and rushed towards a certain passage. After hearing this, the werewolves changed direction and ran wildly after Xu Jing, roaring.
About half an hour later, Xu Jing returned to his lair with a group of people. They found Lucian and said, "She ran away, we didn't catch up with her." Lucian's facial muscles twitched. His expression was extremely grim. He stared at Xu Jing intently. Suddenly,
he roared, "Waste! You're all a bunch of waste!" As he spoke, he punched the wall next to him. With a loud bang, a hole was smashed into the wall. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lucian's fiery gaze. Xu Jing snorted inwardly.
He didn't bother to provoke any trouble. He turned his gaze to the side and said nothing more. Lucian panted with rage. It took him a long time to regain his composure. He looked around and said, "The rest of you, go dispose of the body.
Then strengthen the security rise. Follow me." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. They immediately dispersed to deal with their affairs. Xu Jing followed Lucian silently to the laboratory. Inside the laboratory,
Singer was busy working over a large basin of blood. Next to him, Michael's cold body lay carelessly on the ground. "I drained his blood, but now there's a more serious problem. The bullet the vampire just used was mixed with silver nitrate.
This silver nitrate has already merged into his blood. I'm not sure if it can be separated." Lucian kicked Michael's body away with a cold expression. He walked over to Singer, glanced at the blood in the basin and said, "If we can't separate them,
will it affect my plan?" Singer glanced at Lucian and said, "The pure blood that has already been fused into your blood can still help you fuse with Amelia's blood, but it can't be all of it. Damn it." Lucian was furious. This sudden accident had driven him mad.
Although he could still evolve into a half-human, half-vampire being, his originally projected power level would be greatly reduced. He looked at Xu and said, "Rise. Go contact Soren. I want to meet with Craven before dawn." Xu responded.
Seeing that Lucian had no other instructions, he immediately left the laboratory. He returned to his residence, found Serena, and said, "Direct me immediately." The werewolves hadn't returned yet. The patrols hadn't reorganized yet.
This was the perfect time to leave. Any later would be difficult. Serena followed Xu quickly and cleanly and left the room quickly. The two of them, one in front and one behind,
Carefully avoided several passing werewolves and headed towards the exit of the subway station. "Rise you!" Two werewolves were guarding the exit. When Xu approached, they immediately spotted Serena, who was hiding behind him.
They immediately showed fear and were about to call out, but before Xu could make a move, Serena leaped up, grabbing two star-shaped darts in each hand and hurling them out like lightning. Chi-chi-cha!
The silver-plated star-shaped darts penetrated the throats of the two werewolves. Well, the two werewolves didn't even scream, but fell to the ground twitching. Xu walked over quickly again. With two snaps, he broke their necks. Then
he carried a werewolf corpse in one hand, opened the fence with Selena, and quickly left the lair. 10 minutes later, a car drove to the northern outskirts of the city and stopped at the edge of a quiet and deserted road.
Serena turned her head and looked at Xu sitting in the passenger seat. She asked coldly, "Rise, what is your purpose in doing all this?" She had so many questions in her mind. Rise's actions were a complete betrayal of the Lycans and Lucian.
But it was undeniable. Without Rise, the vampires would have faced a catastrophic disaster. They might even have been wiped out by Lucian. And she also owed the other party a life-saving favor during this operation.
Xu turned around and looked at Serena with admiration. He smiled and said, "I did this for a purpose." Serena didn't ask any further questions. She just stared at him intently, waiting for him to continue. Xu gathered his emotions for a moment. Suddenly,
he acted indignant and said, "The war between vampires and werewolves is actually a war between Lucian and Victor. Has a liar. Has dragged all the werewolves onto his chariot. As long as he doesn't die, this war will never stop. Over the past few centuries,
haven't you and I lost enough of our people? Why not try to get vampires and werewolves to live in peace? Do you get me?" Xu looked at Serena, who had a dazed expression, with a sincere look on his face. Chapter 175, Go for Broke. Serena was shocked.
She had never expected Rise's purpose to be so noble, but she quickly recovered. With a cold snort, she shook her head firmly. "Impossible, I can let you go. But the other werewolves must be eliminated."
A series of unforgettable sad memories from long ago flashed through her mind. A pair of adorable twin girls, only 6 years old, had their throats brutally slit. A kind and amiable woman, her body torn to pieces.
A man with white hair and dressed in old-age clothing. His skull had been cracked open, revealing the grayish-white, sticky substance inside his brain. Once a cozy living room, its protective walls were now covered in blood and gore.
Dismembered bodies and scraps of flesh were scattered everywhere. The wound that could not be healed began to bleed again deep in Seren's heart. She would never forget it. "It's a werewolf!" It was the werewolf who destroyed her beautiful family.
It was a werewolf who killed her parents, killed her twin sister, a soul once deeply cherished. Torn into pieces, and then discarded like crimson petals. Selina's hand involuntarily touched the holster under her windbreaker, and rested on the cold,
hard handle of the pistol. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she stared at Xu. Her tone was icy as she said, "Get out of the car." Xu expression remained calm. Some truths weren't yet ready to be revealed to Serena. He didn't say anything more.
He simply opened the car door and stepped out. Just as Selena was about to drive away, he suddenly reminded her, "Craven is one of ours." Bang! Serena slammed her fist on the steering wheel. A cold light flashed in her eyes and she asked, "Are you sure?"
She was actually very suspicious in her heart, but she didn't have enough evidence. "Haven't you already met Lucian?" Xu added. "He's still alive. That's the biggest evidence. He'll remember your favor." Serena looked at Xu deeply and started the car.
Xu leaned closer to the car window and said, "I don't care how you expose Craven, but don't let him know it was me who said it." Serena thought for a moment and nodded. "I understand." As
she stepped on the accelerator and sped towards the vampire house. Xu watched the car disappear at the end of the road. He smiled slightly, turned around, and quickly left towards the other side of the city. Half an hour later,
he arrived at the location designated for contacting vampires. He left a note of his meeting and returned to report to Lucian. Lucian only brought Xu with him. Xu drove them to the place where he often met with the vampires.
On the edge of a secluded street, about an hour later, a black Lexus drove over from a distance with its lights flashing and stopped next to their car. Then Craven got out and entered their car, sitting next to Lucian in the back. Xu,
like a competent bodyguard, got out of the car and walked to the side of the road, standing opposite Soren. The heavy rain, coupled with the closed car windows, did not hinder his spiritual perception in the slightest.
He could hear the conversation between Lucian and Craven clearly. Lucian quickly recounted to Craven what had happened tonight. Then he said, "I want you to find her immediately and kill her." "No!" Craven realized that Lucian was talking about Serena.
He immediately refused, saying, "She's my chosen future princess. I promise I won't let her ruin our plans. The more you can't get it, the more you want it." Craven's pursuit of Selena has become very close to his true pursuit of power, filled with endless desire.
Lucian stared at Craven. He said coldly, "Then take care of your woman. Remember, without me you are nothing." Craven snorted coldly and got out of the car. After a while, their car left the area. "Go back," Lucian called out.
Su Jing also started the car and drove back to the werewolf's lair. He glanced at the rearview mirror. Lucian had his eyes closed. He had no desire to talk to him. He drove steadily, his mind preoccupied with 2 tasks so far.
Even though he hadn't completed any mission, he wasn't anxious at all. Although he wouldn't give up on mission 1, he was already prepared for failure. For now, he was taking it one step at a time. As for mission 2, he was still confident.
While the plot had changed considerably, with Michael even dead, everything was still under his control. Now it's Serena's turn. Su Jing didn't give Serena much warning. However, he was convinced that Serena, now isolated and helpless within the vampire world,
would definitely make a desperate move. Vampire Castle. Serena stared blankly at the mirror in front of the sink. She was in a deep internal struggle. She now knew the truth, but she didn't dare trust any of her own people in the castle. Lucian is still alive.
More importantly, the current ruler of the castle, Craven, is actually a traitor. Selena couldn't imagine what would happen if werewolves broke into the castle during the awakening ceremony.
She stretched out her finger and wrote Victor's name on the foggy mirror. When she was most helpless, Victor appeared before her like an angel, gave her a new life, and raised her to adulthood to her. Victor is her faith.
She is willing to fight for Victor her entire life. Whenever she felt most helpless, she would involuntarily think of Victor. "Please forgive me, but I really need your guidance." Selena finally made a decision.
She erased the writing on the mirror and headed to the place where the elders lay sleeping. At this time, Craven inexplicably left the castle. This was her best chance. "Khan wants to see you."
Selena found an excuse to send away the surveillance personnel guarding the cemetery. Taking advantage of the other party's absence, she quickly opened the entrance to the cemetery, entered, and flipped a mechanism, causing the coffin containing Victor to rise.
Victor had been sleeping in the coffin for 100 years. His flesh and organs had shrunk into a ball, wrinkled like a mummy. A normal awakening ceremony, presided over by the ruling elder, uses cloned blood, devoid of any memory.
Injected into a desiccated corpse, this revitalizes the awakened individual's dried blood, restoring organ function and ultimately reviving them. It was a slow process. It would take a day. But Serena didn't have that much time. Tomorrow night, Amelia was coming.
Perhaps the werewolves would arrive even sooner. Even if nothing unexpected happened, she didn't think she would have a chance to explain what happened to Victor. Because Victor trusted Craven more than he trusted her. Chapter 176, Brutal Destruction of Flower.
Serena had a persistent question in her mind. She considered Victor a father figure, always respected him, even willing to sacrifice her life for him. Yet, she could sense he was wary of her. But it didn't matter. Her loyalty to Victor remained steadfast.
"I'm sorry to wake you up early, but I fear we're at our most critical moment. Especially you. You're so weak, and Lucian is still alive. He's in this city, ready to attack us. And worse, Craven and Lucian, they're in cahoots. Please read my memories."
Wake up, my lord. As far as Selina knew, older vampires all had a special ability. They could read memories from the blood of other beings, forming a coherent image and understanding past events. However, no one has ever tried this during a wake-up ceremony.
It is a very dangerous practice for the person being awakened. But Selina had no choice. She simply bit her wrist, letting the blood, containing her memories, drip into Victor's slightly open mouth.
Then she quickly pushed the coffin into a room inside the cemetery. She used IV tubes to connect the bags of cloned blood, originally prepared for Marcus' awakening ceremony, to various parts of Victor's body. After completing this,
Selina deactivated the coffin's trigger, restored the scene to its original state, and quickly left the cemetery before the surveillance personnel returned. Just before dawn, Craven returned to the castle and went straight to Selina,
placing her under house arrest. Selina had already guessed Craven might have gone to see Lucian. She didn't resist. She sneered inwardly, waiting for Victor to wake up when darkness fell again. The next evening,
there was a great deal of noise in the werewolf's lair. Lucian's clear announcement of a counterattack against the vampires was a powerful shot in the arm for the werewolves, who had been suppressed for 600 years and forced to remain cowardly.
Everyone was inexplicably excited, eager for action. Rise. How are you preparing? After 600 years of hiding his true intentions, Lucian could no longer wait. Su Jing said in a deep voice, everything is fine. Very good.
Lucian was extremely confident in Xu Jing. He instructed, once you get Amelia's blood, return immediately. Xu Jing nodded and called out. A large group of werewolves, armed with weapons, followed him and left their lair, Dracula's castle.
Inside Khan's weapons room, a large number of Deathwalkers gathered. They adjusted their guns, loaded silver nitrate bullets into the magazines, and prepared to greet Amelia. At that moment, Craven walked in, his hands behind his back.
He walked all the way to Khan and said, change of plan. Soren and his team will bring Amelia back. Khan said with a puzzled look, but this is our mission, not now. Craven wouldn't tolerate any refusal. He turned and walked away. Night falls.
Budapest railway station. A train with thick smoke billowing from its front slowly entered the station from a distance. Su Jing and a group of werewolves hid in a dark corner at the edge of the platform. When the train came to a complete stop,
he gave a look and the wolves split into two groups, surrounding them from the front and back. All of these people were carrying modified firearms that used ultraviolet bullets. They were fully armed.
Soren and his fellow vampires emerged from the car parked at the station. Standing on the empty platform, they saw the vampires had been operating there for centuries. Their power was immense, and they had already evacuated the entire platform.
They used a strong flashlight as a signal. Xu Jing had already understood it. When he saw the light flashing inside the train, he immediately rushed out from the shadows and towards the train. Ouch!
He was running when he suddenly howled like a wolf and his body began to deform. Oh whoa! As if it were a signal. The remaining werewolves also appeared one after another, howling and transforming, following behind Xu Jing. Bang!
Su Jing jumped up and landed on top of the train. Sizzle! His sharp claws tore through the iron sheet on the train's roof, and he appeared in front of a group of vampires dressed in fancy clothes who were about to get off the train. It's a werewolf.
The group of vampires showed expressions of fear and then screamed, "Not good, we have been betrayed." Someone noticed Soren and his companions standing indifferent on the platform outside the window, and finally understood the truth. Roar! At this moment,
Werewolves either broke through the windows or jumped in through the cracks in the roof that Xu Jing had torn open. They selected their respective targets and pounced on them. At the same time,
the werewolves that had initially surrounded them suddenly appeared from the front and rear compartments. Da-da-da. The carriage was filled with flashing purple lights. Unable to react in time, the vampire followers collapsed into a pool of blood,
their bodies twitching as they turned to ash. Xu Jing had long locked his gaze on a tall, snow-white-skinned woman with black hair and hazel eyes, wearing a low-cut evening gown. That was his target. Amelia. He immediately noticed the unusual Xu Jing.
Seeing the attendants and ground him fall one by one, his breathing became extremely rapid. His eyes were filled with fear. Roar! Xu Jing leaped into the carriage. The immensely violent force fiercely bombarded Amelia's chest, which was terrified. Bang!
Amelia groaned. As if struck by a cannonball, she flew backwards and slammed into the inner wall of the carriage. She was still in the air when she saw a huge figure following closely behind her. Its giant claws, as big as a palm leaf fan, grabbed her neck.
Despicable werewolf! Amelia began to struggle. A powerful force gradually erupted from her frail body. At the same time, a pair of sharp teeth protruded from her mouth. Her pupils even transformed into strange vertical lines. Oh!
Su Jing slapped Amelia's beautiful face hard, sending stars darting through her eyes. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in his eyes. He opened his maw and bit her neck mercilessly. Cheer! A stream of blood spurted out. Amelia screamed in agony, her limbs twitching.
Su Jing threw Amelia to the ground. Her bloodline was powerful. Although she had lost the power to resist, she was definitely not going to die. After he dealt with the other party, he immediately let go and went around finishing off the enemy.
Snatching up Kin's eyes, these vampires all represented a huge income of origin points. Of the entire Amelia delegation, only 3 or 5 guards were armed, the rest were dressed in evening attire.
Faced with the werewolves' planned an overwhelming ambush, they were unable to mount an effective resistance. Chapter 177, Advanced Hybrid. The battle in the carriage soon came to an end. From beginning to end,
Soren and his group of vampires stood on the platform outside the train. They remained indifferent to the tragic deaths of their own kind. When they saw the outcome was already decided, they left the scene early.
Su Jing's mouth and paws were covered in blood as he stood inside the carriage. Ouch! After all the vampires fell, he looked up to the sky and let out a wolf howl. His body gradually returned to human form.
He took the syringe he had brought with him for drawing blood and walked step by step to Amelia. Amelia was covered in blood. Her face was pale as a cadaver as she collapsed on the carriage floor. She struggled in agony, but she couldn't recover anytime soon.
Su Jing squatted on the ground. He inserted the syringe into Amelia's vein and began to draw blood. Time passes by little. Amelia's strength to struggle dwindled. Wrinkles began to appear on her smooth, delicate skin. She rapidly aged. Finally,
she lost her voice. The other werewolves all waited outside the carriage, waiting for the next order to take action. System. After Xu Jing finished drawing Amelia's blood, he summoned the system and looked at the interface. After the previous killing,
the origin points increased to 4700, and the plus sign for upgrading appeared after the intermediate werewolf. A smile appeared on his lips. He took out Amelia's blood and injected it into himself. At the same time, he thought and clicked on the plus sign.
Immune to damage from silver items, Xu Jing kept reciting this in his mind and began to strengthen himself. The familiar feeling returned. Veins emerged from the surface of his body. Long, sharp nails extended from his 5 fingers. Plop.
Plop. Xu Jing felt his heartbeat accelerate abnormally. A large amount of the original energy merged into his body. As it circulated through his blood, subtle changes occurred. His body couldn't help but expand, gradually transforming into a giant wolf.
But after another force merged into his blood, it slowly began to shrink again. The power of original blood, to him, Michael's immortal pure blood, was just a trigger, as long as there were enough origin points.
It could be infinitely replicated and even transformed, from an unactivated state to its most primitive activated state. Roar! Xu Jing roared in pain, struggling to control himself as he injected Amelia's blood into his body.
Although he could directly use the origin points for evolution and fusion, if he had ready-made vampire blood to inject, it would be enough to save a lot of origin points. Rise. The werewolves guarding outside noticed something was wrong and rushed in,
surrounding Xu Jing. Although they didn't know the specific mission, they couldn't help but show shock when they saw the changes in Xu Jing's body. Oh, Xu Jing stood up. The original energy within him lingered for a moment before dissipating.
Ending process. He looked at the system interface. Rise advanced hybrid. Abilities level 9 strength, level 9 agility, level 9 healing, blood memory reading. Gee! Xu Jing casually waved his hand forward. Suddenly,
a sonic boom ripped through the air. The surrounding werewolves all looked puzzled. They couldn't even make out his movements. The improvement this time is so great. He was a little surprised. The ability displayed was only his pre-transformation level.
The increase there had gone from 70% to 100%, based on his feelings and experience. His true strength after the transformation had clearly reached the first level. Xu Jing touched his face, then he looked at his body.
Although he was in a transformed state, he was no longer a wolf beast. Instead, he maintained the general shape of a human. His skin turned gray. His dense wolf fur disappeared. His 2 canine teeth grew long and pointed like a vampire's, solid.
Hard muscles covered his entire body like a suit of armor. Rise! At this time, a werewolf next to him mustered up the courage to ask you, "What's wrong with you?" Xu Jing looked around. He noticed that all the werewolves looked at him with fear in their eyes.
They were completely unaware of the blood fusion. It was like a fear of the unknown. They were filled with anxiety. This is evolution, just like our tribe's transformation from werewolf to werewolf.
From the full moon transformation to the controlled transformation we have today, incredible power lies in our blood. There was a commotion at the scene, and all the werewolves showed excitement. So,
can we just inject vampire blood into our bodies and become like you? The syringes and other items used to draw Amelia's blood were still on the ground. Someone had noticed something. They seemed to understand something.
Werewolves weren't like vampires who prioritized blood purity. As long as they could become stronger, it didn't matter what they transformed into. No, you still need to learn to control your own power. Xu Jing looked around at everyone with a serious expression.
He said, "Don't let your brain be dominated by primitive animal instincts as soon as you transform." He picked up the remaining tube of Amelia's blood and continued, "If you don't believe it, you can try it." The werewolves were skeptical of his words.
Their eyes flickered. No one made a rash move. After a long time, a werewolf finally stood out from the crowd. "I'll do it!" Xu Jing glanced over. The person who spoke was called Taylor. He was also a werewolf who had survived 600 years ago.
He sneered in his heart and handed the blood over. Taylor took it. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and pressed the needle into his vein. The injection instantly entered his body. "How is it?" someone asked.
Taylor frowned as he sensed the changes in his body. He opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly, with a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah! His blood vessels bulged out, wriggling under his skin like earthworms. His body twitched uncontrollably. Bang!
In the next second, Taylor's chest exploded like a watermelon. Countless blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground, lifeless. Hiss! The werewolves were in an uproar, with expressions of fear on their faces.
Xu Jing watched all this with an expressionless face. Without the immortal pure blood, the blood of the two races would not only not merge, but would instead kill each other. Who else wants to try? He picked up another vial of blood and passed it around.
But the werewolves around him retreated in fear. No one dared to try again. "You're like a pack of mad dogs. You want to bite everything you see. You can't even control your own strength. And you still want to gain more power."
Su Jing snorted coldly and mercilessly scolded the werewolves. Everyone avoided his gaze, no one dared to object. They all put aside their own plans. He cancelled his transformation, grabbed the clothes he had brought with him, and put them on.
Everyone follow me. Chapter 178. Rise. As a traitor, Xu Jing had no plans to take these werewolves back to their lair. His current behavior could be considered a blatant betrayal of Lucian.
Even though the werewolves present didn't know the reason, Lucian certainly understood it. He led all the werewolves and quickly left the station. They went to a long-abandoned base, then, using the excuse of a special operation,
he ordered everyone not to leave. Many of the werewolves here were infected by Rise himself, and could be considered his trusted followers. Su Jing selected a few capable individuals and assigned them to oversee the operation.
He then left the base alone and leisurely returned to his base. Although he planned carefully and envisioned a perfect outcome, to be honest, he still wasn't very confident that everything would go according to his plan. But Xu Jing didn't panic.
He had mentally prepared for the worst. If anything unexpected happened, he was ready to kill Lucian directly. At worst, he could kill all the werewolves in the lair and then frame the vampire.
And the reason why he was confident was all based on his own strength. The effect of this enhancement was beyond his expectations. In his estimation, Lucian and the others were no match for him. Of course, his efforts were considerable. The
700 origin points he had previously acquired were completely consumed, however. Because he had used Amelia's blood, the origin points he could convert upon his return were also greater than he had calculated. Inside the vampire castle,
Victor had fully regained Khan's fusions. His body had regained its vitality. His flesh and blood had become fuller. He wore old-fashioned aristocratic attire and sat upright on the coffin, coldly gazing at Serena,
who knelt on one knee. Now, tell me, why do you believe Lucian is still alive? Before meeting Selena, Victor had summoned Craven. However, he did not kill him. Instead, he temporarily placed him under house arrest.
My blood memory has given you all the evidence you need. Selena didn't know what excuse Craven used to temporarily deceive Victor, but she believed that she could expose his conspiracy. But when Victor heard Serena's answer, he suddenly became angry and said,
Do you know why the elders have to preside over the awakening ceremony? This is an ability you can't control at all. And what I saw was mostly just your incoherent images and thoughts.
Even if ancient vampires could read the memories of other creatures through blood, they still needed enough blood. Selena had no idea of the key. She couldn't understand why, at such a critical moment, Victor still insisted on the so-called rigid rules. Victor,
however, grew increasingly furious. This convention has never been broken. Not once. It's Marcus' turn to rule now. Not me, it's complicated, but I have no choice. We're in danger. You, Hazrina insisted. I saw Lucian with my own eyes. And Rise,
he told me, is in league with them. Shut up! Victor became even more angry after hearing this. You actually trust a werewolf so much? He looked at Serena with a scrutinizing gaze. He continued, I love you, like a daughter.
But you've disappointed me so much. When Amelia arrives, the committee will meet to decide your fate. Serena closed her eyes in despair. She had never expected it to turn out like this. Victor's trust in her was always limited. At that moment,
the gates of the cemetery suddenly opened. Khan came in with a group of death walkers. My lord, all the members of the committee have been killed by werewolves. Victor was stunned. His eyes widened as he asked, where's Amelia? She was drained of all her blood.
Victor closed his eyes in pain and said coldly, bring Craven to see me. Khan sighed and said he just ran away. At this point, Victor finally understood the truth. His eyes twitched, and the fury in his heart was palpable. Go gather the warriors,
he ordered Khan. Then he looked at Serena. I'm sorry for doubting you, but you must prove your loyalty. Kill that werewolf named Rise, then your sins will be forgiven. Victor saw images of Serena's collaboration with werewolves in her blood memory.
This reminded him of Sonia, which was unbearable for him. As for what Rise said about werewolves and vampires living in peace and equality, he had never considered it. In his view, werewolves would either be completely exterminated or become slaves.
Werewolf lair. Lucian waited and waited, but Rise didn't come back. Instead, Craven came first. Craven, this should be discussed privately. You shouldn't have come directly to me. Lucian was in a good mood, but he remained vigilant.
He ordered his men escort our guest downstairs. Pierce took the order and led a group of werewolves to surround Soren and the others. Under Craven's instructions, Soren and the others followed him downstairs.
Lucian and Craven were the only ones left in the room. Craven suddenly erupted, roaring, Lucian, do you know your man Rise? He's a traitor! Shut up! Lucian seemed even more furious than Craven. He rushed over to him, grabbed his neck tightly.
Listen to me! Rise will never betray me! Never! Cough, cough, cough! Seeing that Craven was almost out of breath, Lucian finally let go and said, Tell me what happened. Craven, still furious, said, Victor's awake. I've lost everything.
And it's all because of Rise. He told Selena everything about us, the vampire who escaped from you. Lucian still didn't believe it. He shook his head vigorously and said, "Calm down, there must be a misunderstanding."
Rise had been in love with him for 600 years. He simply didn't believe that he would betray her. Misunderstanding. Craven was furious and said, "Victor asked me this himself. He saw the conversation between the two of them in that bitch Selena's blood."
Finally, he started to worry. Where's Amelia? Dead. Soren returned a long time ago and Rise still hasn't returned. What does this mean? Don't you understand? Craven was furious. Lucian's face turned grim.
He was about to speak when a loud explosion suddenly erupted outside. The sound echoed through the sewers, shattering all the glass inside. Then bursts of gunfire rang out. Clearly, an enemy had invaded. It's Victor. Craven's face suddenly changed. That's right.
He glared at Craven and said, "If you had killed that damned woman earlier, even if Rise really betrayed me, Victor wouldn't have woken up. You wouldn't have ended up like this." Chapter 179. Don't come over here!
Lucian walked to the window. After taking a look at the situation, he quickly went to the table against the wall, picked up his pistol, and began to reload. He kept thinking about what Craven had said before. Did Rise really betray? Why did he do that?
Lucian couldn't figure it out, but at this moment, no matter how many questions he had to wait until Victor was defeated before he could deal with them. Craven's eyes flickered. Suddenly he asked, "Do you have any other way out?"
There is no vampire who is not afraid of Victor. Even Marcus, the ancestor of vampires, has to bow his noble head in front of Victor. This is not only due to strength, but also status, because all the vampires in the early days were converted from Victor's army.
There's also the vampire clan's well-established class system and its rigid rules. All of them were established by Victor. He is the true master of the vampire clan. Craven knew Victor's terror well. He could imagine that if he were caught,
he would be treated as a traitor and receive the most brutal punishment. And Victor's power was something he couldn't resist. His ancient, pure bloodline, after awakening, grew stronger with each passing moment. If he could kill Victor,
he would have done it long ago, not waited until now. Lucian paused at Craven's words. He turned and sneered. "I bet you've never considered that victory requires bloodshed. Don't even think about running away." As he spoke,
he grabbed his pistol and walked towards the door, ready to go out and face the battle. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from behind him. Lucian's entire body trembled. He raised his hand, trembling. He watched the worm-like thing burrowing through his veins.
He immediately understood. Silver nitrate. Unexpected. Craven's frantic voice boomed from behind him. Lucian had known that vampires had this kind of bullet. What he hadn't expected was that Craven would attack him from behind.
I should have been on guard against him. Lucian's heart was filled with resentment. As the silver nitrate entered his bloodstream, he could no longer hold on. He collapsed to the ground.
Craven didn't have time to check and quickly rushed out the door and started running for his life. A few minutes after he left, a bald, dark-skinned, burly man entered the werewolf lair from a hidden passage.
He avoided the center of the battle between werewolves and vampires and headed straight for the laboratory. Rise! When I arrived at the laboratory downstairs, a surprised cry suddenly rang out from the stairs. Xu Jing looked up and saw Singer
carrying bags and bags, looking like he was running for his life. So he asked, "Where's Lucian? You're finally back. Did you get Amelia's blood?" Singer felt like he had found a savior. He threw away the bag he was carrying. He came up and grabbed Xu Jing's hand,
saying, "Follow me quickly." Lucian was hit by a silver nitrate bullet. Has dying, but as long as has given an injection to make the blood merge, there should be hope. Really? His expression calm. Yes, come on.
Singer pulled Xu Jing upstairs, but he couldn't pull him any further. He felt something was wrong. Just as he was about to turn around and ask, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. A rough, powerful hand gripped his neck. "You."
He just opened his mouth when he felt a sharp pain snap. Singer's head was twisted 180 degrees, and he lost his voice. Xu Jing casually threw Sing's body down the stairs and then walked up to the second floor step by step. In a room next to the lab,
Lucian collapsed in the doorway, his face pale. Veins of all sizes popped out of his skin. He was already dying. After observing for a few moments, Xu Jing pulled out a pistol loaded with silver nitrate bullets, aimed it at Lucian's head,
and repeatedly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Lucian was shaking all over. His vital signs were gradually disappearing. At this moment, despite the large number of werewolves in the lair,
they were already being forced back under the assault of the elite vampire Death Walker squad. They suffered heavy casualties. Without a leader, they were unable to organize an effective resistance. Ouch! Jing began to transform and issued a wolf pack call.
It's Rise, the werewolves still fighting in the lair. Whether transformed or not, all heard the call. Lucian hadn't appeared yet. But at this crucial moment, Rise's call was like a guiding light, illuminating their confused and fearful hearts. Withdraw!
One of the older werewolves, who still held some authority, shouted loudly, and all the werewolves turned around and retreated towards the laboratory without hesitation. The Deathwalkers looked at each other in bewilderment. For a moment,
They dared not act rashly, fearing that the werewolves had some conspiracy. Just before Khan made his decision, Serena, who was walking at the back, recognized Rise's voice. After a moment's hesitation, she turned and entered another passage. In a flash,
after Xu Jing summoned him, he regained his human form, walked into the house and waited quietly, and soon a vampire came over. But it was Craven who came, after Craven attacked Lucian.
he ignored Soren and his men and began to search for other passages. But after searching around, he couldn't find the hidden passage. Seeing that Victor was about to arrive, he had no choice but to run back again. Craven also heard Xu Jing's voice.
He was filled with rage. If it weren't for him, how could he have ended up in this situation? The moment he saw Xu Jing, he shot without hesitation. The two men were less than 2 meters apart. A cruel smile played on Craven's face. He felt incredibly.
He seemed to have foreseen Xu Jing's death. Even Lucian couldn't withstand the silver nitrate bullet, let alone Rise. Bang bang bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Silver nitrate bullets penetrated Xu Jing's body without hindrance. But in the next second,
Craven's smile froze on his face. Xu Jing remained standing. His face showed no sign of pain. His flesh and blood continued to wriggle. Bullet fragments, along with silver nitrate, flowed out of the bullet hole. Then his muscles contracted.
and the wound healed in an instant. This is impossible. Craven's face was filled with horror. A werewolf not afraid of silver. This was completely beyond his imagination. Xu Jing patted his clothes. He looked up at Craven and said calmly,
"You know nothing of my power," he said as he walked closer. Craven was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly. You don't come over here! Bang, bang, bang! Craven fired frantically, but it couldn't stop Xu Jing from approaching.
He approached step by step, letting fear gradually eat away at Craven's heart. He wouldn't kill him. Craven alive. More valuable than dead. Chapter 180. It's time. To end it all, Craven was quite tall, but in front of Xu Jing.
Seeing Xu Jing slowly approaching, he was so frightened that he emptied all his magazines. But it had no effect at all. His heart began to crumble. Xu Jing's figure, like a massive mountain, towered before him.
Appearing mysterious and unfathomable, Craven roared, dropped his gun and ran. But before he could take a step, he felt his shoulders sink. His legs felt like they were filled with lead. He couldn't take another step. Please, don't kill me.
His heart filled with fear. "Give me a reason!" Xu Jing lifted Craven up with a gentle lift and returned to the house. Craven breathed a sigh of relief. His mind raced. He said hastily, "I can help you. Just kill Victor and Marcus."
I can help you control the other vampires. Xu Jing secretly admired him. Craven wasn't a warrior, but he was an extremely astute politician. He chased power and felt no guilt even at the cost of betraying his race. This kind of person has no boundaries.
They know how to assess the situation and rely on the strong for survival. However, they are not loyal and need to be constantly vigilant against betrayal. Lucian's experience is the best example, but Xu Jing didn't mind at all.
He didn't need Craven's eternal loyalty. As long as he helped him complete Mission 3, he wouldn't care what happened next. Killing can accomplish the mission, but it is not the most effective means. Unless Xu Jing kills all the vampires,
There's no way he can guarantee his mission is complete. If even one escapes, the hatred won't end. The war won't end either. He grabbed Craven's neck. With a flick of his wrist, a shockwave of force emanated from his hand. Craven felt numb all over.
he suddenly lost all his strength. With a look of fear on his face, he cried out, "Please, let me go." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of cracking sounds were heard. He couldn't help but scream. Xu Jing twisted Craven's arms and legs.
Then threw him to the ground. "Don't worry, I won't kill you, but you can't escape either. Remember what you said. Once I've dealt with Victor, I want you to keep your promise." Craven stopped howling, although his limbs were broken.
His heart was filled with joy at having survived. But soon, he became worried and prayed that Xu Jing would win. At this moment, a burst of gunfire was heard from downstairs. Xu Jing walked to the window and looked out.
He saw werewolves that had just heard the summons and were blocking Serena's way. "Let her come over," Xu Jing shouted softly. The gunfire downstairs suddenly stopped. The werewolves started to stir and made way for a path. Serena looked up at Xu Jing instead.
After hesitating for a few seconds, she rushed over through the wolves. Xu Jing ordered the werewolves downstairs, "Leave here through the back door. Go to the original base and wait for me." The werewolves were all puzzled. Someone asked, "Where is Lucian?"
"Has dead." Xu Jing shouted, "The murderer is Soren and his men. I have avenged Lucian." On the way to the laboratory, he did encounter Soren and other vampires and killed them. The werewolves were in an uproar and roared in anger. "We're staying."
"Revenge for Lucian." "Shut up," Xu Jing shouted. Suppressing all the noise, he said coldly, "I am the leader now. Are you going to disobey my orders?" Lucian said 600 years ago that if he died, rise would lead all werewolves.
Su Jing looked at the silent werewolf and ordered again now.
Leave here immediately!
The werewolves looked at each other in bewilderment, but soon, one made a choice. Heeding the command, he ran straight out the back door. After the first,
There was the second. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. Selena came upstairs. After glancing at Lucian's body and the defenseless Craven, she looked at Xu Jing and said solemnly, "Why don't you leave quickly? Victor will be here soon."
he won't let any werewolf go. Xu Jing smiled faintly and said, "Then why did you come? You tipped me off. Victor won't let you go if he finds out." "I know that," Serena said calmly, "but I owe you my life. This is my repayment. No need."
Xu Jing waved his hand and said, "I won't leave. It's time to end everything." "You," Serena was suddenly furious, "you will die." Xu Jing said seriously, "It will be Victor who will die, not me." Serena looked embarrassed. She had complicated feelings for Xu Jing.
Although there was no romantic relationship between them, her principles meant she would never watch her savior die in front of her and remain indifferent. But she regarded Victor as her father. She couldn't bring herself to take up arms and fight him.
At this time Craven, who was lying on the ground, suddenly said, "Selena, I want to tell you something." Of course he hoped Xu Jing would win. That way, not only would he not die, but he would also be able to continue to control power.
And it would be a greater power, the power he had always dreamed of. After seeing Serena, he thought about getting a helper. He wanted to get one more. That way, he would have a better chance of winning. Selena snorted coldly, turning to Craven. She said,
"Don't even think of begging me to let you go. Victor will end your filthy life. Perhaps you won't think so after hearing what I have to say." Craven appeared very confident.
He said in a deep voice, "You is about your beloved dark godfather. He is the real murderer who killed your entire family, not the werewolf." Selena's mind exploded. She was completely stunned. She stared at Craven, speechless.
Craven stared into Selena's eyes. He continued, "He never followed his own rules. For example, he ordered us to drink the blood of animals, but he himself would often go out and greedily drink human blood. And I kept his secrets and cleaned up the mess."
It was him who tiptoed into each room and killed those closest to you. He originally saw you and wanted to suck your blood, but your appearance reminded him of his beloved Sonia, the daughter he had executed with his own hands. Serena's breathing quickened.
She clenched her fists tightly. Her entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. "You are lying!" she yelled loudly. But in her heart she couldn't help but believe it a little. Victor trusted Craven so much, yet he was always wary of her.
It couldn't be for no reason. Craven sneered. Believe it or not, Serena fell into a trance. Her mind replayed the painful memories, trying to find some clues. At this moment, a group of orderly footsteps were heard outside the house. Chapter 181.
"Victor is here." Craven's heart trembled. He ignored Selena and looked at Xu Jing. Xu Jing looked composed. There wasn't a trace of nervousness or anxiety. Just standing there casually gave him a strong sense of calmness. Tap tap tap.
Victor walked in front, followed by dozens of heavily armed death walkers. They passed through the corridor and appeared outside the door of a spacious room. This old man made a deep impression at first glance. He was dressed in traditional,
Gothic and gorgeous. He exuded a kingly demeanor. His pale face was covered in sharp wrinkles. He was stern and unsmiling. He looked cold and ruthless. With a hint of gloom and evil, Victor paused. With a gentle raise of his hand,
he stopped the death walkers from following him. Then, he walked into the house alone. He glanced around, ignoring Xu Jing, Craven and even his dead worry. Lucian, his gaze locked on Selena. "You disappoint me so much." Serena finally came to her senses.
She looked at Victor and asked in a trembling voice, "It's not a werewolf. Is it you?" Victor's pupils suddenly shrank. He understood what Selena meant. He turned around and said, "Go away."
Khan and the other death walkers were so frightened that they ran to the end of the corridor in a flash. "How could you lie to me?" Selena finally determined the truth. "You killed my whole family." "Yes." Victor disdains to deny it. "I took a lot from you."
"But I gave you even more. I gave you eternal life. Isn't that a fair deal?" Serena's faith instantly crumbled. Tears streamed down her face. She shook her head in agony. Suddenly, Craven suddenly interrupted. "Selena."
"He's just using you as a replacement for Sonia. He wouldn't even spare his own daughter. He has no way out now. He might as well go all out." A flash of anger crossed Victor's face as he heard this. He fixed Craven with a sinister gaze,
frightening him so much that he shuddered and turned away, not daring to meet his gaze. "I love my daughter. But she betrayed me." Victor turned his gaze to Serena. "Everything I did, it was to protect my race, and I have to do it again."
He suddenly drew his sharp sword and finally looked at Xu Jing formally for the first time. Xu Jing's eyes were calm as he met Victor's gaze. He didn't care at all about the other party's constant disregard for him, because in his eyes, Victor was already dead.
As soon as Craven said the warning, Victor stood up and thrust his sword at Xu Jing's forehead with lightning speed. "Too slow." Xu Jing's voice was still lingering in the air, but he had already disappeared from the spot. Victor's sword strike missed.
A look of shock crossed his face. Without hesitation, he turned and slashed behind him. Xu Jing appeared behind Victor. Without even transforming, he stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the wrist holding the sword. Victor's face turned extremely grim.
He had never imagined that an ordinary werewolf, whom he had never taken seriously, would possess such terrifying power. A deep roar emanated from his throat. He gritted his teeth and pressed down hard on the blade, intending to cut Xu Jing down.
But even though he exerted all his strength, it was of no use. You are too weak. Xu Jing's expression remained calm. He grasped Victor's arm, holding it motionless. With a slight squeeze, the sword in Victor's hand fell to the ground with a clang. Hiss.
Craven and Selena were both stunned, staring at the scene in disbelief. Ha! Victor's heart grew increasingly uneasy. His blue eyes were filled with fear of the unknown. He swung his other hand fiercely, striking Xu Jing in the face. Bang!
Xu Jing swatted Victor's attack with his other hand, then grabbed his wrist. It's over. He yanked his arms violently to the sides. Victor screamed. There was a tearing sound. His arms were torn apart, blood gushing out. The next second,
he saw a huge hand covering his head, then his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. Puff! Victor's head was crushed into his chest by Xu Jing's palm. His screams abruptly stopped. His body swayed before he collapsed to the ground. The scene was silent.
Craven and Selena's mouths dropped open. Their minds were in a mess. Too fast, they didn't even react. The battle was over. Craven's eyes were glazed over. Then at Victor's body, a wave of shock surged within him. Victor
died so easily. There were no fierce life and death battles, nor were there any conspiracies or intrigues. He saw Xu Jing crushing Victor effortlessly, just like crushing an ant.
Xu Jing kicked Victor's body to Craven's side and said, "Suck his blood." Craven was overjoyed. He rolled over and pressed down on Victor's body, sucking his blood. Xu Jing then looked at Serena and asked, "What are your plans?" Logically,
this was Serena's most vulnerable moment. He should have taken advantage of it. But he suddenly felt annoyed. There seemed to be an invisible bottom line in his heart that he didn't want to cross. Never mind. Let everything be as it is.
Xu Jing didn't have any obsessive-compulsive disorder. He hadn't been confident he could complete this mission. If the system had simply issued the task of killing Selena, he might not have worried too much. Besides, if Serena is a nasty villain, he won.
But he could bring himself to deceive this woman, who had a pitiful background but a kind heart. He thought about it over and over again. After all, he would eventually return, and it was impossible for him to take her with him. Serena's emotions were tangled.
Victor, whom she had always considered a father, was the true murderer of her family. This nearly devastated her. But then in the blink of an eye, Victor was dead before her. She felt empty inside. Her enemy was dead.
And she seemed to have lost her direction in life. She was like a walking corpse. Hearing Xu Jing's question, she shook her head and said, "I don't know. Why don't you help me end this war between the two races once and for all?"
Xu Jing pointed at the bodies of Lucian and Victor respectively and said, "They are the root of this war. Now that they are dead, we're wolves and vampires. Why bother fighting to the death?" Serena thought about it, looked at Jing and nodded.
Jing smiled slightly. After Craven regained his mobility through Victor's blood, he tore open Victor's chest and pulled out a disc that looked like a lid. What the hell is this? Serena had seen it when she was a child.
But her memory only remained at the level of playing with it. Xu Jing walked over to Lucian's body again. He removed the metal plate from around his neck and placed it inside the lid, turning it slightly. Click, two different parts come together perfectly.
This is a Jing turned it around, separated the two parts, and put them away. He looked at Selena and Craven separately. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. We'll talk later. Peace or death. At the end of the corridor outside the house,
dozens of death walkers were waiting there, ready to act at any moment. After seeing Xu Jing walk out of the room with Selena and Craven, Khan's heart tightened and he raised his gun and pointed it at them. "Serena, you betrayed me too. What about Victor?"
The other death walkers raised their submachine guns vigilantly and aimed at Xu Jing and the others. With Xu Jing around, Craven felt confident this time. He yelled at Khan and the others. "Put your guns down, Victor.
The werewolves want to establish a permanent peace with us. Haven't you had enough of this damn war?" "What?" Khan and the other death walkers immediately became agitated, their faces filled with suspicion and shock.
Xu Jing stepped forward and asked, "Do you want peace or death?" As he spoke, his second-order soul, nearly reaching the point of being released, suddenly trembled. A large amount of mental power surged out of his body, charging towards the opponent. "Call!"
Khan and the other vampires were in a commotion again. A cloud of gloom seemed to shroud their hearts. An inexplicable panic rose in their hearts. Peace or death? Xu Jing's voice turned cold. He spoke again.
Khan and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. As the elite vampire squad, the Deathwalkers always fought on the front lines. Facing the constant threat of death, they lack social interaction, lack friends,
and are unable to enjoy the decadent yet beautiful aristocratic life. But in the heart of every Deathwalker, they long for the day when the war ends and they can live a life of luxury like other vampires. Finally, a vampire silently lowered his gun.
And a third. Khan sighed dejectedly and lowered his gun. Very good. You won't regret your decision today. Xu Jing approached with Selena and Craven. He said to Khan, take me to your castle, do you want to?
Serena suddenly understood something. Xu Jing nodded and said Marcus must die. Why, except for Craven, the other vampires were all hesitant and filled with worry. As they walked and talked, Xu Jing took the lead and walked down the stairs.
After being bitten by a wolf, Alexander's son William turned into a ferocious beast. He wreaked havoc everywhere, creating a large number of werewolves. A disaster in order to stop William.
Marcus found the dying Great Lord Victor and granted him eternal life. In exchange, Victor created a vampire army to help Marcus fight William. At that time, Marcus and William still had a brotherly bond.
To prevent Victor from killing William and also to prevent Victor from destroying his brother, he lied that if only one of them died, all the vampires would die too. Although Victor suspected that this was a lie, he did not dare to take the risk.
So he built a secret prison, captured William and imprisoned him inside among vampires. Although Marcus was the original founder, he had no power. The army was under Victor's control. Furthermore, only Victor knew where his brother William was imprisoned.
So Marcus didn't dare to resist Victor. He just swallowed his anger and followed the other vampires, calling Victor Lord and being subordinate to Victor on the committee. Now that Victor is dead and Amelia is dead too, there's no longer any checks and balances.
Hell definitely act recklessly. Xu Jing still remembered the movie. After Marcus was awakened by Singer's blood, the undead pure blood fused with werewolf blood and evolved again, becoming a hybrid with vampire as the main body.
He also found a way to control William. In order to free William, he even killed his father, Alexander, and uttered those heartless words, there will be no more werewolves, no more vampires. A new race will be created by their maker, their god, that is me.
And the true god has no father. Along the way, Xu Jing recounted the past to Selena and the others. He also analyzed Marcus' forbearance and circumstances over the years, and explained why he wanted to kill him.
Serena and the other vampires suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. Xu Jing continued, not only should Marcus be killed, but William should also be killed to prevent future troubles. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. After a long while,
Khan suddenly asked what happens next. How can you guarantee that you will fulfill your promise? Xu Jing smiled and said, don't doubt my purpose. I know where the vampire lair is. You can ask Craven about that. And I have enough strength to kill you all.
Exterminate the vampires. But the world is so beautiful. Why fight and kill? Khan looked at Selena and Craven. He discovered they hadn't doubted Xu Jing's words at all. Thinking of Victor's silent death, he couldn't help but feel awe for Xu Jing.
After we deal with Marcus and William, werewolves and vampires will sign a permanent peace treaty and establish a parliament. Representatives from both sides will jointly elect a government. This world, after all,
belongs to ordinary people. If we want to survive, we must stick together, not continue to fight. Otherwise, sooner or later, we will be discovered by humans, and that will be our true doom. Selena and Craven all nodded.
Although humans were weaker than them individually, if they really went to war with them, they would undoubtedly be defeated. If humans discovered the existence of vampires and werewolves,
they would surely invent instruments to detect them and find ways to deal with them. Once the state machinery was activated, not only nuclear weapons but even the military would be no match for them. After all, the times are changing.
Today is no longer the era of fighting with cold weapons that we saw hundreds of years ago. As they were talking, they finally arrived at the vampire castle. At this time, a large number of vampires remained in the castle.
Most of these vampires were accustomed to a life of luxury and extravagance among the nobility. Upon recognizing Xu Jing, the infamous werewolf, their first reaction was to panic and chaos. At this time, Xu Jing's decision to let Craven go proved effective.
With Craven's comfort, order was quickly restored. Then they quickly came to the grave where Marcus was sleeping. Everything was normal in the cemetery. During the time Victor and the Deathwalker were away, nothing unexpected happened.
Marcus remained in a deep sleep. Let's get started. On the way here, Xu Jing also stated his request. He planned to wake Marcus up first and then deal with him. Selena and Craven were aware of his strength and naturally had no objections.
Khan also wanted to confirm it himself, so he didn't object. As for Xu Jing, his goal was to wake Marcus up and then drain his blood. This blood might not allow him to evolve again, but it will definitely allow his body to further transform.
It will also increase the amount of origin points that can be converted upon his return. The system didn't restrict Xu Jing's method of obtaining additional origin points. Of course, he wouldn't let the opportunity slip away. Chapter 183, Can I Bite You?
After Xu Jing called out, Marcus' coffin quickly rose from the ground and appeared before everyone. Khan gave an order, and the Death Walkers quickly injected bags of cloned blood into Marcus' withered body. Plop plop, time passed slowly.
As more and more blood was poured in, the rhythmic sound of a heartbeat gradually began to fill the quiet cemetery. The heartbeat was faint at first, but soon it became strong and clear. Marcus' dry skin and flesh became plump and lively.
Just like an inflated human-shaped balloon. Who is it? A deep growl emerged from his throat, and his entire body began to tremble violently. The three elders' slumber was definitely not for nothing.
Sleeping is beneficial for their bloodline's evolution and accumulation of strength, but this requires a corresponding awakening process. For Marcus, the awakening process at this time was not pleasant at all. It even affected the effect of his deep sleep.
He was filled with rage. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. He knew Selena Craven and Khan. His eyes swept over the faces of these younger generations. He said in a hoarse voice, "Where's Amelia?" No one answered him.
The vampires surrounding him quickly retreated. "You deserve to die." Marcus instinctively sensed something was amiss. Amelia, who was supposed to be in charge of waking him up, hadn't shown up.
And the looks from the younger generation around him were devoid of respect. Instead they were filled with disdain, gloating, and mockery. Is that Victor? Is he finally going to attack me? Marcus didn't have time to think, no matter who it was.
He was in danger. Get out of here. His blood surged, and with a bang, he burst out of the coffin. Although he had only recovered about half of his strength, he was confident. Even if Victor took action, there was no way he could escape. Swish!
Before Selena and the others could react, they saw a shadow gliding overhead, heading straight for the cemetery gate. Marcus was filled with pride. As the original vampire, the purity and degree of his bloodline were far beyond the reach of his descendants.
After several more periods of deep sleep, the rudiments of bat wings had already sprouted from his shoulder blades. Although this ability is not very strong, it is more than enough to escape at this moment. Roar! At this moment, Xu Jing took action.
His body instantly transformed. With a light leap, he soared off the ground and grabbed Marcus' ankle with lightning speed. Bang! Xu Jing lowered his waist and slammed Marcus into the hard ground. Then he stepped hard on his spine. Snap!
Following Marcus' shrill scream, his entire body began to twitch and he collapsed to the ground. What are you? Marcus turned his head at an unusual angle. Watching Xu Jing's strange transformation, his face was filled with an inexplicable look of fear.
When he first woke up, his attention was focused on the familiar Serena and the others, ignoring everything else. Of course he recognized Xu Jing now, but he was even more shocked. You're working with werewolves. Where's Victor? Where's Amelia?
Marcus finally understood what was going on. He became increasingly panicked and realized the seriousness of the situation. Dead. Xu Jing made no secret of anything. He mentioned Marcus and bit his carotid artery. Gulp gulp.
A large amount of blood was directly absorbed into his body, and then gradually merged into his blood. Marcus screamed and struggled. He seemed to have thought of something, but soon, he no longer had the energy to think too much.
His strength was rapidly draining away. His vitality was getting weaker and weaker. Let me go. Xu Jing ignored him. His eye sockets turned completely black. No other color. As if a pair of obsidian stones were embedded in them.
This was his first time directly sucking blood. The moment he came into contact with Marcus' blood, his inner resistance was shattered by his instinctive desire to evolve. Marcus gradually stopped struggling. His life force completely vanished.
Without a doubt, died before Selena and the other vampires. What are you now? Serena looked at Xu Jing's transformed form. She guessed the truth, but she wasn't sure. The other vampires all had looks of uncertainty and fear.
Xu Jing threw Marcus' body aside. His expression was a bit dazed. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. My bottom line is really getting lower and lower. He sighed inwardly, wiped his lips, and said to Serena and the others, half werewolf.
This may be the future of both werewolves and vampires. As he spoke, his dark eyes swept across the vampires present. Wherever his gaze passed, the vampires all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze.
Under the absolute suppression of strength, even if there are people with other intentions, they will not act rashly in the short term. Xu Jing didn't care about the future of werewolves and vampires. He just wanted to complete his mission.
He didn't want to worry about the future. Even if someone has ideas about his bloodline, by the time they have everything planned and ready to act, he will have already returned. Whatever conspiracy or intrigue they have by then.
Will they still be able to pursue him to the main world? Craven, prepare a helicopter for me, and find an ordinary pilot, Xu Jing ordered. After Craven left, he said to Selena, come with me. As he spoke, he cancelled his transformation and left the cemetery.
Serena followed silently. After walking for a while, Xu Jing suddenly remembered that he didn't know the way. After thinking for a while, he said, "Where is your room? Go to your room." Serena
glared at Xu Jing with an ugly expression and asked, "What do you want to do?" Xu Jing slapped his head and said quickly, "Don't misunderstand me, I just have something to ask you." Serena snorted coldly and walked to the front to lead the way. A few minutes later,
the two arrived at Serena's room. After entering the house, Xu Jing got straight to the point. He took out the key to the prison where William was imprisoned and asked, "Are you familiar with this?" Selena nodded, and her mind flashed back to her childhood.
"Can you recall where you saw this?" Xu Jing knew that Serena's father was the builder of the prison, so she felt familiar with the key. Selena came to her senses. "Is that William's prison?" "That is right," Xu Jing admitted. Serena frowned and said, "It's in the north."
"It's a bit far away, but I should be able to take you there." Xu Jing glanced at the clock on the wall. He shook his head and said, "Can I bite you? I can read the memory of the prison location from your blood." Chapter 184.
No one was spared from killing by mistake. By this time, the sky was turning bright. Vampires couldn't move during the day. Xu Jing didn't want to waste any more time. He planned to go and deal with William alone as soon as possible.
Serena turned her head and looked out the window. She understood Xu Jing's plan, but her expression became hesitant. Although she hadn't reached the level of being able to read the memories of other creatures through their blood, she had heard of it many times.
She knew that once a person's memory was read, it was like being stripped naked. All their secrets and privacy would be exposed to the reader. Xu Jing didn't want to force it. After thinking for a moment, he said, "If you can mark the location on the map."
"I can find it myself." Serena shook her head and said, "I can only mark a rough area. If I follow you, we should find it quickly. But if you go alone, it might take a long time. It's better to wait until tomorrow night and take me with you."
She sighed as she spoke. Suddenly she raised a hand and stretched it out in front of Xu Jing. Xu Jing's eyes lit up. He grabbed Serena's hand, lowered his head, and bit her wrist. Tick, tick. A large amount of blood flowed out from Serena's wrist,
and some of it fell to the ground. Xu Jing greedily sucked the blood. To werewolves or vampires, the taste of blood was fragrant and the source of their food power. He closed his eyes and, as if born with it, used his memory reading ability.
From the time Serena could remember her childhood, a large number of images flashed through his mind like fast-forward shots in a movie. Soon, Xu Jing found the images of the prison. He opened his mouth, no longer sucking blood.
But Selena's subsequent memories continued to play in his mind. Serena's face turned extremely pale. Her body was shaky. She pressed her wound and looked at Xu Jing with a complicated expression. She was lost in thought. About 10 minutes later,
noticing Serena's weakness, he asked, "Are you okay?" Serena turned her head and looked out the window. She took a deep breath and said, "It's okay, thank you." Xu Jing assured, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your affairs."
Serena turned away and said seriously, "I want to thank you too. You avenged me. I always thought Victor was my savior, but I didn't expect him to be the real devil." Xu Jing comforted her. "The war is about to end. Peace will come soon.
You can enjoy your normal life from now on." After becoming a vampire, Serena has been living in hatred in the memory scene Xu Jing saw, apart from her normal life before becoming a vampire.
The subsequent scenes were all about the ruthless and endless hunting of werewolves. Future life. Serena couldn't help but tremble slightly. For someone like her, without the support of hatred,
she had lost her faith and completely lost her direction for the future. But the life of a vampire is eternal. Her heart was filled with confusion and fear. Xu Jing said a few more words of comfort and said goodbye. "I'm leaving first." Serena didn't react.
I don't know what she was thinking. Xu Jing sighed helplessly, opened the door, and quietly left. He found Kraven. As a vampire, run force. Arranging a helicopter for him wasn't difficult. After learning the location, he gave Kraven a bunch of instructions,
all about arranging a peace treaty between the two tribes. When dawn came, Xu Jing swaggered out of the vampire castle. He first went to the werewolf stronghold and found many werewolves who had been waiting all night.
The werewolves who had followed him to ambush Amelia had already learned what had happened from the werewolves who had retreated from their lair. Lucian is dead. That demonic Victor has reappeared, and Rise's situation is unclear.
All the werewolves hid in their stronghold, feeling apprehensive. All night long, no one dared venture out to investigate, fearing the streets would be filled with vampires and they would be hunted and killed, until Xu Jing appeared.
The entire stronghold suddenly erupted in excited roars. A large number of werewolves surrounded him, as if they had found their backbone. "The war is over." The first words Xu Jing said shocked all the werewolves. How could that be?
"Did you kill all the vampires?" "Impossible." Xu Jing raised his hand. After the scene quieted down, he continued, "The vampires are not extinct, but I killed Victor, and Amelia and Marcus." Wow! After a brief moment of shock,
all the werewolves were instantly in an uproar. A thunderous cheer suddenly erupted in the stronghold. "Rise!" Every werewolf shouted Xu Jing's name enthusiastically. A dinging sound echoed in Xu Jing's mind. He was delighted and summoned the system.
Task 2 on the interface finally showed a completed status. Quiet, he shouted, silencing the werewolf's cries. He then announced, I have reached a peace agreement with the vampires. From now on, every one of us can live freely anywhere in the city.
Enjoying the pleasures of life, we no longer have to fight them, nor worry about the threat of death. There was a slight commotion at the scene. Someone asked, why don't we completely eliminate them? Completely wipe them out. Can you do it?
Xu Jing stared at the werewolf who was asking the question. His cold gaze frightened the werewolf so much that he trembled and lowered his head. Then he explained, in the east, there are the remnants of Amelia's men. In the north,
there are also branch castles of vampires. And here, there are still hundreds of vampires. Defeating them is easy, but annihilating them is difficult. Haven't you had enough of this war, where you're constantly threatened with death?
Only peace can completely resolve the conflict between our two races. Now who's against peace? Stand up, it'll give you permission to fight the vampires. The scene was completely silent. The werewolves looked at each other. Not one of them stood up.
Xu Jing silently observed each of the werewolves. Two of them caught his special attention. This was a father and son werewolf duo. Rise had a vague memory of them. Combined with the movie he'd seen, he instantly confirmed their identities. It was indeed them.
Xu Jing snorted inwardly. This father and son werewolf duo were the villains in the fourth film. He didn't bother to waste time. He simply said, in a few days, we will sign a permanent peace treaty with the vampires. But I need to run something.
You'll be away for a day or two. Xu Jing casually pointed at the three werewolves and said, you too, and you, follow me. He didn't let anyone go even if they killed someone by mistake. He not only added the werewolf father and son to the list,
but also included those who had previously called for the extermination of vampires. Then, ignoring the strange looks from the other werewolves, he left the base with the three terrified werewolves. Chapter 185, Alexander Corvinus, on the eve of dawn.
On the vast sea outside Budapest harbor, a magnificent warship, as huge as an island, braved the wind and waves, slowly advancing. Inside the warship's command center, a group of soldiers came and went, sorting through photos and video footage.
After finishing the work, a man dressed as an officer led three soldiers to a luxurious and classical office inside the warship, carrying the organized documents. At his desk, an elderly man with gray hair and a beard rested his hands on his temples,
seemingly resting his eyes. After hearing the noise outside the door, the old man opened his eyes, placed his hands on the table, and looked at the person who came in calmly. Sir, the officers stopped 2 meters away from the desk and saluted the old man.
The old man nodded slightly. Then he slowly said, those witnesses, will they remain silent? Everything is fine. They are also unharmed. They did as you commanded. The old man nodded and stood up. Show me the information you have collected. The officer nodded.
At that signal, the men he had brought with him began to get busy. After a while, the old man saw a series of photos and video materials. All the Vampire Council members at the train station were dead. No werewolf bodies were found. Furthermore,
the werewolves were using a new weapon, ultraviolet bullets. Where's Amelia? She was dead too, drained of blood. The officer clicked a few times on the keyboard. The scene changed. Craven's men were there, but they didn't rescue. What about Victor?
The officer replaced the memory card. The computer screen flashed to the werewolf's lair. Dead bodies were everywhere. It finally stopped at the bodies of Victor and Lucien. The old man asked nervously, have you found any trace of Marcus? No.
The officer clicked on one of the photos. It captured the moment Xu Jing led Selena and the other vampires into the castle, the werewolf Rise. He was now the new leader of all the werewolves, according to our informant within the vampire community.
The werewolves had reached a permanent peace agreement with them. The old man was surprised. Then his brows furrowed. He suddenly asked, where are Victor and the others' bodies? Please follow me. A few minutes later, the old man followed me into a morgue and said,
let me be alone for a while. The morgue was filled with corpses. The old man waited until everyone else had left before examining each one. Soon he arrived in front of Lucien's body and tore open his shirt, but the next second, he froze in place.
His eyes fixed on Lucien's empty chest. His expression changed slightly. The old man remembered something. He quickly walked over to Victor's body and opened the body bag. Oh no! He looked at Victor's flesh being torn apart,
and his expression became extremely solemn. William, the old man, was worried and left the morgue in a hurry. North of Budapest, nestled among the mountains, lies an abandoned building resembling a small castle.
The building is located in the middle of the river. It appears to be half submerged. No entrance is visible. William, the ancestor of werewolves, was imprisoned here. Xu Jing had the helicopter pilot circle around to the back of the building.
After giving a command, he jumped directly into the water below. He recalled Selena's memory and found the only river leading into the castle from underwater. He took out his flashlight and went deeper without hesitation. Finally,
he came to the place where William was imprisoned. After groping for a moment on the underwater wall, Xu Jing found the keyhole that unlocked the mechanism. He inserted the key combination and began to turn it vigorously. Rumble!
A moss-covered wall not far in front of him slowly rose, revealing a passage. Then he took out his key and walked in. 3 meters into the passage, there was a platform.
On the platform stood a standing cabinet made of pure metal that looked like a pharaoh's coffin. Aside from a circular hole in the center, the cabinet appears to have no gaps. It's flawless. Xu Jing placed the key into the disc and turned it gently. Click!
Click! There was a sound of a mechanism turning. The cabinet retracted into the wall and then slowly opened from the middle to both sides. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from inside. A giant white wolf, over 2 meters tall and muscular,
roared and advanced towards Xu Jing. William! Xu Jing stepped back, looking at the white wolf in front of him curiously. But William didn't respond to his greeting. He looked completely irrational. His eyes were filled with greed and wildness. Never mind.
Xu Jing suddenly stopped and began to transform. Roar! William's sturdy arms grabbed Xu Jing's shoulders. He opened his bloody mouth and bit him impatiently. Want to eat me? Xu Jing roared and punched him hard. Bang! William was even larger than he was now.
But under his blow, he unsurprisingly screamed and flew backwards. With a loud bang, his entire body embedded in the rock behind him. Xu Jing chased after him, punching and kicking William's limbs and joints continuously. Click!
Accompanied by the crisp sound of broken bones, William howled in pain. Xu Jing firmly grasped the man's head. After a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth and bit him. Gurgle, gurgle. A swallowing sound was heard. After about 10 minutes,
everything returned to calm. System. Xu Jing released William's body. He panted heavily and summoned the system. He looked at the interface. At this point, his killing limit had been reached, including the gains from Mission 2.
His origin points had become exactly 10,000, but this was only part of it. He looked towards the origin point where his current body could be transformed upon his return. Although he hadn't yet reached the level of further evolution,
he still gained considerable benefits after absorbing the immortal blood of Marcus and William. Convertible origin points 6,800. Xu Jing was very satisfied. This was already far more than the origin points he had used to strengthen himself.
He had basically given up hope for Mission 1. The most urgent task now was to quickly sign a treaty with the vampires, establish a joint ruling council, complete Mission 3 and then return. At this moment, outside the passage under the platform,
there was a sudden sound of people walking in the water. Then a large group of people rushed into the passage and appeared in front of Xu Jing. Alexander Corvinus. Xu Jing came to his senses, shut down the system, and looked down at the platform.
His gaze locked on the white-haired old man leading the group. William. The old man seemed not to hear Xu Jing's question. His eyes were fixed on William, who lay dead on the platform. Silent tears fell. His expression was filled with grief. Chapter 186. Return.
Xu Jing instantly confirmed that the old man was Alexander himself. He became alert. After all, he had killed the other man's son and was caught red-handed. If it were him, he would definitely fight his enemy to the death. William!
Alexander closed his eyes in pain and covered his face with his hands. No matter what William becomes, he is still his son. Although he had never been here since William was imprisoned, he knew this place and had never thought of rescuing his son.
Alexander was a wise man. He knew that only by keeping William imprisoned here could he save his life. Otherwise, his troublesome son would sooner or later be killed by Victor in anger. Marcus might also be implicated as the world progressed.
He quickly came to terms with reality. This world belonged to humans. Therefore, he was even more hesitant to release William. At least this way, he could still save his son's life. But at this moment, William is dead. Alexander was filled with anguish.
He turned his head and looked at Xu Jing. He asked sadly, Marcus, is he still alive? Xu Jing remained in his transformed form. Hearing this, he said without hiding anything, I'm sorry. I killed him. Call!
A strong wind suddenly blew up in the passage. Alexander, submerged in the water, clenched his fists. The calm surface of the water around him seemed to be stirred by invisible giant hands. In an instant, it became turbulent. Xu Jing's heart trembled.
He admitted that he had underestimated Alexander. The strength displayed by the other party at this moment was likely not weaker than his current strength. But he wasn't worried. If he couldn't win, he could just try again. He would definitely win.
Alexander waved his hand to stop the soldiers following him. The mood gradually calmed down. Suddenly, the strong wind died down. The water was no longer rippled. He looked at Xu Jing calmly. He walked up the stairs step by step.
He stopped 1 meter in front of Xu Jing. Then he pulled out a sharp dagger. The next moment, something unexpected happened to Xu Jing. Alexander slashed his wrist with a dagger. He raised his hand and said, Suck it, my power. I give it all to you. You.
Xu Jing was extremely surprised. He couldn't understand the purpose of such great pressure. Don't doubt my intentions. Alexander's eyes were sincere. He seemed relieved. As the world's first immortal, I've long been tired of this life. My 2 sons
William can't control himself. Marcus is too ambitious. Over the years, the two of them have committed too much sin. But as a father, I couldn't bear to deal with them personally.
I could only hide behind the scenes and clean up the battlefield for their descendants. This world, after all, belongs to humans. If this continues, sooner or later, I will no longer be able to conceal the truth. Then, whether it's vampires or werewolves,
disaster will surely befall them, even though you killed my son. This is the punishment they deserve. I know you've found a future for vampires and werewolves. You've done a great job. Come, the future of both races is in your hands.
Xu Jing's face was completely blank. He had never expected things to turn out like this. For a moment he was at a loss. Sir! The soldiers who followed Alexander all had sad faces. They didn't want him to do this.
Alexander shook his head and said to them, "This is my choice," he said, and looked at Xu Jing again. "Come on, kid." Xu Jing clearly sensed Alexander's determination to die. After a slight hesitation he approached. There was no resistance. There was no conspiracy.
He grabbed Alexander's wrist and sucked his blood. Not long after, Xu Jing let go of the man's wrist and said, "That's enough." The changes in his body caused by the incorporation of Alexander's blood had already stopped.
No amount of blood could bring him further transformation. The system's current body's transformable origin points had also reached 9900, reaching a bottleneck. Xu Jing could sense that if he invested a little more essence, he could evolve again.
But it was useless. For him, his current strength was enough to guarantee his survival in this world. Further strengthening would only be a waste of origin points. Alexander's breath had weakened considerably, but he was still fine.
He smiled wryly and shook his head. He said to the soldiers, "You will follow him from now on. Let's go. Get out of here." Xu Jing understood his determination to die. He offered no further persuasion and quickly left the prison with the grieving soldiers.
As the helicopter circled 100 meters away from the prison, a violent explosion erupted, reducing the entire prison to rubble. Well, Xu Jing sighed softly. Looking at the burning flames, a faint sadness rose in his heart.
It took them half a day to get back to Alexander's warship. Alexander's subordinates' loyalty to him was unquestionable. With the previous instructions, Xu Jing easily accepted the inheritance. He didn't go back to look for the vampires and werewolves. Instead,
he recorded a video and sent it to the vampire house and the werewolf stronghold. 3 days later at night, a large number of werewolves and vampires were taken aboard the warship, under Xu Jing's auspices.
The two tribes formally signed a permanent peace treaty and established the Dark Council. Among the vampires, Selena, Craven, and Khan all became official members of the ruling council, and the werewolves also elected their corresponding representatives.
Xu Jing also became the first speaker of the Dark Council, possessing extraordinary power. The next step was to formulate and distribute the rules one by one. After nearly half a month of discussion, all the regulations were finally finalized.
After the Dark Council was officially established, Xu Jing personally took charge. He united with the vampire and werewolf warriors and traveled to the vampire strongholds in the east and north. He moved them and persuaded them to join the council.
He presided over the meeting for nearly a month. After the relationship between the two tribes gradually stabilized, he arranged various matters and gradually faded into the background, even without him.
The representatives elected by the two ethnic groups can still decide the smooth operation of the parliament. Another 2 months passed. Xu Jing's task 3 was finally completed. This time, he completed missions 2 and 3.
But he still hadn't made any progress on mission 1. Despite the previous blood-sucking memory reading incident, the relationship between him and Selena had become more subtle. But there was still something missing. There was no chemistry between the two.
Xu Jing didn't insist. While staying put might offer a good chance of completing his mission, he didn't want to waste any more time. After carefully arranging the numerous matters that would follow his departure, he immediately chose to return. Chapter 187.
Continue traveling in a hurry. Darling State, Lang capital. The endless fiery red buildings are neatly arranged on both sides of more than 10 crisscrossing avenues, under the hazy moonlight. All these buildings shone with the faint light of burning flames,
illuminating the entire city with brilliant light. As the capital, the night was nearly half over, and the city was still bustling with activity. The streets were bustling with traffic and people coming and going. It was as bustling as if it were daytime.
In the center of the city, there is a huge palace complex standing tall and majestic. This is where the Imperial Palace is located. In the northeast corner of the palace, there is a lush forest of tall sycamore trees, and deep in the forest,
there was an extremely ordinary courtyard. At this moment, in the courtyard room, before a long wooden table, under the bright lights, sat a middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament. The man wore a yellow brocade robe.
A pair of phoenixes stood back to back on the robe. It was also decorated with phoenix blossoms, making it look exceptionally gorgeous. After sitting for a while, he suddenly stood up and paced back and forth in the room. His brows were furrowed.
and his expression changed from time to time. It seemed as if he had encountered some trouble. At this moment, a clear voice came from outside the courtyard. "Sir, the Majesty has arrived." The middle-aged man stopped and said in a deep voice, "Let him in."
Even when facing the Emperor of Daliang, he had the confidence to speak like this. This was because his name was Zhou Shuqing. He was the heir to the Zhao family's bloodline, and the leader of the Black Evil Guard. Emperor Zhouji was his half-brother.
After a while, the door to the room was gently pushed open. Zhao Shui, who looked older than Zhao Shuqing, walked in with a hint of respect. "Royal brother." Zhao Shuqing nodded slightly.
Pointing to the wooden couch beside the long table, he said, "Sit down." The two brothers quickly sat down opposite each other. Zhaoji pulled out a golden scroll and pushed it across from them, saying,
"This is the information sent by local government offices through the communication station this day. It's been collated and verified by a dedicated person. Everything recorded here is confirmed." Zhao Shuqing took the scroll and spread it out on the table.
He looked closely and saw it was filled with descriptions of demons and monsters wreaking havoc in various places. He said with a worried look, "It's getting more and more chaotic." Zhou Zhuo's face was also filled with worry. He asked,
"So many ghosts appeared at once. Is there really something wrong with the seal?" Zhao Shuqing stood up and paced back and forth, saying, "Back then, our ancestor sealed the passage at the cost of his own life. His nirvana body suppressed the node. Now,
almost 1,000 years have passed. The seal's power is growing weaker, and yet our ancestor shows no signs of rebirth. The situation was not good, although Zhou Shui was not a bloodline member, as a member of the Zhao family.
How could he not understand the hidden truth? Under the entire Dalian kingdom lies a passageway connecting to the underworld. Liangdu is the crucial node in sealing this passageway. Since the past 2 days, the node has been experiencing instability,
leading to the emergence and birth of numerous ghosts in various locations, and this isn't the worst of it. If the seal breaks, the entire Dalian will likely become a den of ghosts. Zhou Shuqing took a few more steps, then returned, collected the scroll,
and said, "Don't worry too much, just take care of state affairs." Zhao Zi smiled bitterly and said, "Then I'll go back first." Apart from state affairs, when it comes to demons and monsters, even if he wants to help, he is powerless. Zhao Shuqing nodded.
After Zhao Shui left, he sighed slightly. The current situation in Daliang State was more serious than he had imagined. The gradually unstable seal was only one factor. Another factor was the Zhao family's ancestor, who had guarded Daliang,
had passed away and had yet to awaken. This inevitably aroused the suspicion of the demonic tribes outside. He was afraid that the truth would be discovered by the demon tribe. That would be a real disaster. "We must quickly suppress the demons in all places.
We cannot let the demons see Daliang's inherent weakness." Zhao Shuqing made a decision. He gently touched the emerald green jade ring on his finger. Suddenly, a virtual screen of light and shadow appeared before him.
This screen was the Black Demon Guard's internal network display. However, it was more comprehensive than the content sensed through the identity jade token. It was just like the management backend. Zhao Shuqing had only glanced at it a few times,
but he had already memorized the contents of the scroll. He tapped the image in front of him repeatedly, and soon he had assigned all the tasks. "There's a weak C-rank demon here. Let's leave it to this newcomer. A giant body, C-rank.
That should be enough to handle it." With a single glance, he saw all of Xu Jing's information, from birth to present day. It was infinitely more detailed than what was displayed on his identity jade badge. Anhe City, Xu Mansion. Xu Jing lay on the bed,
looking at the system interface. This time, he gained a total of 19,900 points in the underworld world, which was also all his origin points at the moment.
If all of it was used to strengthen the myriad combinations technique and the glazed flame phoenix mysterious classic, it would be enough for him to strengthen both techniques to the highest level C and still have some left over. And his soul strength,
after receiving the reward for this mission, was getting closer and closer to the second level. He only needed one more journey to advance. Let's strengthen the Wan Gong first. Xu Jing planned to proceed step by step.
He would start with his physical body and then strengthen his demonic power. This way, there would be no problems. But at this moment, the identity jade token in his hand suddenly trembled and became hot. Xu Jing exclaimed in surprise. His expression changed.
He quickly sensed the situation. Task. He had initially thought that some demon or monster had come into the mansion, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that he had been assigned a mission. "How come you came so quickly?" Xu Jing frowned.
July had said the first mission would arrive in about 10 days. But he had only been in the Black Evil Guard for 5 days at most. And already the mission had arrived.
He had originally planned to take it easy for a few days, and then travel through time again before the mission. But now his original plan was completely disrupted. "I looked at the sky outside. It was only midnight. If I could continue traveling."
After Xu Jing thought about it, He simply closed his eyes, gave up on strengthening, and pointed to the 1-point origin crossing. Suddenly, his brain sank, but this time he didn't completely lose consciousness. In a daze,
He felt like he had entered a tunnel. This tunnel is just endless blackness. Nothing can be seen. Xu Jing couldn't feel his hands, feet, or body. He felt like he was in a dream. His mind was completely in a state of chaos. He didn't know how long he stayed there.
but suddenly a ray of light appeared before his eyes. Then time and space changed, and he saw a familiar planet. In another flash, he was already inside the planet. He came before a hideous monster, its limbs and body tightly locked together.
Its body was covered in frost, as if it were frozen. After seeing the crown-like fan-shaped helmet-like substance behind the monster's huge head, Xu Jing instantly recognized the other party's identity. It turned out to be this world.
The title of a movie just flashed through his mind. His spirit had already entered the monster's body. Chapter 188, Alien Queen. The moment the spirit entered the monster's body, the system trembled slightly, and the aura within the monster completely dissipated.
Xu Jing gradually regained consciousness, but at this moment his entire body was stiff. It was frozen solid. He couldn't move an inch. The system interface appeared in his mind and he saw a series of information. It turned out to be just as I guessed.
You can choose to return at any time. Currently 800 origin points can be converted. Identity Alien Queen. Gender female. Height 4.5 meters. Abilities. Fixed reproduction plus. Queen perception plus.
Level 2 Special Eska, Level 3 Strength Veps, Level 5 Self Healings Mission wanting kill all humans who enter the ruins and all iron-blooded warriors who enter the trial. 5000 origin points. Mission 20 Leave the ruins.
Escape the Iron Blood spaceship's pursuit and detection. Origin points 8000. Mission 3D Use the planet as a battlefield. Challenge the Ironbloods. Survive for a month. Kill at least 30 adult Ironbloods. Soul enhancement.
Note the host's current body possesses extraordinary adaptability. It can gradually adjust its bodily functions and biological characteristics according to the environment. The host aliens can also be controlled and directly enhanced. After reading it,
Xu Jing was somewhat shocked. This alien queen possessed the most abilities he had ever seen, and judging by the system prompts, her abilities could be further increased. Although these abilities weren't particularly powerful, if they were strengthened,
each one would be a challenge. Having seen the movie, he knew that he was currently in the core area of a pyramid-shaped temple over 600 meters underground on Bouvet Island in Antarctica. This pyramid was built by humans thousands of years ago.
Earth was still a barbaric world, and humans ate raw meat and drank blood. The Iron Warriors discovered this planet and taught humanity how to build civilization. As a result, they were revered as gods by the humans of the time.
But the predators are not true gods. They just used the Earth as a training ground. They guided humanity to build a pyramid for trials, trapping the alien queen within every 100 years.
They returned to allow underage members of the tribe to complete their coming-of-age rites. When they return, the pyramid will open, and humans who revere them as gods will enter it on their own initiative, becoming parasites that reproduce the aliens.
Xu Jing didn't know how long this body had been trapped here, perhaps thousands of years. It would awaken every 100 years to lay eggs, but normally remained frozen, never seeing the light of day, even now.
Although humans in the outside world have long entered the technological age, they still have no means to detect this pyramid deep beneath the ice sheet. Although there are no longer ignorant humans who worship the Iron Warriors as gods.
When the Iron Warriors arrive, they will remotely control the pyramid to release heat, allowing it to be detected by humans outside. This will attract enough explorers to become sacrifices, and the ritual will begin and complete. At this moment,
his spirit felt as if trapped in a sealed room. He had no sense of his body at all. Even the plus sign after his ability was a gray. Unable to be strengthened, he was powerless to change his current situation. However,
he was not worried. If nothing unexpected happened, the time between his travels and the beginning of the story would not be too long. He was also quite confident about this mission. After all, unlike before, he now had 18,900 unused essence points.
If he risked everything, it would be enough to strengthen himself to an unimaginable level. Buzz, just as Xu Jing was thinking about his action plan, he suddenly felt the pyramid tremble slightly. The Iron Blood Clan spaceship has arrived outside the Earth.
He suddenly realized that this must be the moment in the movie when the Iron Bloods activated their space weapons, accurately and silently drilling a huge hole that led directly to the underground pyramid. He waited patiently. In no more than a day,
Coast of Antarctica. A huge icebreaker was slowly moving in the ocean, heading towards Bouvet Island. The ship belonged to Charles Wieland, owner of Wieland Industries, a multinational communications company. A week ago,
one of his satellites, searching for mineral deposits over Antarctica, detected a sudden surge in underground heat. His experts then used thermal mapping to discover the underground pyramid in just 7 days.
Wayland quickly gathered a group of men and prepared to enter Bouvet Island to explore the pyramid. These people include scientists, archaeologists, mercenaries, the most professional explorers, and the best drilling crews in the world.
This expedition team was composed entirely of the most elite individuals from various industries. However, due to the tight deadlines, except for the team leader, female explorer Lex Wood,
no one else had any experience in surviving expeditions in such harsh environments. They also didn't have time to train. After all, as the pyramid continued to release heat, more and more institutions and countries would discover it. By then,
a steady stream of people would inevitably arrive. After sailing steadily and slowly for more than 10 hours, the icebreaker finally arrived at its destination. Bouvet Island is an isolated volcanic island covering nearly 60 square kilometers.
It is covered in thick ice. The surrounding waters were once a base for whaling operations. Abandoned whaling stations still remain on the island. The pyramid is located directly beneath the station. After the icebreaker arrived,
various drilling equipment was unloaded from the ship and transported to the island. The expedition team disembarked. Everyone went about their own business, setting up camp, installing equipment, or exploring the surroundings. Soon,
someone discovered a huge tunnel that appeared to lead underground, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Incredible! The hole was drilled perfectly at a 30-degree angle. Bass, the leader of the drilling team,
dropped a flare and sighed after the equipment passed inspection. Wood asked how deep, arrived directly at the pyramids. Wayland opened his laptop screen and looked at the satellite image. Look at this, same time yesterday. There was nothing here.
How did they dig this? Engineer Gray Miller was shocked. Some kind of thermal device. Bass concluded. Wayland asked, like the ones you use. More advanced. Bass turned around, shining his flashlight behind him along the angle of the pit.
He saw an abandoned house not far away with most of its roof ripped off, revealing a massive, perfectly round half-circular structure. He exclaimed, incredibly powerful. I've never seen anything like this.
He understood the implications better than anyone present. He swallowed and said, let me tell you, no other team in the world has this kind of machine. And in just 24 hours, we completed a task that would have taken us at least 7 days.
His implication was that this was simply not something humans could accomplish. He was already thinking of backing off, but Wayland insisted. All right, we just have to go down, we can find out the truth. The only way is to go down and see for ourselves.
His tone did not allow anyone to refuse. Even if someone disagreed, it would not stop him from entering the pyramid. After a moment of silence, no one left, each for their own reasons. Thaw, begin. Wayland was a very wealthy man.
But he was getting older and his health was failing. If he died, his company's stock price would drop by at least 10 percentage points. Before him lay the oldest pyramid ever built. It incorporated elements of Egyptian, Cambodian and Aztec cultures. Clearly,
an external force must have aided humanity in its construction. He doesn't want to die yet. What he's pursuing now is technology that can prolong his life. After Bass' team arrived with their equipment,
Wayland rejected the leader's request and chose to follow the expedition into the underground. Soon after, the expedition team members began to descend through ropes and go deeper underground. After reaching the bottom of the pit,
everyone felt as if they had entered an underground cave. As the lighting equipment descended, a pyramid, resembling an altar, appeared before them in the very center of the cavern, its upper half exposed amidst the exclamations.
Wood remained conscious and reminded Wayland that tunnel couldn't have appeared out of thin air. Waylander ignored them and said to the crowd, I want to thank you, let's make history together. At the end of the steps leading to the pyramid was the open entrance.
Soon everyone flashed in hand ascended the steps and arrived outside. This was a square, wide passageway. The floor was paved with neatly arranged tiles, and the walls on both sides were covered with all sorts of strange patterns and symbols.
The expedition team members took strong flashlights, scanned and observed for a moment, and then walked in cautiously. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the pattern on the wall. No one noticed.
A tile in the center of the entrance sank silently into the ground after someone walked past. Deep underground in the pyramid, with the sound of mechanical mechanisms turning, the wall above Xujing slowly split open to the sides simultaneously.
The chains hanging from his body contracted, pulling him upward from the cold, air-filled space. Snap! The chain retracted to its limit. A circular joint perfectly connected with the part that imprisoned his body, suspending him in mid-air. Boom! Suddenly,
flames erupted from the grooves along the walls of the room, dispelling the chill and raising the temperature inside. Sizzle! At the same time, faint flashes of electricity began to travel throughout Xujing's body, stimulating his body to revive. Puff!
Xujing gradually regained consciousness. His limbs and head began to move slightly. The icicles clinging to his body began to fall off piece by piece, dropping to the ground. Raw, his head emerged from within the crown armor.
He slowly opened his mouth and let out a deep roar. Bovet Island grounds. Whaling station. The sky grew exceedingly dark. Snow fell heavily. A cold wind howled. A mercenary patrolling the perimeter suddenly felt something approaching from behind.
He quickly drew his gun, activated the green laser and turned behind him. But there is nothing behind me. At this moment, not only did he not relax, but he became even more terrified, after so many years of living on the edge of a knife.
He instinctively sensed a deadly threat, as if he were being targeted by an enemy sniper on the battlefield. He kept sweeping his gun around, even the sky. But he couldn't find any enemy. "Quinn, is that you?" he called out loudly, but no one answered him. Swish!
Just when he was about to collapse, he suddenly felt something flying towards him rapidly in the sky. The next second he had just raised the muzzle of his gun when an invisible force pierced his throat and he fell to the ground. Buzz!
On the mercenary's body, an arrow, made entirely of alloy and as thick as a baby's arm, gradually emerged from nothing. At the same time, a scream was heard from the open space inside the whaling station,
which immediately alarmed the other personnel. Inside a house, 3 mercenaries suddenly stopped chatting. Their faces turned suspicious. Bang! At this moment, the door of the house suddenly opened, but no one appeared. What the hell?
The 3 men stood up in fear, guns drawn, and shot out the door. Wow! The sound of rapidly spinning metal filled the air. One of the mercenaries was suddenly sent flying backwards, crashing into the table behind him. He then collapsed to the ground,
clutching his chest, where blood was pouring out. Chi! Another metallic sound echoed through the void. Another mercenary was instantly pierced by something sharp. Blood flowed like a double-edged sword. Da-da-da. The remaining mercenary looked terrified.
He yelled and frantically pulled the trigger, firing wildly around him. Swish! With a sharp and piercing sound of air being torn apart. The mercenary was directly pierced by the arrow and nailed to the wall. Michelle, not long after. Bass,
the person in charge of the ground patrol, came outside with a flashlight and saw Michelle's body being hung up. He quickly turned his head and looked at the other end of the rope. Nothing. Clang! A blood-stained blade of nothingness suddenly appeared,
frightening him so much that he turned and ran away. Bass hurried all the way to the tunnel leading into the underground pyramid. He found the staff who had been guarding it dead, hanging upside down from the equipment by cables. His face was filled with fear.
He picked up a pistol from the ground and, following the rope holding the body, looked towards the empty space at the end of the rope. Bang, bang, bang. Bass fired a few shots reflexively. They seemed to strike something metal. Sparks flew.
A massive humanoid creature wearing a metal visor, over 2 meters tall, emerged from invisibility. Roar! Under Bass' shocked and horrified gaze, the humanoid creature roared and leaped down,
landing in front of him with a thud. In a desperate situation, Bass roared and smashed the monster in front of him with the butt of his pistol. However, the huge gap in strength between the 2 sides determined the outcome in an instant.
He was knocked down the tunnel leading to the underground. Buzz! 2 more ripples appeared in the air. 2 tall humanoids, each with a slightly different visor and outfit, emerged from invisibility.
They stood behind the humanoid that Bass had forced out of its shell. The 3 of them were the iron-blooded warriors who participated in this coming-of-age ceremony. Captain Celtic, Chopper Cat Face, Scar.
The first thing they had to do was enter the pyramid and retrieve the energy weapon stored there. This was also part of the trial. Celt held his left hand horizontally. His right fingers tapped his left arm a few times.
A virtual 3-dimensional screen of the pyramid suddenly appeared. Images of the expedition team moving through the passageway also became visible. After he found the weapons cache, he exchanged glances with Catface and Scar. Then,
they reached the tunnel entrance, grabbed the cable, and jumped down. Chapter 190. I am going to have a baby. Roar! Shujing shook his head from side to side and roared in pain. As the temperature in the room rose, the ice and snow on his body completely melted,
revealing his ferocious body that shone with a metallic luster. The huge fleshy ovipositor that had been dragging behind him was now controlled by the mechanism and moved under his body.
A large amount of nutrients containing special ingredients were forcibly injected into Xu Jing's body. Then, in a state that even he himself could not understand, they were absorbed by his body and continuously supplied to the ovipositor. Damn, I'm having a baby.
Xu Jing felt extremely uncomfortable. He immediately understood the reason. Even though he had already prepared to lay eggs, being forced to give birth like this was still very frustrating. It felt like he was being raped.
The ovipositor beneath his body was like a giant tumor, expanding and contracting slightly like a heart, rapidly nurturing an embryo. Click! Click! Xu Jing heard the sound of the mechanism again. With some effort, he turned his head.
He sensed a machine like an assembly line starting to operate beside him. The rock-paved conveyor belt slowly advanced, leading directly into a small rectangular, box-like portal. At this moment,
he suddenly had an idea and controlled the ovulator to move it to the conveyor belt next to it. Puff! With a slight push, an alien egg, laced with a mass of gelatinous mucus, firmly adhered to the conveyor belt. It then entered a portal in front of it.
Roughly the same size as the egg. Puff puff puff. Xujing held his breath and laid a whole row of alien eggs in one go, almost covering the entire conveyor belt. Enough. System. He temporarily stopped laying eggs and called out the system.
Looking at the row of abilities on the interface, they had indeed all turned into white plus signs that could be enhanced. But this was of no use in helping him escape. Xujing's entire body, the joints of his 3 limbs, were trapped in alloy shackles.
His torso was also tightly wrapped and locked in a piece of metal that resembled a tortoise shell. Even if he strengthened his strength, he had no confidence in breaking free from the shackles.
He was even more worried that his body would expand and become completely trapped. Xujing thought about it. The only way to escape was to do as in the movie, let his child come to him safely.
Then he could use self-harm to release highly corrosive blood to corrode the alloy shackles on his body. After a brief thought, his gaze rested on the Queen's ability to perceive. He had a guess about this ability. A race like the aliens,
with ant-like characteristics, would definitely have a queen who could sense her own children. But the strength of this sense was uncertain. Xujing thought of the Zerg Cerebrate and the pioneers in the Pacific Rim. An idea struck him,
and he clicked on the strengthen plus sign. The ability on the system interface suddenly became blurry. The origin point rapidly pulsed and decreased. At the same time, a large amount of origin aura merged into a certain part of his brain.
As the enhancement ended, Xujing had no idea what had happened. However, the Queen's perception on the system interface had transformed into telepathy, and there was a plus sign at the end for further improvement. Continue.
He had enough origin points this time, so he chose to continue strengthening without hesitation. Soon the second strengthening was complete. Telepathy became telepathy, and it could still be strengthened. Xujing didn't even think twice and clicked again. Boss!
This time the system interface trembled slightly, as a large amount of original energy merged into his brain. Telepathy finally became the ability he had longed for. Hive consciousness? At this moment, Xujing felt as if his mind had expanded infinitely.
The alien eggs he had laid, and the facehuggers bred within them, had become his clones, tightly linked to his mind, forming an invisible network. Through these offspring he had conceived, he could sense everything they could perceive.
These clones weren't completely puppets. They could possess their own subjective consciousness. As long as Xujing had a thought, they would unconditionally carry out his will. He could even directly control their bodies and act according to his thoughts.
It's perfect. Xujing was filled with admiration. At this moment, he felt more confident in completing the mission. Although this ability didn't directly increase his combat effectiveness, it could maximize his advantages. After reaching the hive consciousness,
this ability was finally strengthened to its peak. He roared with excitement. His body swayed, and the chains holding him clattered. It's time to take action. Xujing had an idea. He connected with one of the facehuggers still gestating in its egg.
The upper part of the pyramid. The expedition team members had passed through a long corridor and arrived at a strange room. Flashlights shone across the room, and everyone's heartbeat quickened. The circular room was filled with a circle of fixed stone beds.
On each bed lay a long dead human. Where is this place? Someone asked with a dry mouth. At this time, the famous archaeologist Sebastian Rosa, who was accompanying the team, said in a deep voice, "It is the tomb of the victim." In the previous passage,
he roughly understood the purpose of this pyramid through patterns and hieroglyphs. He continued, the people who built this pyramid believed in religious sacrifice. This is where the chosen ones are sacrificed to the gods.
After carefully examining the remains with a flashlight, Rosa became more certain of his theory. The sacrificed were lying on these stone beds, unbound in any way. They were willing, men and women. For them, this was an honor. At this moment,
someone made a new discovery behind the innermost wall of the room. A trembling voice said, "Come and take a look." After hearing this, everyone came to the innermost part and shone their flashlights over their hiss. The next moment, a gasp was heard.
Everyone felt their scalps tingle and their bodies chilled. The 3 walls were filled with dense piles of corpses. They were neatly stacked from bottom to top, all the way to the top of the pyramid. Rosa shone his flashlight upwards. Suddenly,
he saw something falling towards him from above. He screamed in fright and quickly stepped back. Everyone was startled. Flashlights shone over. After seeing the fallen object clearly, they all breathed a sigh of relief.
It was a creature that looked like a scorpion, about the size of a wash basin. It had long since died, its bones completely calcified. The low temperatures here had preserved the remains of this unknown creature intact. The expedition continued on its way.
However, the mercenary Captain Stafford left behind one of his men, along with Rosa's assistant Thomas and some professional archaeologists. They were to clean the sacrificial chamber and provide support. As for everyone else, continue deeper.
Go to the next level. Chapter 191, Parasitism. Inside the sacrificial chamber, the remaining mercenary was a dashing, short-haired woman named Rousseau. She pointed to a corpse lying on the stone bed. A hole ripped through its chest.
What's going on? Thomas, wearing thick glasses and a rather ungainly appearance, boasted taking the heart of the sacrificer during a sacrifice is very common. Very good. Rosa's lips curled up slightly. He smiled.
Just as Thomas thought he had impressed Rousseau with his insight and was considering how to further attract him, the smile on Rousseau's face suddenly vanished. He said with some disdain, "But that's not where the heart is, besides."
It looked like the bone had been forcibly bent. Something was also protruding from the body. Thomas was stunned and didn't know how to respond. Rousseau snorted. She wasn't the type of woman to be easily deceived. Thomas blushed slightly.
He lowered his head and pretended to be busy. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he noticed Rousseau turned around. Except for Rousseau, the remaining people bustled about, counting their gains and checking for any omissions. But not long after,
the entire pyramid began to tremble with a humming sound. Stone doors quickly descended from above the 3 exits of the sacrificial chamber. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive loud crashes of something hitting the ground echoed before anyone could react.
The entire sacrificial chamber became a sealed space. Whoosh! Everyone in the sacrificial chamber looked at each other in bewilderment. Their breathing became heavy. They had a foreboding feeling, buzz, at this moment.
In the circular pits at the edge of the stone bed surrounding the city center, 2 oval, disgusting-looking egg-like objects slowly rose. What's this? Thomas' eyes widened. He shone his flashlight at the egg. A strange
black creature with many limbs was clearly visible struggling inside. Rousseau's face darkened as a thought struck him. He pulled out his desert eagle and aimed it at the nearest egg. He asked fearfully, "What's the name of this room?" Thomas reacted.
His voice trembled as he said, "Tom." Click, click. The tops of the eggs opened like petals, and horseshoe crab-like creatures, covered in slime, quickly crawled out. Xuanhuan controlled one of the facehuggers, which had just emerged from its egg,
and without hesitation flew towards the nearest human it could sense. Bang! Rousseau fired a shot instinctively, but it missed its target. The next moment, she saw the disgusting insects flying towards her face. Her vision went dark.
She instinctively opened her mouth and let out a sharp cry of fear, but then a long tube was stuffed into her mouth, muffling her scream. At the same time, her neck was being twisted and constricted, making it nearly impossible to breathe.
She could only helplessly keep her mouth open. Gulp! Rousseau could feel the bugs on her face injecting something into her body through the tube, but her brain began to feel a lack of oxygen. She collapsed to the ground and gradually lost consciousness.
Of course, Xuanhuan wouldn't let the other person die. While he was impregnating the human being he was holding, he also provided him with the oxygen he needed to barely survive. This was a long process. He released his control over the current facehugger.
After sensing the situation of the other facehuggers, he focused his attention on the alien queen. Keep giving birth. Xuanhuan had nothing to do. He prepared to continue laying eggs. He knew there were more humans above the room he was being held in.
They were his targets. Besides, he also didn't want to let go of the 3 iron warriors who came to the pyramid if he had the chance. After all, the iron alien's strength was incomparable to that of ordinary aliens. As for the alien queen's body,
it was impossible for Xuanhuan not to be tempted. However, if he wanted to obtain it, he had to minimize the enhancements and not let the exchange points exceed his tolerance. Xuanhuan was confident he could complete Mission 1.
He wasn't the alien queen from before. He wouldn't give the Predator any chance until he got his hands on the energy weapon. The parasite hatching out more aliens will definitely be of great help in completing Mission 2.
The room directly below the sacrificial chamber. At this time everyone was in chaos. When they arrived here, they found a sarcophagus with a combination lock. After Rosa's research, he successfully cracked the code. After opening it,
he saw 3 strangely shaped metal objects placed inside the sarcophagus. It was getting late. Wood suggested returning to the whaling station camp and exploring again tomorrow. Wayland agreed, but despite Rosa's dissuasion,
he ordered the contents of the sarcophagus to be removed. At the moment of removal, the entrance they had entered was sealed by a stone slab that suddenly fell, and 2 downward passages appeared on both sides of the sarcophagus. Soon,
they heard the terrified screams from the communicator again. They could no longer contact anyone in the sacrifice room. After some debate, the expedition team moved forward again and entered one of the newly opened passages, outside the pyramid.
The 3 Iron Blood warriors who had just arrived at the entrance felt the vibration of the pyramid and stopped abruptly. Selt opened the 3D virtual screen.
It showed 3 energy weapons they could track leaving their original storage location and entering a human backpack, heading down to the lower level, Roar. At that moment, not only Celtic, but also Catface and Scar, all roared in anger.
They exchanged glances and sprinted down the passage. After a few steps, they entered stealth mode and disappeared. After a while, in the lower passage, the expedition team gathered together. Stafford's mercenaries, armed and armed, marched on the periphery,
protecting the others as they advanced slowly. Wood shone his flashlight on the tall, human-shaped stone statues lining the passage. The beam of light stopped at the statues' shoulders. He asked, "Do you recognize what's on their shoulders?" "Recognize?"
Everyone nodded. It was the metal object they had just taken out of the sarcophagus, of unknown use. Stafford wondered, do they worship this kind of thing? Strictly speaking, that's right.
Rosa looked at the pattern on the wall and interpreted it. The ancient artifacts you removed from the sarcophagus are probably their weapons. Stafford scoffed, clearly unconvinced. The team continued forward. A few minutes later,
a mercenary at the back suddenly felt his neck tighten. Before he could even scream, he was hoisted to the top of the passage. Bang! The submachine gun in his hand fell to the ground, finally attracting the attention of others. "Take cover! Quick!"
Wyland hid in the crowd in panic, while Stafford and other mercenaries nervously searched for the enemy Dada. After the Iron Blood Warrior shot another mercenary to death with an arrow, the battle soon broke out. Chapter 122. Who is the hunter?
Inside the sacrificial chamber, Rousseau, lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. She had never thought that she was still alive. Everything that had happened before was like a horrible nightmare. She shook her head,
then suddenly screamed. She spun around and back toward the wall. She stared at the ground in horror. There lay a disgusting insect. It was this same insect that had brought her such painful, unpleasant memories. Rousseau observed it for a moment,
only relaxing slightly when he was sure the insect was completely dead. Then she looked around. She saw everyone's face tightly wrapped in the same insect. The creature's long tail was wrapped around everyone's neck like a snake. What is this?
She thought of the long tube that had been stuffed into her mouth and the unknown substance that had been injected into her body. Fear grew in her heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Soon, Rousseau found it increasingly difficult to breathe.
She gasped for air and quickly unzipped her coat. Snap! Before she could even check, she heard a sound of bones breaking in her chest. Ah! Ah! Rousseau's head instantly broke out in a thick layer of sweat. The intense pain completely distorted her face.
Then her whole body convulsed. A pool of blood gradually spread across her chest. A sound like a balloon popping filled the air. She spat out blood. Her eyes glazed over as she collapsed to the ground. Her chest had completely exploded.
And a strange creature emerged from it. Hiss! This first alien was now completely under Su Jing's control. He opened his mouth, full of sharp teeth, and let out a scream. After patiently waiting for a few minutes,
the chests of the other people in the sacrifice room also began to crack. A total of 5 whale-like juvenile aliens surrounded Xu Jing. Mom. The communication of thoughts reached Xu Jing's mind.
He could truly feel the admiration and absolute loyalty these aliens had for him. "Come with me," Xu Jing called out in his heart and ran towards the center of the sacrificial chamber. There was a round thing like a manhole cover. On the cover,
there was a hollow pattern that matched their lava. With 5 aliens, they passed through the cover and entered the vertical downward passage. This passage was more than 10 meters deep. But for Xu Jing and the others, even though they were just newborns,
they didn't worry about falling down and dying. His sharp, slender claws firmly grasped the passage and he quickly crawled down. It only took him a few breaths to reach the place where the Iron Blood Warrior's weapons were stored. There was no one here now.
Xu Jing circled the ground twice. Although he had never come into contact with the Iron Blood clan, he was convinced that the Iron Blood Warriors had been here before. This is an instinctive hatred memory for the Iron-blooded warrior,
etched deep within their genes. Walk! Xu Jing didn't rush to catch up and deal with the Iron Warrior. Instead, he led the aliens into the sarcophagus where the weapons were stored.
He is naturally able to adapt to complex environments and sense the correct paths and passages. As expected, the space inside the sarcophagus where the weapons were originally embedded was actually empty. There was a narrow passage leading to the next level.
Xu Jing descended rapidly. The mutant was growing rapidly. He had to seize the moment. Before his body developed, he had to pass through this passage and return to his prison. In another passage,
the expedition team had a fierce battle with the first iron-blooded warrior they caught. Although they were numerous and powerful, they had no advantage against the stealthy and more powerful Iron Blood warriors. Instead,
they were tortured to the point of collapse by their elusive killing methods. Suddenly, the pyramid made another loud rumbling sound. The surrounding walls and ground seemed to come alive, like building blocks, after a series of dazzling changes.
A completely new scene was formed. The expedition team was divided into several parts. separated into different closed rooms. What kind of monster was that just now, although they were in a seemingly closed and safe environment?
Everyone was in a state of panic. Some were shouting and yelling. Some were cowering in a corner. Still others were constantly trying to contact others. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the pyramid to shake again and reassemble. During this process,
some people seized the opportunity and found others, but some were unable to find them in time and were confined alone in corridors or rooms. But after a few times, except for the people who were killed by the Iron Blood warriors at the beginning,
everyone else reunited. But everyone was in shock. We must find an exit and leave this damn place as soon as possible. Wood's face was filled with fear. He kept looking at the special watch on his wrist,
calculating his current location based on the data on it. At this time, Rosa said, "The energy of this pyramid has been activated. It changes every 10 minutes. Follow me." He had made some discoveries and was somewhat confident of finding the exit.
But before he could finish his words, there was a thud above their heads. A black net descended from the sky, enveloping Stafford. It then rapidly contracted and vibrated. "Help me!" Stafford held the submachine gun in front of him and roared continuously.
But he couldn't stop the net from shrinking. The people nearby rushed over to help him, but as soon as their hands touched the net, they quickly pulled them back as if they had been electrocuted. Their thick gloves were already ripped. "I'll do it."
Rosa pulled out his dagger and slashed it hard. With a clang, the dagger broke in two. Bang, bang, bang! When the expedition team was at a loss, a series of heavy footsteps came from behind. At the end of the tunnel, Telt cancelled his cloaking. Through his mask,
he scanned the expedition team, locking onto the location of the primary plasma shoulder cannon. He strode directly toward Wellander. "Here he comes, shoot!" Wyland was terrified.
He didn't care about Stafford and quickly ordered the other mercenaries to protect him. Whoosh! As soon as the words fell, a sound of piercing air echoed from either side of them. Two mercenaries, who were about to raise their weapons,
were pinned to the ground by invisible arrows. Cat Face and Scar remained invisible. They leaped down from the high wall and charged into the expedition. With a few strikes, they completely neutralized everyone's resistance.
They were already confident of victory. The energy weapon was about to be recovered. For those humans who dared to take their things, the Celts decided to hang and skin everyone here. But at that moment,
a tail over 2 meters long suddenly shot out from the triangular passage on the wall above Cat Face. Like a spear, it pierced Cat Face's body from behind, including his armor and helmet, and lifted him into the air. Roar!
Then a low roar was heard from the end of the passage below. As if on cue, 4 more exceptionally powerful aliens emerged from the hidden passage above the Iron Warrior. Like a pack of hunting wolves, they surrounded Celtic and Scar. Chapter 193.
Catch them all in one swoop. At the end of the passage, accompanied by a low roar, Xu Jing stood on his 2 legs and took a long, human-like stride. His figure appeared. Bang, bang, bang!
His massive size compared to the other aliens was like the difference between a lion and a jackal. His heavy footsteps stomped on the ground, causing the entire passage to vibrate. As soon as he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention.
Including Celtic and Scar, they all turned their heads away involuntarily, their bodies frozen in place. Oh, God! The members of the expedition team tumbled and scrambled backward, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads.
They hadn't imagined that besides the 2-meter-tall, humanoid creatures that looked like aliens, there were even more hideous and terrifying monsters, especially the monster that was heading towards them. Its massive size almost filled up half of the passage.
The stone statues on either side were knocked over or shattered by it soon. Celt regained consciousness and glanced at the panicked retreating expedition members. He felt helpless. They hadn't yet obtained the energy weapons, but given the current situation,
there was no chance. Scar reacted immediately. Before the alien could attack, he pulled out a small disc from his body, triggering a mechanism. 6 double-edged blades sprang out from the disc.
He swung them at the alien's tail that had pierced the cat-faced creature's chest. Although the alien in the triangular passage above quickly retracted its tail to evade, it still couldn't escape the attack of the flying disc.
Its tough tail was directly cut in two. Sizzle! A large amount of green blood spurted out from the cut in the alien's tail. Wherever it landed, white smoke rose. Whether it was metal or bricks and stones, everything melted away like ice and snow. Catfish,
still carrying the severed tail, corrosive blood with a roll, he stumbled back to Celtic and Scar. Then, unable to hold on any longer, he collapsed to the ground. Roar! Xu Jing roared, his pace quickening under his command.
The other 4 intact aliens roared and lunged towards Celtic and Scar below. Run! Let's run! The expedition team saw their opportunity. Wood, enduring the sharp pain from being kicked away by the predator, took a few steps to Wyland, helped him up,
and shouted to the others. Now that the 2 monsters were completely focused on each other, it was the perfect time for them to escape. Come with me. Rosa helped Wyland to his feet. and then he led the weakened crowd to desperately flee towards another exit.
Su Jing sneered inwardly. He ignored the expedition team. With a single thought, the alien, its tail severed, immediately retreated back into the passageway and vanished in the blink of an eye. Before coming, he brought all the hatched face huggers with him.
Just at the other end of the passage, what awaited the expedition team was definitely another nightmare. Boom! Soon, the alien and the predator clashed violently. Celt and Scar stood back to back. At their feet lay Catface, powerless to resist.
They wielded their wrist knives or fork guns furiously, without a trace of fear. The aliens attacked in turns, constantly compressing the Iron Warrior's space, consuming their strength, and blocking their escape route. Su Jing ran quickly.
He wanted to capture the 3 iron-blooded warriors alive. He wanted to eventually parasitize the iron-blooded alien. The first 5 aliens that hatched had their strength and agility enhanced by him.
Although they possessed physical qualities that definitely surpassed those of the Iron Warriors, they were still not strong enough to withstand the sharp cold weapons in their hands.
He would rather be more conservative than give the Iron Blood warriors an opportunity to break out. Bang bang bang! Seeing Su Jing approaching, Celtic and Scar became more and more anxious. At this moment,
the cat-faced creature lying on the ground suddenly exploded. It desperately climbed up and stood in front of Su Jing and the other 2 aliens. He kept making strange noises, with a sense of urgency, as if urging Celtic and Scar to hurry up.
Su Jing could see what Catface was thinking. He was ready to sacrifice himself to hold back the 3 aliens, including him. As for whether he wanted to let Celtic and Scar escape, or to get rid of the other 2 as soon as possible, he was not sure.
He passed on a thought. The 2 aliens blocked by the cat-faced creatures quickly leaped onto the statues lining the passage. In an instant, they passed the cat-faced creatures and leaped to the other 2 aliens. But the next moment,
Celtic and Scar turned around instantly, and along with Catface, charged towards Su Jing sharp! Su Jing secretly praised them, whether they had deliberately set up a plan or simply made a decision based on the changing circumstances.
It was enough to demonstrate the Iron Blood clan's powerful fighting talent. Roar! Facing the charge of 3 iron-blooded warriors, he did not panic at all and faced them fearlessly. Snap! When the 2 sides were about 10 meters apart,
the 3 iron-blood warriors simultaneously pulled their wrists, just like pulling the bolt of a gun. Then, with 3 swish sounds, 3 alloy wrist blades shot out from their wrists and flew in front of Su Jing in the blink of an eye.
Su Jing tilted his head, avoiding the vital part of his brain. He allowed the 3 blades to penetrate his body. A large amount of green blood splattered out. He roared angrily and rushed closer, his thick tail sweeping out. Boom!
Celtic and his men were unable to dodge and were swept away. The 4 aliens chasing them seized the opportunity. 2 by 2, they pounced on Celtic and Scar. Under Su Jing's command, they pinned their hands and feet. The immense force pinned them down.
Su Jing launched another powerful blow, smashing the newly risen Catface into the wall. He then wielded his tail like a spear, piercing Catface's arms and legs with swift, precise, and deft movements. Then came Celtic and Scar. Neither of them escaped.
All of them had their limbs crippled, leaving them powerless to resist. Su Jing wasn't careless. He then tore off the arms of 3 Iron Blood warriors carrying microcomputers, preventing them from finding an opportunity to activate the micro-nuclear bombs.
The outcome is decided. After everything was over, he sensed the situation of the expedition team again and felt relieved. Take them. Follow me. Su Jing sent his thoughts and soon arrived at the other end of the passage.
The passageway was now completely filled with densely packed facehuggers. The tail-broken alien dutifully guarded the exit, without any problems. All the members of the expedition fell to the ground.
Each of them had a facehugger tightly wrapped around their face. They were in a coma. When the 3 facehuggers appeared in the sight of the 3 Celtic Iron Bloods, they immediately understood what was about to happen and roared in anger.
Time was running out. Su Jing wasn't sure if Celtic and his men had sent out a distress signal. Although he hadn't seen them use WeChat or a computer during the previous battle, he didn't dare waste any time. Without a word,
he ripped off the opponent's mask with his forelimbs. The 3 facehuggers hissed and pounced directly on it. Chapter 194. Stand and cover. An hour later, inside the pyramid, Su Jing brought his children to the top exit. Behind him, following closely behind him,
were 3 figures about 3 meters tall. They had the predator's jaws and signature braids, and they looked remarkably like the predator. These 3 were the iron-blooded aliens he hatched using the iron-blooded warrior as a carrier.
According to the system's display, the iron-blooded alien's strength had reached level 3, its agility level 2, its exoskeleton strength level 2, and its self-healing level 5. However, their mobility is relatively poor.
Although they have gained greater strength, their agility is only at level 1. However, Su Jing had the system's help. He directly targeted the iron-blooded aliens' weaknesses and enhanced their agility to level 3. It can be said that,
except for the lack of reproduction and perception. The iron-blooded alien at this moment has completely reached the same level as when Xu Jing just left the ovipositor. As for Xu Jing, after he voluntarily shed his ovipositor,
he temporarily lost his reproductive ability. However, he gained another ability, agility, and was already at level 3. At this point, he had already completed the first mission and had plans for the second one.
Following behind the 3 iron-blooded aliens, seemingly in a protective state, was an alien that was even taller than the iron-blooded aliens. This alien was originally an ordinary one. Xu, through the system,
enhanced its strength to an extremely high level. He also selectively gave it crown armor, making it look no different from before the enhancement. This was the substitute he had created. Even if the predator came,
it would be impossible to tell the real from the fake. In addition, at the back, there were 11 ordinary aliens in total. Although these aliens were ordinary, that was only compared to the iron-blooded aliens. He had already enhanced them all through the system,
especially in terms of agility, reaching the same level as the iron-blooded aliens. As for other aspects, Xu Jing did not waste any more points. The second mission required him to escape the iron-blood spaceship's pursuit and detection.
The other aliens were there to cover his escape. Even if all these children died, as long as the mission was completed, he wouldn't feel any pain. Soon, he led all the aliens out of the pyramid and arrived at the entrance of the tunnel leading to the ground.
Xu Jing didn't rush to the surface. Instead, he controlled one of the ordinary aliens and climbed up the tunnel at a 30-degree angle. Even the smooth and hard ice can be penetrated easily by the sharp claws of the alien.
There is no need to worry about the danger of falling. In less than a minute, he reached the surface. Crouching low, he circled the whaling station. His powerful innate senses revealed no enemies. After ensuring it was safe,
Xu Jing released his control over the alien and ordered it to leave. Without hesitation, he led all the aliens up the tunnel and onto the surface. Spread out, don't go into the sea, and don't move together, following his command.
The aliens rubbed him reluctantly, quickly found a direction, and began to move forward. Xing didn't stop there. Sensing the remaining presence of the expedition team, he retraced their route and ran as fast as he could.
While waiting for the next batch of aliens to emerge, he strengthened himself, primarily in terms of his exoskeleton and agility. He strengthened his exoskeleton to level 5, and his agility to level 9. After this enhancement,
his body not only did not expand, but instead shrank significantly. His bone density increased, and his body became more streamlined. It wasn't that Xu Jing didn't want to continue strengthening, however.
The amount of origin points he could convert upon his return had already reached 1520, and including the reward for completing Mission 1, he only had 18,500 origin points in total, 10 times the exchange price. He couldn't guarantee it.
He didn't need to strengthen other abilities afterwards. Leaving some wiggle room would also facilitate future actions. It really doesn't work. In order to complete the task, I can only give up the exchange. Xu Jing made a decision.
If the mission couldn't be completed, then even the conditions for exchange wouldn't be met. He naturally had a sense of propriety. The scenery on both sides whizzed by. He was like a magnified velociraptor, running at full speed. In a moment,
he saw the sea with icebergs floating in front of him, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the coast. Plop! Without a second thought, Xu Jing leaped into the icy water. After struggling for several minutes,
his body's extraordinary adaptability quickly took effect. He took even more agile than a fish. The cold had no effect on Xu Jing's physical condition. He controlled his dive and continued to descend, keeping his direction in mind.
He was getting further and further away from Bouvet Island. Over Antarctica, a sci-fi streamlined spaceship is constantly hovering in the sky. Inside the main control room, an exceptionally tall iron warrior stood at the window like a statue.
Gazing at the earth before him, he wasn't wearing a mask. His crab-like mouth would occasionally open slightly, making strange, meaningless noises. I don't know how much time passed. He turned around, walked to the control panel, and tapped a few times.
In an instant, a three-dimensional image of a pyramid emerged. Then, it gradually enlarged, revealing the interior of the pyramid layer by layer, from the outside in. In Faisen, after seeing the prompt on the screen,
the iron-blooded warrior's expression changed immediately. He gave orders to the 2 soldiers guarding the door. Not long after, the spacecraft changed direction and arrived over Bouvet Island, after circling once.
14 groups of 3 missile-like landing devices were ejected from the spacecraft and dropped to the ground. After landing on the ground, the landing devices opened up, and fully armed iron-blooded warriors appeared inside.
They locked onto their respective targets and began to hunt them down. The spacecraft returned to the sky above the pyramid. A long streamlined barrel extended from its head. After a few seconds of accumulation, a brilliant blue beam, like a meteor,
reaching the underground pyramid. Then, it exploded. At this moment, Xu Jing, who was already 100 miles away, suddenly stopped. He then dived deeper into the sea and began to swim at an even faster speed.
When he left, he didn't take the remaining facehuggers with him. After all, the pyramid's continued surge in heat would attract other humans to explore. If the Ironbloods didn't discover them, they might be able to help him complete Mission 3, but
Su Jing clearly sensed the death of all the facehuggers. There is no doubt that what he did has been discovered. In order to control the spread of aliens, the Iron Blood clan chose to destroy the pyramids together. I hope my preparation will be effective.
He focused some of his attention on the alien substitute he had previously used, which he had strengthened to the same strength as before he escaped. It looked almost identical to him. Chapter 195, African Savannah. Is that you?
The substitute alien instantly sensed Su Jing's attention. Its mouth opened and closed, and a low, excited roar emanated from it. It's me. Su Jing could clearly sense the other person's loyalty to him.
Even a small amount of his attention made him so excited that he could hardly control himself. Queen, I'm willing to give everything for you. As its strength increased, the alien's intelligence also improved, but regardless,
its loyalty to Su Jing was unquestionable. My child, the enemy is here on this island, and there are many of them. Su Jing sensed that several aliens were engaged in combat. Each opponent consisted of 3 iron warriors,
equipped with plasma shoulder cannons. Even the enhanced iron warriors were beaten to the point of being powerless to fight back. In just a short while, 3 links in his consciousness network had permanently disappeared. Queen, what should I do?
The stand-in stopped and observed the surroundings vigilantly. Summon the troops, bring the rest of your tribe. Tear the enemy to pieces. On the icy and snowy ground of Bouvet Island, without cover, a single alien could pose no threat to the Iron Warriors.
But even so, Su Jing would let them scatter and escape, because they were originally there to protect him. The show was a trap, facing the predator's hunt. The aliens who fled without a fight would only make the enemy suspicious. After hearing Jing's order,
the alien substitute raised its head without hesitation and let out an earth-shattering roar. The roar, accompanied by the howling cold wind, echoed far away. Su Jing also promptly issued a true summons to the other aliens through his consciousness network.
In an instant, all the aliens let out long hisses and began to run wildly in the direction of the double. At the same time, the Iron Warriors who were chasing or fighting the aliens also responded one after another. Teams gathered together and gave chase.
Su Jing chose not to control his stand. He didn't need to worry about the aliens' combat abilities. His priority now was to escape as quickly as possible. The farther, the better. Under his instruction,
the gathered aliens protected the stand and took the initiative to counterattack the predator. This wasn't an equal battle. To eliminate the aliens on the island, the Iron Warriors were dispatched in large numbers. They were all experienced, fully armed,
and adult warriors. Su Jing sensed the links disappearing one after another, and he became increasingly wary of this Iron Blood Clan space battleship. Soon, the battle was over. The assembled aliens were defeated by the Iron Warriors.
The moment the 2 remaining Iron Warriors, protecting his double, fled into the sea, they were engulfed by a blue beam of light that descended from the sky, losing their connection with him. In this battle, the aliens only killed 3 Iron Warriors.
This was before the enemy had even assembled. However, Su Jing had achieved his goal. Not long after the battle, he received a system notification. Mission 2 had been completed. Wait a little longer. He didn't rush to the surface.
Who knew if the Iron Blood's warships had left Earth? As for Mission 3, Su Jing wasn't worried about the Iron Blood warriors not appearing again. The Earth in this world was their hunting ground. He only needed to grow and prosper here. If he made any more noise,
the Iron Blood clan would sooner or later discover him. Then, they would undoubtedly send their own people to deal with him. Before that, all he had to do was to continuously accumulate strength and wait for the arrival of the Iron Blood warrior.
As for where to develop his career, Su Jing also considered it and came up with an idea. He dived into the sea, dashing along, and moving rapidly in a certain direction. 1 week later, eastern Atlantic coast, Su Jing emerged from the sea.
His goal was the African grasslands, but he had gone to the wrong place before, wasting several days. It should be wrong this time. Su Jing felt quite excited when he saw the endless desert on the coast.
He paddled to the shore and rushed into the desert without looking back. After several days of exploration, he crossed the vast desert, avoided human settlements, and finally arrived at the grassland. Sensing the swarms of animals on the grassland,
Su Jing couldn't help but roar loudly. Like a weasel entering a chicken coop, he frightened all the herbivores into fleeing. Even the carnivores, upon seeing him, cautiously moved away. He had a plan before he came. The reason he came here was, firstly,
to try to parasitize the beasts with the aliens, creating a more powerful army. Secondly, to avoid humans develops in human cities with large numbers of people disappearing or dying. He will be discovered sooner or later. At that time,
no matter which country it is, it will definitely not sit idly by and send troops to deal with him. and Xu Jing couldn't just sit there and take a beating. If things got out of hand, a nuclear bomb might even be dropped on him.
Although he did not aim to dominate the world, he faced the threat of the Iron Blood clan. He also understood the principle of accumulating food and slowly becoming king. First, find a suitable place and build a nest. Xu Jing ran recklessly,
ignoring the animals he encountered, and entered the depths of the grassland. After spending half a day, he found an important water source and started digging a hole nearby. No matter what kind of animal it is, it cannot live without water.
If it can just take root here, it can save a lot of effort. One day later, in a not very spacious cave, Xu Jing lay listlessly on the ground. As an alien queen, he felt quite pitiful. All the children had been killed by the Iron Warriors.
He even had to rely on himself to dig a hole. What made him even more depressed was that while he was digging the hole, many carnivores that came to drink water actually became interested in him, and then came up to test him without knowing the consequences.
Although the result was no surprise, the repeated interruptions to his digging progress still filled him with resentment. Let's get started, system. Xu Jing summoned the system and looked at the interface. Ever since he voluntarily left the spawner,
the fixed reproduction in the ability bar has turned gray, indicating that it is temporarily unavailable. But as the alien queen, Xu Jing was naturally able to regenerate the ovipositor. Furthermore, at this moment,
the system interface also displayed the option of rapid regeneration at the cost of 500 origin points. He didn't think twice and just chose yes. As the original energy poured in, the end of a tubular organ in the back of his body swelled up like a balloon.
All of that original energy filled the expanding space, gradually forming a fleshy ball larger than his entire body. Roar! Xu Jing roared with excitement. He couldn't wait to extend his ovipositor. He laid alien eggs one after another around him.
At the same time, a large amount of sticky secretions spurted out from his ovulator, filling the entire underground space as he moved. Chapter 96, 6 types of alien troops. Half a month later, strange creatures, each the size of a pterosaur,
with smooth heads and resembling vultures, uttered sharp cries one after another. With wings spread, they circled and danced in the sky above a cliff. If you look down from the air, centered on the cliff, you'll find countless holes, large and small,
densely and hidden throughout the grassland. From these holes, bizarre creatures would occasionally emerge. The closer to the center of the cliff, the larger and more terrifying the creatures would appear. At this time, the entire grassland,
apart from these strange creatures, basically no animals familiar to humans could be seen. At the bottom of the cliff, there is a huge bottomless cave. At this moment, deep in the cave, accompanied by a slightly painful roar,
Xu Jing broke free from the ovipositor. Then, guarded by a group of slightly larger aliens, he headed towards the surface. At the same time, countless different alien creatures from various holes on the grassland ran to the ground and gathered in groups.
For the past 2 weeks, Xu Jing initially hid in his nest near the water source, laying a large number of alien eggs. After they hatched, countless facehuggers entered the water. These facehuggers hide underwater. When animals come to drink,
they suddenly pop up to the surface and perform a facehugger. Although some were killed on the spot by quick-witted animals, as the number of facehuggers increased, the number of successful attacks became relatively higher. Antelope alien, zebra alien,
cheetah alien. As Xu Jing's control grew stronger, he shifted his focus to large animals such as rhinos, hippos, elephants and giraffes. In order to parasitize these animals,
he captured them and conducted numerous experiments before coming up with the idea of injecting them through their buttocks or genitals. Compared to these large animals, facehuggers are relatively small. They burrow into their excretory or reproductive organs,
entering directly into their bodies and then becoming pregnant. After conquering all land creatures, Xu Jing turned his attention to the sky. Small birds were not suitable for parasitism, so he set his sights on vultures.
He obtained the flying unit he wanted. Furthermore, after extensive experiments, he discovered that xenoparasitism is actually subtracting species, or even dividing them. In other words, if you parasitize a wildebeest and a zebra,
the resulting aliens may look slightly different, but according to the system, their strength is exactly the same. The grasslands were home to a wide variety of creatures. After trying every possible parasitic animal,
Xu Jing discovered 6 different types of creatures. The first type was the aliens currently surrounding him. These aliens primarily used rhinoceroses, hippos, bison, and other creatures as their hosts. They were massive,
with bloated heads and armored metal plating. They possessed formidable melee abilities, but their weaknesses were lack of agility, slow speed, and inability to climb. According to the system display,
this type of alien's strength and special exoskeleton generally reached level 7. They also possessed powerful self-healing abilities. The only shortcoming was agility, which was only level 2. The system also prompted that due to genetic limitation,
this alien's enhanced agility would inevitably lead to a weakening of its strength and other abilities. So Xu Jing didn't continue strengthening. He simply kept these aliens by his side, acting as his personal guards.
The second type of aliens typically use herbivorous creatures of similar size, such as antelopes and zebras, as their hosts. This type of alien is 2 levels stronger than the human-based aliens in all aspects, and their abilities are very balanced.
More importantly, these aliens were numerous. They formed the backbone of Xujing's alien army. They were indispensable. He called these aliens warriors. The third type of aliens uses creatures like lions and cheetahs as their hosts. Compared to the second type,
their abilities are equally balanced, but more prominent however. This type of alien was much less numerous than the warrior aliens. Xujing assigned them to the warrior aliens, serving as the captain who led the warriors. The fourth type of alien uses large,
heavyweight creatures like elephants and giraffes as their hosts. They have similar characteristics to the guard alien, but with lower agility and only a level 1. However, their strength and defense
and self-healing abilities were also much stronger, basically reaching level 9. Furthermore, their bodies were incredibly large, reaching a height of about 10 meters. Xujing called these aliens abominations. In his estimation, there wouldn't be many.
Just one of these aliens could rampage through a human city. Ordinary human firearms and other weapons wouldn't be able to do any harm. The most powerful thing about the alien is the extremely corrosive blood in its body. If it doesn't break through the defense,
it's fine, but if it does, the blood splatter caused by such a behemoth is enough to melt the Deathland into a crater. The fifth type of alien is the vulture alien, currently soaring through the sky. They are exceptionally agile and powerful.
And more importantly, they can fly. There's also a sixth type of alien. They're born from jackals and hyenas. These aliens are slightly smaller, exceptionally agile, and possess a strong sense of perception. They excel at swarming and hunting prey.
And they work well together. This type of alien is called a scout. They are better than other aliens at using their small size to hide themselves. When necessary, they can also launch a fatal sneak attack on the enemy. During this period,
Xujing had already accumulated enough strength. However, this grassland was not even the full extent of his strength. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As early as a week ago, he had visited several grasslands, established nests in each one,
and laid countless alien eggs. He also sent a large number of aliens out across the sea to disperse across the world. Of course, he also released a large number of facehuggers into the ocean, parasitizing marine life. However,
after absorbing the genetic traits of those marine creatures, the aliens that emerged from their cavities were primarily inclined to survive in the water. Many even had degenerated legs.
Xujing had no choice but to give up the idea of moving to the sea. Furthermore, there were always unexpected visitors from the human world on the grasslands. He showed no mercy to these humans, capturing them all and parasitizing them into alien forms.
But as time went on, more and more people disappeared, and he was almost unable to hide anymore. Xujing had been in this world long enough. Now the time was ripe. He didn't want to wait any longer. To complete his third mission, he needed to cause a big stir,
thereby attracting the Iron Blood clan's attention. The reason why he was so sure that he could attract the iron-blooded warriors was because the system had given him a hint a few days ago. Gather! After leaving the cave, Xujing gave an order.
A large number of aliens rushed out of their underground hiding places and gathered together, forming a mighty force. This day is destined to become a historic moment. All humans in this world will be shocked by what happens on this day. Remember this day,
because from this day on they will truly know that they are not the overlords of this universe. Chapter 197. The world is in chaos. On a gravel road outside the grassland, an off-road vehicle drove briskly towards the grassland. Inside the car,
blasting rock music played. 5 young people, 2 men and 3 women, some black and some white, swayed wildly to the music. Omar, how long until we get there? A beautiful white woman sitting in the passenger seat asked a tall black man driving next to her.
Emma, don't worry, it's almost there. Omar turned down the volume, pointing to a sign ahead. He shouted,
"See it? Go here, it's only 2 more miles, yeah."
Everyone else in the car cheered, except for Omar. Everyone else was born in the United States.
This was their first time in Africa. Everyone was excited as they imagined seeing the vast savannah. Omar drove the car and began to talk about some precautions on the grassland. After all, there were too many dangers. He couldn't afford to be careless. Brother.
That's enough. Billy, another man in the back seat, said in disgust. You've said it so many times. I'm tired of hearing it. The 3 girls couldn't help but laugh and continued to tease Omar. But at that moment, Omar, who was driving,
suddenly slammed on the brakes. The car screeched to a halt, and screams and howls erupted from within. Damn it! Are you crazy? Billy covered his forehead and angrily yelled at Omar in the front row.
The other 2 girls in the back row also spoke up one after another. Asshole, do you want to kill me? But Omar ignored him. He stared blankly at the end of the road, where the grasslands lay. His whole body began to tremble. Go!
The girl next to him came to her senses. She pushed him hard and said, "Turn around, run! What's wrong? The three people in the back seat noticed something strange and couldn't help but look out the front window. Oh my God! What the hell is that?
Omar had already reacted. He turned the steering wheel quickly and said, "Don't worry about it. I just know we have to get out of here!" He was in a panic. His hands were shaking. He finally managed to turn the car around. Rumble! At this moment,
The ground rumbled and everyone else in the car screamed. Omar looked back, his scalp tingling with fear. Within the grassland, two massive buildings appeared, rumbling beneath their feet and roaring like a deafening roar. Beside these two monsters,
looking around, there were groups of monsters several meters tall that kept appearing, seemingly gathering. Crive! Everyone in the car was terrified and almost collapsed. Omar gripped the steering wheel tightly and slammed the accelerator to the floor.
Squeak! The SUV's wheels spun furiously, sending gravel flying everywhere. Then, a puff of smoke billowed from the back of the vehicle as it raced forward at full speed. A few minutes passed, when the monster disappeared from view.
Everyone in the car breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment's silence, Billy asked in shock, "What on earth is that?" Nobody knows. Allison suddenly said, "I just took some photos and videos with my phone."
Why don't we go back and upload them online? Okay, having escaped danger, everyone's minds became active again. Omar suggested worriedly, "Call the police first." Police, Billy said disdainfully. Do you think the police here can deal with that kind of monster?
The police might already know. Let's get back. I have a feeling something big is going to happen. We better get out of here quickly. Back to the US. Emma began to analyze the situation, and everyone nodded. Half an hour later, they finally returned to the hotel.
Some called the police. Others booked flights back home and uploaded the video online. And it took only a dozen minutes for the entire internet to explode.
The photos and videos Allison uploaded sparked the curiosity of countless people and quickly spread around the world, causing a huge sensation. "There is no Photoshop. This is real! Oh my God! Where did these monsters come from? This is terrifying!"
This must be an alien invasion. Is the world ending? However, countless people expressed doubts and made comments. This is a fake. I swear it's not real. This might be hype for a movie. All of Africa became the world's focus,
with rumors of the end of the world or alien invasion swirling online. Even though many government experts came out to refute the rumor, they could stop the spread of the news, just as people were speculating about the authenticity of the news.
And as some African governments or hired mercenaries were preparing to explore the grasslands, the monsters in the photos and videos actually appeared. Almost at the same time, monsters attacked places all over the world. Oh my God, this is all real!
At this point, even those who originally did not believe finally believed. In an instant, no matter which country, people all became panicked. In some places, unrest even broke out. People are desperately rushing to buy daily necessities in supermarkets.
Even if the government intervenes, it can't stop them. And this social phenomenon is getting worse and worse. Governments around the world were on high alert, deploying their armies.
The aliens that appeared in each country had transformed into top-tier assassins, causing them immense headaches. In addition, Africa, where the video and photos were first released, has aroused the curiosity of countless people.
But this curiosity only lasted for a few hours before it was replaced by fear. Another video from Africa has surfaced online. It shows gigantic monsters over 10 meters tall. There are also flying monsters.
Tens of thousands of these monsters are seen storming the city, destroying everything in their path. As soon as this video appeared, it caused an uproar. The whole world was speechless. Suddenly, the whole world was in chaos.
The plot that only appeared in movies and novels actually happened. Watching the bloody and horrific scenes in the video, everyone shuddered. The rush to buy resources was just the beginning. Then,
demonstrations and riots broke out across the world. Countless cults spread apocalyptic theories. Problems that usually lurk in the shadows erupted at this moment. It was as if human society had entered the end of the world in one day, but it wasn't over yet.
Overnight, as governments around the world were holding a joint meeting to discuss how to solve the problem, aliens actually arrived. In the sky, a series of gigantic, sci-fi-style space battleships approached Earth unobstructed.
Appearing before the gazes of the world, the whole world suddenly became quiet. Chapter 9. The Earth is the battlefield. It has nothing to do with humans. It's finally here! Deep underground on a deserted island far from the African continent.
Su Jing sensed the Iron Blood spaceship flying through the sky through other aliens. He didn't show up. He wasn't even with any of the aliens, and all the aliens, except for the bloated and slow-moving guards and tanks,
were under his command and dispersed all over the world. Mission 3 only required the hunting and killing of 30 adult iron-blooded warriors. So far he had already completed 1/6 of them. As for the remaining 27 hunting spots,
Su Jing was fully confident that he could complete the task. He created such a great situation for the warlike iron-blooded warrior. Isn't it also an opportunity? Those iron-blooded warriors, thirsting for battle and glory,
would inevitably follow the aliens and scatter across the world, engaging in a grand hunting ritual. This hunt is mutual. The predator hunts the alien. Xuanhuan, the alien queen, also hunts the predator. At this moment,
Xuanhuan knew the reason why the Iron Blood warrior appeared so high profile. Regardless, the Earthlings aren't weaklings to be slaughtered. Their weapons can also inflict damage on the predators if a nuclear attack is launched at all costs.
No matter how many predators are sent down, they will all be killed without a burial place. These spaceships roaming the skies are the Iron Blood clan's threat to Earth. Until a method is found to counter these spaceships, no nation will dare act rashly.
Just as Xuanhuan had imagined, upon discovering 6 Iron Blood warships cruising in the sky, all nations reacted as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They urgently prepared for war, but no one dared to launch an attack into the sky.
Aliens have invaded on the internet. The theory of doomsday has been exaggerated to an extreme. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Earth's military strength is vastly inferior to that of aliens possessing spaceships. For a time,
Countless people were filled with pessimism and panic. The governments of various countries on Earth are not only on guard against alien attacks, but also have to suppress various domestic unrest. They are overwhelmed by various problems.
some believe that aliens aren't necessarily invading, but perhaps they simply want to be friends with Earthlings. They suggest proactively contacting them. However, many hold the opposite view. So many space battleships have arrived at my doorstep.
Are they here to make friends? While the two sides were still arguing, the spaceships in the sky began to move. 2 of them flew directly over Africa. After only a few seconds of accumulation, blue beams of light descended from the sky one after another,
Hitting multiple locations. Their target turned out to be those monsters. At this moment, through satellites, governments around the world saw everything. The places where the beams of light struck were all areas with large concentrations of monsters.
After the attack, only a handful of monsters remained, with only 1 in 10 remaining. Aliens that gathered or were alone in the ocean were thoroughly eliminated by the Iron Blood warships.
The Iron Blood's methods were particularly decisive in targeting unsuitable targets. Fortunately, Xuanhuan had already guessed this possibility, so he did not hide in the sea this time to avoid being affected.
People from all over the world looked at the images transmitted by the satellite. They all looked at each other in confusion. Their emotions were extremely complicated. Contact them. Soon.
Humanity reached a consensus and sent communication signals to the spacecraft, but without exception, all the messages fell on deaf ears. No response was received. What's going on? Just as the nations were becoming increasingly suspicious,
The alien spaceships took action again. Numerous missile-like objects were launched from the ships towards various parts of the Earth, instantly terrifying countless people. Moreover,
these missiles were so fast that they landed on the ground before the other countries could launch a defensive counterattack. Only then did people realize it was another false alarm, and were thankful that they had not had time to retaliate. The war soon.
but this is not a war between humans and aliens. Instead, it was a battle between 2-meter-tall aliens, fully armored and equipped with advanced weapons, and the monsters that had appeared earlier. The two sides used the entire Earth as their battlefield.
Fighting in a chaotic manner. As the masters of the Earth, humans are like spectators, unable to intervene. More accurately, they dare not intervene at all.
The governments of various countries finally understood why they hadn't received a response before. It seemed that these aliens simply didn't take them seriously, or even bothered to communicate with them. At that moment,
Countless people felt their pride trampled upon. Some clamored for a lesson for the aliens. But when they looked up and saw the spaceship hovering in the sky, it was like a bucket of cold water was poured over their heads. They dared not speak nonsense anymore.
this war lasted for a full half-month. It was a great humiliation for all nations. The war between aliens and monsters caused immeasurable economic losses, and the number of people killed in this war was countless. Half a month later,
The aliens on Earth had been largely wiped out. The aliens had returned to their spaceships one by one, but these spaceships did not leave. They continued to orbit Earth, seemingly searching for something, causing all humans to worry. Deserted island.
underground cave, Xuanhuan's spirit trembled slightly. He tried his best to conceal himself. Then he summoned the system. He hesitated as he looked at the option to exchange bodies on the interface. As early as the 3rd day after the war began,
He completed the 3rd mission and met the prerequisites for exchanging for the alien queen's body. However, he didn't rush to redeem and leave. Instead, he familiarized himself with the hive mind's abilities.
directing the battle between the aliens and the predators. After half a month of training, Xuanhuan had become adept at this kind of large-scale war. The aliens' powerful combat talents often didn't require his involvement.
Those aliens deep within the battlefield could sometimes even make more accurate assessments of the situation than he could. But when it came time to decide whether to redeem the money, he still hesitated. Currently,
including the rebleeding mission 2 and the kill limit. Xu Jing's total origin points is 35,200. Exchange for the alien queen's body requires 15,200 essence points. In other words, after he exchanged it, he only had
20,000 essence points left when he returned. After this journey, his soul would definitely reach the second level. Therefore, he also planned to leave 10,000 points of essence for the journey. As a result, he only had 10,000 essence points left to use.
And he needed to set aside a portion of these 10,000 points for use in the next world. After all the calculations, he only had a few thousand essence points left. Xu Jing felt helpless.
He had originally traveled this time hoping to gain more origin points to strengthen himself and prepare for the Black Evil Guard mission, although it was only a low-level C rank mission.
His previous experience at the post station had left him with lingering fears. He dared not take it lightly. As a result, after this journey, not only did I not gain more essence to strengthen myself, but I became even more stretched. Of course.
This was all based on the premise of exchanging my body. This wasn't the only reason Xu Jing hesitated. There was another reason: the limitations of the alien parasite. For ordinary humans or creatures without special abilities,
encountering an alien parasite is basically an unsolvable outcome. But if you want to return to the main world, this ability will be greatly reduced. Chapter 199. Return.
Xu Jing knew very well that his enemies in the main world were either demons or ghosts that existed in the form of spirits. The aliens hatched from parasitizing ordinary people are simply no match for demons and monsters.
Even if they were to use a beast comparable to an elephant to parasitize an alien abomination, they could only deal with extremely weak demons. If a demon was used as a host, the facehugger would be able to do it, even if it succeeded.
The embryo injected into the demon wouldn't survive. As for Xu Jing himself, he thought about it. If the main body of the main world was impregnated, he only needed to gently stimulate his demonic power to eliminate the alien embryo injected into his body.
Even with his current strength, he didn't even need to activate the fire attributed demonic power in his body to actively defend against foreign objects entering his body. He could easily clean out the alien embryo without leaving even a trace.
Even if Xu Maozong, who only possessed the intermediate level of fiery blade technique, could still deal with the alien embryo, it would just consume a bit more internal energy. If that's the case,
then it's worth considering whether the alien queen's body still has any value in exchange. Xu Jing reviewed the alien queen's abilities several times, finally settling on the ability to reproduce, regardless of whether or not it had an ovipositor.
This ability always had a plus sign indicating it could be upgraded. Whether or not it can parasitize the demon race depends on the development of this ability. He speculated in his mind. He didn't click the plus sign to strengthen it.
But he finally made a decision: exchange returns. As he silently chanted, a familiar white light enveloped his entire body, transforming his entire form into an illusion. After he left, the Iron Blood clan still did not leave the Earth.
They controlled the space battleship and conducted a full-scale scan of the Earth, but in the end, they still found nothing. A few days later, under the terrified gaze of the humans,
the warships in the sky flew high into the sky and disappeared completely into the clouds. Are you really gone? Even when satellites could no longer detect alien spaceships, governments around the world still did not relax their vigilance.
It wasn't until another 6 months had passed and there were no more signs of aliens that humans began to relax. A secret military research center in the United States, a middle-aged officer carrying an isolation case, escorted by a group of soldiers,
came before a white-haired old man. Did you bring anything? The old man was wearing a military uniform with 4 stars on his shoulders. As he spoke, he exuded an air of authority that was impossible to ignore. Brought it.
The middle-aged officer placed the briefcase on the table. After entering a series of passwords, he opened it. Inside was a plasma shoulder cannon, the kind worn by Iron Blood warriors.
He looked at the shoulder cannon and sighed, but this world is not ready to accept this kind of weapon. This weapon wasn't meant for this world. The old man approached, gently caressing the shoulder cannon. After a long pause, he said, "Take it to the lab."
Yes, the middle-aged officer closed the password box, saluted, and headed to the laboratory and city, Shu Mansion. When Xu Jing woke up, it was almost noon. Xu Moji knew that he hadn't rested for a whole day and night.
So he specifically instructed him not to bother anyone. After Xu Jing got up, he went to visit Xu Maozong first. After dinner, he returned to Lishan sect. He handed in the receipts for their missions and received the sect contribution.
He then used Xu Maozong's identity token to exchange for a medicinal decoction and brought it back to Xu Maozong. Then when Xu Maozong came over, he told him that he was going out to carry out the Black Evil Guard mission. This mission's location was Fengyou City,
south of An City. It was already outside the Central Plains. Even traveling overnight would take 3 days. The Black Evil Guard's identity jade tokens served as a guide for the leader. July had already mentioned this, generally, upon receiving a mission.
Unless there were special circumstances, they had to depart on the same day. Therefore, Xu Jing couldn't possibly remain in An City any longer. After he explained the situation, Xu Maozong and Chimo seemed very worried. Fortunately,
they knew their limits and did not try to stop him. Xu Jing went to visit his mother, Shen Huairu, and then he looked at his sisters and Shaolian. He lied to them, saying he was going back to the sect, and then he rode away from the residence.
He left Ain City and took the official road. While riding on horseback, he focused most of his attention on the system interface. He hadn't claimed the sole reward for completing Mission 3. After some thought, he simply decided to claim it, instantly.
A surge of refreshing air entered his mind. Xu Jing gradually felt his brain swell. Then, his spirit began to spread outwards. A crisp snapping sound echoed clearly in his mind. It was as if a barrier had been broken through.
A weak wave of energy spread directly out of his body, 1 meters, 3 meters. It didn't stabilize until it reached a radius of 10 meters. Xu Jing could help but burst out laughing. He closed his eyes.
And a 3-dimensional image of a 10-meter area around him immediately appeared in his mind. The image was alive, full of color, and it changed as he moved forward. Everything in the sky, on the ground, front and back, left and right was clearly reflected.
Xu Jing was like finding a new and interesting toy. He tried all sorts of things and had a blast playing with them, but he quickly regained his composure, rubbed his head, and sighed dejectedly. Off-body scanning is also a very energy-consuming task.
With his current spiritual strength, he cannot keep it always on. In the system introduction, in addition to out-of-body scanning, the second-level soul can also drive magic tools to directly launch soul attacks.
But Xu Jing also didn't have control over these two abilities. This was mainly because he didn't have any spiritual attack techniques or magical weapons to try. Thinking of the magical weapon, he sensed the identity jade token with his soul.
He entered the Black Evil Guard network and looked directly at the merit redemption page. On the exchange page, besides the cultivation materials and other items, there were also magical weapons.
The clothes that could shrink with the body that he had thought of exchanging before were one of these magical weapons. This demon weapon, should it be something equivalent to a magical weapon? Xu Jing speculated secretly.
He looked through all the magic weapons and finally shook his head helplessly. They were simply too expensive. Even the cheapest piece of clothing he had his eye on cost 1,000 merit points. The reward for this mission was only 1,000 merit points.
And July would take 10% of these 1,000 merit points. Furthermore, the information he reported 2 days ago about ghosts harming people in Yuanshui City had been confirmed, and he was awarded 180 merit points. It was supposed to be 200.
But July 20 points off even that, leaving him in a state of confusion. Chapter 200. A Chinese Ghost Story. Rumble. After traveling for most of the day, Xu Jing finally saw the huge city walls in the distance before dark. At this time,
the sky was filled with thick, dark clouds, like a piece of black cotton covering the sky. It weighed heavily on the earth, giving people a feeling of oppression and dullness. Sword-like lightning flashed across the sky from time to time,
accompanied by rumbling thunder that made people's ears buzz. Heavy rain is coming. Xu Jing shook the reins and sped up. Soon they were outside the city. This is Pingyuan City, the closest city to Annie City. He originally did need to pass through here.
However, in order to improve his strength to the same level as the soul before the mission, he deliberately took a longer detour. After entering the city, Xu Jing asked a passerby and headed straight for the largest inn in the city, at Yingfu Inn.
The servant outside greeted him warmly upon seeing him. He offered to help him lead his horse and then handed him a sign with his number on it. Xu Jing accepted the sign and entered the inn. The lobby was spacious. A row of red lanterns hung high in the middle,
illuminating the hall with brilliant light. Inside, tables were set up for dining, and most of the guests were already seated. On both sides of the lobby, there is a staircase leading up to the 2 upper floors, which are all rooms. At this time,
another waiter came up and took him to the counter to pay the deposit. Xu Jing requested a superior suite and ordered a sumptuous meal. After eating, he was led to his room by a maid. The room was spacious, divided into 2 parts, the interior and exterior.
It was decorated with extreme luxury, complete with all manner of furniture. There were also vases, wood carvings, antiques, and other decorative items on the door and walls. There were even bagua mirrors hanging to ward off evil spirits.
It seems that the owner of this store is a sensible person, Xu Jing speculated in his mind, but he was too lazy to ask anything. After walking around the room, he said to the maid who was following him, "Okay, you can go out now." As he spoke,
he took out a piece of silver and handed it over. "Thank you, sir." The maid's eyes lit up. She bowed in thanks. As she reached out to take the silver, her palm caressed Xu Jing's fingers. Intentionally or unintentionally, she said softly, "I am Kayan.
Please call me later." No need. Xu Jing's face was cold. He waved his hand and said impatiently, "Get out now." Yes, Kayan pouted. A hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. She slowly left the room.
Xu Jing locked the door and released his spirit again. He carefully scanned the room, then he pulled out a stack of talismans and placed them on the doors and windows. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, returning to the inner room.
He threw off the covers and lay down on the bed. Then, he silently summoned the system. It's unclear whether the alien queen's body will be useful in the future. But regardless, a body capable of producing a large number of troops is extremely rare.
There was no letting go of the wrong one. Since he had come across it, Xu Jing was reluctant to give up the exchange. But now he had to change his plan. He was going to cross over here overnight to completely elevate his overall strength to the second level.
As for the new world he's about to cross, the allure of the 100-point kill limit alone made him extremely excited. After glancing at the remaining 20,000 origin points, Xu Jing thought and clicked on the option to travel through time with
10,000 origin points. Instantly his mind buzzed and he fell into a coma. I don't know how long it took. When Xu Jing regained some consciousness, he was sure that he had entered a new body. What am I this time? Although his eyes were open,
everything he saw was blurry and blurry. His brain felt like it was about to explode. He felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Xu Jing remembered the last time he traveled through time.
He had been able to maintain a certain level of lucidity and witnessed the entire process. How could his spirit become so much stronger? And yet things had become so bad. While he was still in a daze, he heard gentle calls from both ears. Grandma. Grandma.
He felt his arms, each tightly embraced by a pair of cold, soft arms. Xu Jing gradually came to his senses. Grandma. He pondered the meaning of the word. His heart skipped a beat. Meanwhile, the pain in his brain gradually subsided. Finally,
he came to his senses. His vision returned. The first thing he saw was two beautiful women in ancient costumes, wearing long, light gauze dresses. They were currently supporting him on either side, their faces filled with anxiety and worry.
He summoned the system and looked at the interface in the lower right corner. Movie: A Chinese Ghost Story 1987 version. You can choose to return at any time. Currently 10,000 origin points can be converted.
1 year of demonic power, 10 origin points. Identity: Millennium Tree Demon, Tedder Hermaphrodite. Abilities: absorbs vital energy, long tongue sap, self-reproduction. Mission: 5th, drain the vitality of 100 men, zo 100 origin points to 5,000.
A 50 women's knowledge of 50. Ho origin points 5,000 oid. Mission 3 become a 10,000 year old tree demon. Cultivate to a demon immortal 1,100. Soul enhancement. Tippy: each time you absorb an adult man or woman,
you gain 5 to 10 years of demonic power. After completing tasks 1 and 2, you can directly use your origin points without any deductions to evolve into a 10,000-year-old tree demon, survive the thunder tribulation and become a demon immortal.
If you fail to survive the tribulation, the system will ensure the safe return of the host soul. Addict Xu Jing stared at the system interface in a daze. His head began to buzz again. It took him a long time to come back to his senses.
It's not enough that he traveled through time and space as a hermaphrodite tree demon. He even wanted to absorb the vitality of 100 men and 50 women. Such evil deeds. How could the righteous people tolerate him? That would be fine. A demon.
Instead of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon to cultivate, he relies on devious means to gain demonic power. No wonder he's suppressed by the magical instruments of monks and Taoist priests. He doesn't even dare to come out during the day.
Even if such a monster truly achieved the power of 10,000 years, the evil it had caused would most likely be reduced to ashes when the thunder tribulation struck. Still dreaming of becoming a demon immortal, Xu Jing himself cultivated demonic powers.
He carefully sensed the demonic power within his body. Although it varied from world to world, he found that its essence was essentially the same. What a pity. He couldn't help but sigh. If his true form in the main world was a demon,
he wouldn't have to worry about any realm cultivation techniques. He only needed to directly strengthen his demonic power through the origin point. He could transform step by step and easily reach a terrifying strength.
The tree demon that had traveled through time, though possessing 1,000 years of demonic power cultivation, possessed a highly complex and mixed power. Compared to the purity of Xu Jing's demonic power after cultivating the Xuanhuan,
it was vastly inferior. A normal Millennium Tree demon would have been able to reach the B level in the main world. But after careful comparison, Xu Jing discovered that the strength of his body was at best a low B level.
It was quite possibly the weakest among the low B level.
The audiobook for chapters 151 to 200 of this issue has concluded. Please subscribe to this channel, turn on notifications, share and leave your comments. I will continue to update the subsequent content.